Chapter 27, Preparations. Streets of Konohagakure. Naruto eyed Katsuchi as she yawned while they walked down the street. She had been tired like this lately ever since she started training with Guy and his team 3 weeks ago. He was worried that she was overstressing herself, even more so now that they didn't see each other as much as Hei used to and Naruto couldn't check on her that often. Yeah, they still saw each other every morning on the way to the training grounds, but they usually trained separated as they worked on their own skills, and then she always left for the second half of the day to go train with Team Guy. So all in all, they had been so busy with their respective training that they haven't hung out that much. Also, there was also a certain air of discomfort between them that Naruto could not explain. And discomfort wasn't exactly right either, but Naruto could not think of another name for this odd feeling that neither of them could identify nor they acknowledged, but they could tell it was there even if they tried to ignore it. "Are you okay? You look off," inquired Naruto. Yeah. I'm just tired, that's all," said Katsuchi as she massaged her eyelids. "Guy's training is ridiculous. 3 weeks and I'm still not used to the regime he puts me through. I don't know how Tenten puts up with this." "I know what you mean. Bushy brow sensei can be a little too much," said Naruto, already expecting the girl to say something like that. Every morning she complained to him about the intense exercises that Guy makes her do the day before, so this was starting to become part of their routine. "But it'll be worth it in the end. You'll see," said Naruto. Team Guy was one of the strongest teams he knew, so he was certain that if someone could make Katsuchi stronger it would be them. "I sure hope so, my body definitely feels the pain," said Katsuchi. "What about you, Naruto? How is your training coming along? Did you finish that one-handed Rasengan yet?" "You bet," declared the blonde before extending his palm, and a bright ball of chakra manifested itself on his hand. After he had finished learning the Repusho, Kakashi had told him that before they went to the next step of their training he needed Naruto to completely master the Rasengan, and that included learning to make one without clone assistance. "Kakashi-sensei was very adamant about me learning to make it one-handed. I told him it was stupid since as long as I could make it wasn't a big deal, but he wouldn't have it. He said that today we will mix it with my chakra nature or something like that. He said that it will be hard and needed me to have the Rasengan mastered in its entirety." "I see. It seems we both have our work cut out for us," said Katsuchi with a smile. "It looks that way, but you'll see, I will surpass you before you know it," replied Naruto with a smirk. "Oh, really? We'll see about that, won't we?" said Katsuchi, still smiling. "Excuse me, you too." At being called, both Naruto and Katsuchi turned to look at a couple that had been walking in the opposite direction and had stopped when they crossed paths. "I'm sorry to bother you youngsters, but I was wondering if you could help a gal out," said the woman. She was plain-looking, with straight brown hair and brown eyes, dressed casually. She was a civilian by the look of things. Behind her was standing a taller man with dark hair and brown eyes, holding a camera on a wood tripod. He also appeared to be a simple civilian. Naruto and Katsuchi glanced at each other momentarily in confusion before regarding the two adults again. "What is it, lady? Do you need help?" asked Naruto, ever so ready to help people as always. "You see, I and my partner here are photographers and we need some help with our newest project," said the woman at the same time as the man raised his free hand in greeting. "We need 2 models for our next pictures, but we haven't found other people willing to help us yet. We are running out of time and we really need these photos taken soon, so please will you help us?" pleaded the woman, tears at the corner of her eyes in a dramatic fashion. Katsuchi raised her eyebrow in suspicion. For the last weeks, she and Naruto have been encountering people every day that needed their help for one reason or another. She would not pay any mind to it except that it had been happening almost every day. Just yesterday they helped a couple with designing clothes for grooms and brides. They had made Naruto and Katsuchi dress up as if they had been marrying to see if the clothes looked fine. And the other day a man and a woman had wanted them to enter their dancing classes and make her and Naruto dance together, but Katsuchi had promptly refused, much to Naruto's discomfort as he wasn't one to turn people down. The point was that things like these were starting to happen way too frequently to be normal. She would rather not be part of whatever these people wanted just to be safe, but Naruto on the other hand. "Of course we'll help. We could not leave someone that needed our aid just like that." "Right, Katsuchi," said Naruto with a warm smile. Katsuchi wanted so badly to tell these strangers to piss off, but the expectant look that Naruto was giving her made her reconsider. She wasn't fond of disappointing Naruto, so she decided to put up with this for his sake. "Fine, just make it quick, will ya? We are kinda in a hurry," said the tomboy with a sigh. The woman clapped her hands together in joy. "Wonderful. I knew I could count on 2 reliable shinobi like yourselves." "So, what do we do?" asked Katsuchi with impatience. "Just go and stand over there," said the woman, pointing at the wall in front of her before she turned to look at her male companion. You know what to do. The man nodded at her command and proceeded to set the tripod down and peered through the lens, putting a mantle over his head to conceal the daylight. Once Naruto and Katsuchi positioned themselves, they turned to the photographers again. Right here? Asked Naruto. Yes, that's perfect, said the woman as the man gave the teenagers a thumbs up in response. Now what? Inquired the pink-eyed girl. Oh, that's right, I haven't told you guys what we are supposed to be photographing, said the woman with a look of realization. We need to capture in a few pictures a couple in love. It's for an art project. Both Naruto and Katsuchi froze up at the word couple as a look of shock appeared on their faces. Wait a minute. Did you say couple? Said Naruto in urgency. You got it all wrong. We aren't a couple. Said Katsuchi just as flustered as the blonde. You aren't? But you look so cute together. Said the woman. Never mind, that doesn't matter. Even if you aren't, you just need to act like one. Katsuchi stared agape at them. Were they expecting them to make out and shit? No way. Even Naruto looked ready to bail at a moment's notice. Why, I don't think we can help you with this one, said Naruto sheepishly with a hand on the back of his head. Yeah, you got the wrong guys for this. Good luck with your project or whatever, said Katsuchi just as she and Naruto were starting to leave. When the woman watched them walking away, she got into a panic before rushing at them and throwing herself at the ground, holding both teenagers' legs in frantic desperation. Please, you have to help me. I really need to have this done by today. Lady, let go, said Naruto as he awkwardly tried to shake off the hysteric woman. However, Katsuchi was a lot less gentle. Are you crazy? Let us go. Have some dignity for fuck's sake, said Katsuchi as she tried to free her leg from the woman's grip. This was so embarrassing. Some random bystanders were staring at the scene they were making, and even the man that had been accompanying the woman was looking totally puzzled without knowing what to do. Please, you misunderstand. I just need you to take a couple of pictures of you two together, that's it. I don't need you to do anything, pleaded the woman, which actually made the teenagers stop in their tracks to look at her intently. Do you mean that? No weird stuff or anything? Asked Katsuchi. Just stand together and that's it? Added Naruto. The woman nodded fervently. That's right. You just need to stand together, that's all I ask. Naruto and Katsuchi glanced at each other in silent understanding. Fine, we'll do it. Just get up already, you are embarrassing everyone, said Katsuchi. In an instant, the woman's eyes lit up as she stood up. Thank you. You are lifesavers. Just get on with it so we can go, said Katsuchi in resignation as she and Naruto walked back to where they were before. We just have to stand like this? Asked Naruto as he stood a few feet away from Katsuchi. Affirmative. Just a little bit closer, pretty please, said the woman enthusiastically. That made the teenager take a step towards each other. Just a bit more, requested the woman. After taking yet another step, Naruto and Katsuchi's chests were just centimeters away from each other, to the teenager's discomfort. Perfect. Now stare at the camera and give a big smile, would ya? Said the woman as her partner went back to peering through the camera. Naruto gave them his trademark toothy grin that he was so used to, while Katsuchi tried in vain to turn her grimace into a smile. Nevertheless, the man and woman seemed satisfied with it and took the picture, a quick flash shooting from the camera to signal as such. Are we done? Asked Katsuchi, eager to go. Almost. For the next one, I need you two to hold hands, said the woman. Naruto and Katsuchi shrugged, seeing nothing wrong with that. Now, look at each other in the eye, added the woman. And keep smiling. Katsuchi rolled her eyes and did just that, but upon locking eyes with Naruto she could not help but smile for real, especially with the kind and bright smile that he always made being directed at her. Also, their hand-holding actually seemed to make the action feel stronger and more profound for some reason. Naruto felt very similar to his close friend. Even with her gloved hand, the tender contact of their hands along with the heartfelt smile she was giving him made the boy feel all warm and fuzzy inside his chest. After another flash from the camera, the strange woman addressed them once more. Only one more and you are free to go, said the woman. For the next one, I'll need you close in for a kiss. That last part shocked the teenagers, which caused them to break apart with shock and equally crimson blushes on their faces. What the, you said that we would do nothing of the sort? Accused Katsuchi, feeling fooled and indignant. Yeah. You said only stand together and stuff, added Naruto. Easy there. I did promise that and I mean it, said the woman with her hands up in a pleading manner. You don't really have to kiss, you can just stop right before coming in contact with each other. I just need the shot of you closing in, nothing more. You can do that, can't you? Katsuchi thought about it for a moment. That wasn't so bad. If it was just pretending like they were going to kiss, there wasn't anything wrong. Still, the thought of her and Naruto's mouth being so close made her stomach turn with nervousness. But something in her made her curious to see what would happen, to see what Naruto's reaction, and hers for that matter, would be. It was just curiosity, nothing more. Also, they already promised to help this woman out, as weird as she was. Fine, said Katsuchi simply, which earned her a surprised look from Naruto. Really? Asked the blonde. He had been absolutely certain that she would say no. We aren't really going to kiss, so why not? Said Katsuchi, trying to sound sure of herself despite looking to the side with a blush. If you say so, I guess it won't hurt, said Naruto, not knowing how else to respond. I promise it will be quick if it makes you uncomfortable, said the woman with a glint in her eye. Just get into position and this will be over before you know it. And with that, both Naruto and Katsuchi closed the distance between them once more and held hands, staring at each other without any words spoken. They looked sheepishly at each other, their gazes straying from time to mask their nervousness as a red tint spread on their cheeks. So, are you ready or? Asked Naruto, not sure how to phrase the question. Just go for it. As I said, it's no big deal, said Katsuchi, almost in a whisper. Her tone betraying the fake confidence she tried to express. For some reason, the girl's whisper made the situation seem all the more intimate for Naruto, causing him to gulp. After that, he gave a deep sigh. This was now or never. Okay, here I go, declared the boy before he slowly inched closer to Katsuchi. Katsuchi widened her eyes for a moment when he saw the boy's lips coming closer to her own before she closed her orbs shut as if her body was anticipating itself for a kiss out of instinct. Naruto was extremely tense. He was finding it hard to keep still when he knew that just a little bit more and he would lock mouths with Katsuchi. Even if she was his friend, he could admit that the thought of kissing her wasn't an unpleasant one as he considered her a very pretty girl. It took all of his willpower to not just inch forward a little bit and pretend that it had been an accident. In a way, he was thankful that his nerves were also playing a part in keeping him in place. Even with her eyes closed, Katsuchi could sense Naruto's breath on her, but to her disappointment, the boy had indeed stopped just before their lips touched. Her troubled feelings just grew when she realized she had wanted the boy to go all the way, much to her puzzlement. She was frozen, still expecting Naruto to go for it despite wondering on the cause of her anticipation. Knowing that Naruto wasn't going to betray her trust and steal a kiss from her, she questioned if she should do it herself. It would be a good way of repaying the boy for all he had done for her, for all the shit she put him through. No, if she really thought about it, it wouldn't even start to compensate for it. But at the very least it would be a nice way to show her appreciation for everything he had done, to put her feelings into an action and hopefully let those same feelings reach him. It could be just a quick but meaningful peck on the lips. She could downplay it later and say it was an accident. The sound from a camera taking a shot woke the two teenagers from their trance as they both opened their eyes and broke apart from each other. For a moment they forgot they had been posing for a picture. Then, they turned to look at the couple of photographers. The woman was staring at the man agape and absolutely appalled as the man stopped looking through the camera lens. Done, said the man simply as the woman, who was still at a loss for words, continued to stare at him in disbelief. Then, I guess that's all, said Katsuchi, feeling even more embarrassed after realizing what she almost did. See you guys around. Good luck on your art project? Said Naruto with a wave before he and Katsuchi made a run for it before the crazy woman recovered her senses. After that last photo, they didn't want to risk anything more. No. Wait. The woman called out to them with an extended hand, but to no avail. They were gone in an instant, leaving her alone with her partner. The woman dropped her transformation jutsu with a puff of smoke, revealing her to be Ino before she turned to look at the man accompanying her with an incredulous expression. Saikuin. We almost had them. Berated Ino. Why did you do that? The man also vanished in a puff of smoke and Sai stood in its place. I had a clear shot, said Sai simply, clueless as ever. Ino face-palmed. It was just like Sai to miss the obvious romantic signals those two were showing. After having worked with him for a few weeks, it had been more than enough for her to understand what Sakura had meant when she said that Sai was completely socially inept. She still thought he was hot, but he still sometimes could make her lose her mind. They almost kissed. The photo was meaningless. Geez. I see, said Sai, now understanding what Ino meant. I'm sorry. Just forget it. I'll think of something else, said Ino in resignation. At least let me look at the photos, they ought to be interesting at the very least. Sai nodded before handing her the pictures just as requested. Ino took the pictures and her disappointment increased shortly after glancing at them. They were terribly out of focus. You couldn't even make out the faces. Ino would much prefer that Sai stuck to drawing. Is this your first time using a camera? Yeah, admitted Sai. I have not handled a lot of tools outside of ninja training. Taking photos was a recreational activity, and recreation wasn't something that members of Root did much of. Sai was lucky that he had been allowed to draw as a hobby in the first place, and that was only because he used his drawing skills for his jutsu. And after all the effort I made to make them allow us to photograph them, lamented Ino. Speaking of which, did you really have to make such a scene, Ino-san, said Sai as he sealed away the camera he had been using moments ago. He would return it later to the store they had rented it at. What can I say, I'm quite the actress, don't you think? Said Ino with a wink. I guessed, said Sai, deciding against telling her otherwise. After having screwed up this attempt, he was trying to avoid any comment that may be taken badly by the Yamanaka. But do we really have to do this every day? Well, of course. There's nothing better than having the satisfaction of knowing that you helped someone else find their soulmate, said Ino dramatically. Also, this beats working at the flower shop, so there's that. About that, I don't think we will be able to do this for much longer, said Sai thoughtfully. Judging by the weird looks she gives us, Katsuchi-san seems to be getting suspicious. I don't think it will be long for her to figure out what we are up to. He might be bad when it concerns social interactions, but he had been trained to spot the reaction of an enemy ninja that might be realizing your tactics, and that applied here in Sai's opinion. You might have a point, said Ino. Sai was right, they could not keep doing this. It was helping develop Naruto and Katsuchi's relationship, that was for sure, but at this rate they would be discovered sooner or later, and at that point they would not be able to help further. They needed to find a way to get both Naruto and Katsuchi to spend time together, but not in the usual way, as they spent a lot of time with each other already. No, they had to find a way to get them into a fun but romantic avenue by themselves, but the question was, how the heck was Ino supposed to do that? As the Yamanaka pondered on their problem, she noticed an older woman at the store across the street putting paper lamps on the rooftop. She also spotted an old man constructing a small stand at the far end of the street, while yet another person was putting decorations in another building. That was when Ino widened her eyes as an idea came to her. Of course, why didn't I think of it? Said Ino suddenly, startling Sai in the process. Sai, you know what day is tomorrow? October 10th, said Sai. So? It will be the festival of the Kyuubi's defeat, said Ino. That's the perfect setup to hook those two up. And it will also be Naruto-kun's birthday, said Sai, remembering that part from all the research he did on Naruto when he had been assigned to his team. Is that so? Then even better, declared Ino. But how are we going to make them go? Asked Sai. Katsuchi-san, to be more specific. She doesn't seem like the one for festivities, even less if they were talking about Konoha festivities. Just leave that part to me, said Ino with confidence. As for you, Saikuin, I have a special task for you. Konoha's training grounds. After her very uncomfortable encounter with the couple of weirdos that called themselves photographers, Katsuchi put all of her focus into her training to help her get rid of those odd thoughts she had had when she and Naruto had been about to kiss. She shook her head at that. No, they had not almost kissed. She definitely hadn't been about to kiss Naruto. She massaged her temple. How fortunate for her that Naruto was at the other side of the training grounds and out of sight, or it would be impossible to concentrate. Well, back to her training. She had found something interesting yesterday in her training but didn't have the chance to test it out at the time because she was running late to meet with Team Guy, but now it was the perfect moment to try it. She made some hand seals as she puffed her chest. Yoton, Sekigyo no Jutsu, Lava Release, Quicklime Congealing Technique. She spat a blob of quicklime onto the ground, and just as she had noted yesterday, smoke came out of the ground as the blob touched it, slowly sinking into it as it corroded the soil. Katsuchi looked on in fascination. She had never seen her jutsu do something like this. Before, it just trapped her target and hindered their movements, while Katsuchi sprayed the cement-like substance with water to make it harden and trap her enemy, and the quicklime, apparently, acted just like before, but it somehow turned corrosive, which was good for her since it meant that it had offensive properties by itself now instead of being a nuisance, until she followed up her attack with something. She stopped to think for a few minutes, trying to figure out why her technique had suddenly changed, until she finally came to what was the most likely conclusion. She had been improperly mixing her chakra natures before. It seemed to her that she had been undermining her fire affinity slightly, not on purpose of course, and she had used to put more of her earth nature in her jutsu without her noticing. Katsuchi smiled as she contemplated her improved technique. It looked like Kakashi had been right, training her fire affinity had been a good idea after all. Now, by overcompensating her earth nature, she could use the Sekigyo as a form of restraining jutsu if needed, or she could properly mix her natures and use it offensively and still have the option of hardening the quicklime in either case. Not bad at all. But as she thought on all the new applications of her jutsu, a new thought entered her head. What if she did it the other way around? What if she overcompensated her jutsu with her fire affinity instead of the earth one? Would it change into something else, something she could use? That was something she would have to test. With a new goal in mind, Katsuchi closed her eyes and put her hands together, making a seal as she focused intensely on feeling her chakra. Trying to split and mix chakra natures wasn't easy, that's why the ability to be able to do it was considered a Kekei Genkai, and even those with one didn't have it easy in doing it. That was the reason it took her several minutes of just focusing on her chakra until she was positive she was balancing her chakra more in favor of fire than earth, and once she knew she had the right mix she didn't waste any time to try her jutsu again. Yotan, Sekigyo no Jutsu, Lava Release, Quicklime Congealing Technique. She spat yet another blob of quicklime, but this time she noticed something different in the consistency. Instead, the quicklime looked and felt more like ash, but it seemed that part of the technique was still quicklime, which made Katsuchi groan in annoyance. It appeared like she had messed up. If she had to guess, the entire thing would have been ash if she had done it right. She still didn't know how ash would be useful in battle, but it was worth experimenting over to see all the potential this version of the jutsu had. She was excited at the prospect of making her own technique and was determined to keep practicing for the rest of the day, or at least what she had left before she went to train with Guy and his team. Unknown location. Several shadowy figures stood in a circle inside a cave. Most appeared to be some kind of hologram save for Deidara and his newest companion, Toby. The meeting of the Akatsuki had just started a few minutes ago, but there were still some matters to discuss. Now that the extraction of the Rokubi has been completed, we need to decide on our next plan of action, said the figure with the purple ripple pattern eyes. Me and Kakuzu aren't far from the land of fire, we could go for the Kyubi right away, Pain-sama. He and his bitch made a mockery of Jashin-sama, and that can't be forgiven. I'll parade that brat's severed head along with his friends' corpses as punishment, said one of the shadows before turning to look at a figure with green eyes and red scara. What do you say, Kakuzu? I don't usually agree with Haiden, but we'll have to go for the Kyubi eventually, said the shadowy Kakuzu. I would rather do it at once and not waste any more time so I can get back to claim bounties. But Kakuzu-senpai, Haiden-senpai, you must be careful. The Kyubi and his Konoha ninja friends are strong, said Toby. They even beat up Deidara-senpai black and blue. Deidara snarled and cursed under his breath. He would normally have rebutted Toby for that comment, but after knowing how the bastard really was, he was afraid to get on the idiot's bad side, even if he was ashamed to admit it. But we don't suck ass like Deidara, said the other figure. So there is nothing to worry about? Deidara turned to glare at Haiden. One of these days, I swear dash. Enough, I don't want you starting another argument, ordered the Shadow of Pain, which immediately ended the dispute before it could even start. And I have to agree with Toby to some extent, going after the Kyubi so boldly will be difficult. Haiden, Kakuzu, the Kyubi has already fought the two of you, he already knows about Haiden's immortality, and if someone in the land of fire spots you, Konoha will hear from it and send teams to hunt you down, teams that will be prepared to counter your abilities. I say let them come, said Haiden arrogantly. One can't counter immortality, they will just be coming to their deaths. Jashin-sama will sure enjoy their blood. You could send me and Itachi-san to capture him. Konoha also knows of our abilities, but I'd always liked a good challenge anyway, said another hologram with the figure of a large sword over his shoulder. Or we could go after the Ichibi. My water jutsu should be a good counter to his sand. We leave the Ichibi for now. We just attempted to capture him not too long ago, Suna will still be on high alert. We should wait for the dust to settle before we make any more attempts on him, said Pain. Also, you two will probably have your hands full soon enough. What do you mean by that, Pain-sama? Inquired Kisame, and the comment even captured the attention of Itachi's red-eyed figure. I learned of this just recently, Uchiha Sasuke has killed Orochimaru, informed Pain. That comment made the cave go deathly silent, and seeing that no one talked, Pain continued. And not only that, but it appears that he is gathering a group of skilled individuals. He has already recruited Yugo of the Scales and the last member of the Hozuki clan. So, Suigetsu, oh? Said Kisame. It has been a while since I last heard from him. I quite liked the kid, he was a killing machine, almost on par with Sabuza. Kisame, Itachi, that's why you have to be alert, said Pain. They will most likely be looking for you. Uchiha Sasuke and his group must not be underestimated. Aren't you proud of your little brother, Itachi-san, said Kisame with a toothy grin as he regarded Itachi, who had stayed silent and listened attentively all throughout the meeting. Killing one of the Sannin and forming his own group of assassins. They grow up so fast, wouldn't you say? In that case, I might be hunting Sasuke myself, said Deidara. I wanted to be the one to kill Orochimaru and the little prick robbed me of the pleasure. Also, Sasori no Dana wanted to kill the filthy snake, and as his former partner it falls to me to complete his wishes, Anyway, back to the matter of the Kyuubi, interrupted Kakuzu, impatient to know what his next move was going to be so he could get back to his own interests, the sooner the better. If me and Haiden can't go after him and the rest of the teams are busy, are we going to forget about the Kyuubi for the time being, then? I didn't say that. Despite everything, you and Haiden are still the best option to go after him, said Pain. It was true, Kisame and Itachi were being hunted by Sasuke and his group, and Pain didn't want to risk them facing two groups at once, not to mention that Konoha knew more about Itachi and Kisame's techniques than they did on the zombie duo. Deidara and Tobi were not a good choice either, as Konoha also knew of Deidara and Tobi wasn't ready to show himself to the world yet, so he would most likely not fight seriously, and as the rulers of Amigakure, Pain and Konan didn't have as much freedom to go everywhere as they pleased. You are still going after the Kyuubi, but you'll need to be more tactful in the way you go about it. What do you have in mind, Pain-sama? Asked Haiden. He didn't know what their leader meant by tactful. I'll think of something. Once I have your instructions I'll send Zetsu to you with your orders, said Pain. If no one has anything more to say, this meeting is over. Seeing as no one else said anything, that was Pain's signal to end their gathering. Very well. Until next time, declared the leader, and one by one the holograms disappeared until just Deidara and Tobi were left. So, Sasuke has killed Orochimaru, commented Deidara more to himself than to Tobi. I'll show him what happens when you take my prey, What do you plan to do, Deidara-senpai? Asked Tobi with a tilt of his head. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to kill the little shit, said Deidara as he summoned one of his clay dragons, getting ready to take off. But, Deidara-senpai, it's too dangerous, said Tobi in worry. Orochimaru is dead, that's all it should matter, right? There is no need to take such risks. This is personal, Tobi. I don't expect you to understand, said the bomber. Deidara. There was again. The change in Tobi's voice signaled Deidara that the masked man wasn't playing around right now, which caused the blonde man to go stiff. Stay away from Uchiha Sasuke, I mean it, said Tobi, glaring at the terrorist through the hole in his mask. There was no positive outcome for Tobi from a showdown between Deidara and Sasuke. He had plans for Sasuke, and he couldn't have the boy die before those plans came to fruition. Alternatively, Tobi didn't save Deidara and risked revealing himself to the world to have the idiot risking his life for nothing. So in all, the death on any of the two didn't benefit Tobi in the slightest. Okay, said Deidara simply, not feeling like going against Tobi when he got like this. So what do? We go after Sasuke but observe him from a distance until the time is right, informed Tobi. Deidara didn't know what Tobi's deal was. Observe Sasuke? For what? He wanted to argue against the stupid choice of Tobi, but the hard stare that the black-haired man was giving him sent chills down his spine. Fine, said the bomber with reluctance. Awesome. I knew you would understand, senpai, said Tobi, going back to his carefree persona. But first, let's get something to eat, I'm starving. I know of a good place nearby. Deidara didn't know how could someone go back and forth from a goofball to a serious killer in the blink of an eye, and in a way it made it all the more creepy. So with that said, Deidara didn't have another choice but to follow Tobi to whatever restaurant the masked man had in mind. Konoha's streets. Katsuchi walked aimlessly through the street. She had just finished looking for Team Guy as she didn't find them today at their usual training spot, and apparently they had gone out on a mission. So with her usual training session cancelled, she didn't have anything else to do. She thought it would be a good idea to go and see how Naruto was doing on his training, but she still didn't think that she could face him without remembering the event of the photograph earlier in the day. Something was wrong with her, being close to Naruto was becoming more uncomfortable by the day, and these feelings she had scared her as they were alien to her. She wondered if the boy felt the same or it was just her that was the weird one with the problem. Yuhu, Katsuchi-san. The Iwa Kunoichi was taken out of her thoughts and turned around to see Yamanaka Ino approaching her with a wave. Hey, Ino-san, Katsuchi greeted the blonde as the Yamanaka stopped just right in front of her. Long time no see, said Ino, despite seeing the tomboy almost every day in some hench form. How are you? I'm doing fine, I guess, replied Katsuchi. She still found hard to interact with Ino as she didn't know the girl that much, even with the constant tries of the girl to befriend her. And you? Putting up with Shikamaru and his lazy ways, having to chase Asuma-sensei to get some advice from him, and making sure Choji doesn't gorge himself to death, you know, the usual, said Ino. I see, said Katsuchi. And what have you been up to? Asked Ino. Just training and stuff. Nothing much to do for me here, responded Katsuchi. Ino felt as thought she was talking to Sai with how dry Katsuchi was being in her answers, so she figured she would go straight to the point. Saikuin and I were wondering if you and Naruto could accompany us to the festival tomorrow? Festival? Asked Katsuchi. Ah, that was right, tomorrow was the anniversary of the Kyuubi's defeat, of course Konoha would celebrate something like that. That's right, said Ino. I want to go on a date with Saikuin and I feel it would make me less nervous if we went on a double date. Katsuchi widened her eyes at that. A double date? So that would mean going on a date with Naruto. No, there was no way she could agree to that, it was way too embarrassing. She still hadn't sorted the strange feelings that Naruto incited in her. Going on a date with him didn't feel like something that would make her confusion disappear, and if anything it would make things worse. Sorry, I don't think I will be able to help you with that, said Katsuchi with a faint blush as she turned around to walk away, as knowing Ino she would pester her until she agreed. It was good seeing you, Ino-san. Ino already expected that response, but she didn't come here without an argument to her case. Hey, I'm not doing this just for me, I also don't want Naruto to spend another birthday alone, said Ino, and as expected Katsuchi stopped in her tracks. Birthday, you say? Asked Katsuchi, glancing back at the Yamanaka. She remembered Naruto mentioning that his birthday was going to be soon, but he never specified a date. You didn't know? Tomorrow is his birthday too, said Ino. She knew that Katsuchi was going to listen if it concerned a special day for Naruto. Now she had the tomboy right where she wanted her. I heard from Sakura that Naruto usually doesn't celebrate his birthday, he spends it mostly avoiding people, actually. Katsuchi hadn't thought about that. If the villagers were celebrating the defeat of the Kyuubi, then the last thing they would want was for Naruto to be present to remind them that the Kyuubi was still around, imprisoned, but still around. Naruto most likely avoided people on his birthday not only to avoid the glares from the people but also to not trouble everyone that just wanted to enjoy the festivities. The thought of Naruto spending isolated what should be a day of joy for him made Katsuchi glance at the floor in sadness. It was just too cruel for someone as good-hearted as Naruto to endure that kind of treatment, as if he had not endured enough throughout his life. I know that you know by now that Naruto is a very kind person. The kind that likes to see other people happy even more than he would like to be himself, said Ino, making Katsuchi snap out of her sad thoughts and redirect her attention to her. I don't know why people hate Naruto, but I don't think it's fair, is not fair that he doesn't get to enjoy his own birthday. That's why, for once, I want him to have a birthday that he can remember with a smile on his face. Don't you want that too? Asked Ino. Even if she was saying all this to convince Katsuchi to go to the festival, Ino was still speaking from the heart. Naruto could be annoying, sure, but there was no denying that he had a heart of gold, and he was one of the people that deserved the least those kind of unhappy birthdays. Katsuchi frowned somberly. That was true, Naruto deserved to have some happy memories of his special day. He had done so much for her, and she had been so awful to him in the past. Was it too much to ask to help her friend in this? Even if she had to go on a date despite her troubled feelings? Ino could tell that Katsuchi was debating the issue hard in her mind, so she decided to give one more push. Look, maybe date was such a strong word for it. You don't have to commit like that if you don't want. Just you two hanging out, as friends, would be enough to make his day. What do you say? Ino waited patiently for Katsuchi to answer her, as it was obvious that her words had reached the hard-headed girl. Katsuchi knew that it would mean a lot to Naruto if she got to enjoy his birthday, even if just for once, and as her friend she would be doing him a disservice if she didn't look up for his happiness. So, ignoring the nerves in her chest, she made up her mind. All right, I'll go. Really? That's wonderful, said Ino, clapping her hands in joy. I know that Naruto will appreciate it and I can go with Saikuin. Katsuchi nodded, and even after she tried to make her unease go away, she could feel herself getting nervous again just by the mere thought of going with Naruto to a festival. Even if she had agreed that it wasn't technically a date, it still felt as one. I almost forgot, don't forget to wear something pretty, said Ino. Something pretty? Repeated Katsuchi. Yeah, like a dress, or a kimono or something, said Ino. But I don't have anything like that, said Katsuchi. Even back in IWA she barely had things of the sort. Here in Konoha she barely even had pajamas. Don't worry about a thing. I will lend you one of my prettiest pieces of clothing, said Ino. I'll go to your place in the afternoon to get you ready for the festival. In the afternoon? Why so early? I don't think the festival starts before evening, said Katsuchi. What? To properly groom you, of course, said Ino, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Didn't Katsuchi ever spend a good few hours putting on makeup, trying on shoes and the like? Ever? She was going to teach her how to be a lady for once. It was going to be fun. And don't tell Naruto. I want it to be a surprise. Sure, I guess I can do that, said Katsuchi. All settled then, said Ino as she started going away with a content smile at her victory. Don't forget, in the afternoon. Katsuchi waved dumbly at the retreating form of the Yamanaka. She was going to have to think of some excuse to skip training tomorrow. She was wondering in just what she had gotten herself into. Chapter 28, Festival and Realization. Naruto walked through the marketplace with Sai at his side. He had his hands behind his head casually. This was the first time Sai had asked him to hang out and he didn't have a problem with it. Naruto knew how hard Sai was working to make friends, and if the pale young man was trying to be friendly, Naruto didn't have any problem with complying. Sai was much better nowadays than how he had been when they met him, so the blonde could say that he didn't mind accompanying him and give him a chance. At least the root member had been a good friend until now. "Hey, Sai, what did you say we were looking for again?" asked Naruto. Sai had just told him he wanted to buy something and wanted him to come along but had yet to explain what that something was. "Clothes for the festival tonight," said Sai, seeing no point in keeping that piece of info hidden. "The festival? What do you mean by that?" asked Naruto. "Ino-san wants you to come with us to the festival and instructed me to make sure we get some proper clothes," explained Sai. "Wait a minute," said Naruto, stopping both him and Sai in their tracks and causing the pale boy to stare at him curiously. "Is that what this is about?" "Yeah. Is there a problem?" inquired Sai. "The thing is that I don't like the festival that much, honestly," said Naruto as he scratched his cheek. "I don't think I should go. Ino-san insists. She wants to celebrate your birthday by going together as friends," explained Sai calmly. Now Naruto felt even worse about declining. It was a very nice gesture from his friends, it was something that no one had done for him before actually. He knew that his friends had good intentions but he avoided the festival for a reason. He already knew that most people in the village didn't like him, and even less so during the festival where they celebrated the fox's defeat, so Naruto had decided long ago that he would do everyone and himself a favor by not assisting, that way the people didn't have to worry about uncomfortably pretending he wasn't there and Naruto didn't have to spend the night knowing that everyone would rather he disappeared. Naruto could always get the villagers' attention another day with a prank or something, so laying low for a single night wasn't a big deal. "I'm really sorry, truly. I'll just tell Ino myself that I now," groaned Naruto in pain when Sai interrupted him with a slap on the back of his head. "What the hell? Sai, you asshole. Why did you do that?" "Ino-san told me to hit you if you refuse to come," explained Sai. "If she wants me to go so badly she can come tell me herself," said Naruto. "She is busy at the moment," said Sai. "Also, Ino-san wanted me to warn you that if despite everything I've said you still don't end up going, she is going to come looking for you, beat your butt, and drag you to the festival kicking and screaming if she has to." Naruto looked at Sai in disbelief. What the heck? What was Ino's problem? Naruto would never understand women, now he knew what Shikamaru meant when he said girls were troublesome. All right, I'll buy some clothes but I don't promise anything," said Naruto. If it really mattered so much to Ino and Sai that he came with them then fine, he would make the effort. Sai nodded in approval, glad that Naruto complied. And with that, both teenagers went into a clothing shop in the same street they had been in. The shop was rather large, at least in Naruto's opinion as he didn't shop much around these places. On the roof were 2 rows of several hanging lights that kept the place well illuminated, mannequins displaying several attires were in the middle of the store while around them plenty of clothes hung from the railings on the walls that were divided by gender and categories like formal wear and casual wear. Naruto saw the counter at the very end of the store, however, when the clerk turned to them to welcome them into the shop she went stoic and turned to the side when she spotted Naruto as one of the clients. Naruto frowned in annoyance, that's why he didn't like shopping that much when even the owners weren't happy to see him. At the very least it was better now than when he had been a child. As a kid, most store owners flat out didn't sell him stuff, now they just ignored him but at least they did let him buy. Deciding to not pay the rude clerk any mind for now, Naruto made his way further into the store alongside Sai. The smell of new clothes saturated the air as the pair walked aimlessly searching for anything to buy. Naruto didn't know how formal his clothing was supposed to be as it was his first time going, but he supposed that going formal would be the safer bet, so he and Sai stopped just in front of the kimono section. "See anything you would like, Naruto-kun?" asked Sai, trying to strike a conversation and hopefully get an idea himself on what to get. "I dunno, let's see," said Naruto as he scanned the row of kimonos until a certain one caught his eye, an orange kimono. "Just perfect." He grabbed the sleeve as he examined it. "I think this is a good ow." Once again, he was interrupted by a hit from Sai before he turned to glare at the root member in a threatening manner. "Sai? I was told to do that if you were to choose something orange to wear," explained Sai. "I guessed as much, but you are not Ino. Hit me again and I'll kick your ass," warned Naruto. He wouldn't hit a girl, unless it was an enemy kunoichi attacking him, of course, so if Sai thought he could keep slapping him on the back of the neck, he had another thing coming. And what about you, do you know what you are going to buy yet? Naruto watched Sai stop to think for a moment before the pale boy turned to him with a serious look. No idea. Well, Sai wasn't going to be much help, was he? Naruto sighed. He hated shopping for clothes. He would just rather grab something plain and comfortable and leave it at that, but knowing Ino, she would most likely clobber them if they arrived wearing something she didn't approve of. It looked like this would take a while. Kuratsuchi's apartment. Kuratsuchi paced back and forth in her small living room. She had skipped training today. She doubted that Kakashi and the rest would think too much of it. She could always make an excuse later. But it had been necessary, otherwise she would not have had the time to meet with Ino around this hour, and speaking of which, the Yamanaka should be about to arrive to help her get ready for the festival and her not date with Naruto. Just thinking about it made Kuratsuchi a bundle of nerves. This still felt like a date no matter how they chose to label it. But she had to remember that she was doing this for Naruto, and besides, she was going to be spending time with her best friend in a holiday, so it ought to be a pleasant experience, at least she hoped so. A knock on the door made the IWA girl stop walking and quickly made her way to open it, revealing a cheery Ino on the other side. "Hello," greeted Ino. "Are you ready to start your makeover, Kuratsuchi-san?" "As ready as I can be, I suppose," responded the pink-eyed girl. "Come in." "With your permission," said Ino as she stepped into the small apartment. "I have never been to your place before. It feels cozy, I like it." "Thanks," said Kuratsuchi, despite knowing that Ino said that to be polite. Being the heiress to the Yamanaka clan, she must be accustomed to much better living standards that would make her own apartment feel pathetic in comparison. Kuratsuchi should know, she missed her own accommodations back in IWA sometimes, but it wasn't so bad once you got used to it. And it's so close to Naruto's place too. "That must be quite the plus for you," said Ino with a sly look. "What do you mean by that?" asked Kuratsuchi with a frown. Nothing, said Ino with a dismissive wave of her hand. "Now, what do you say if we start getting ready for the festival?" "Sure, that's why you are here for," said Kuratsuchi. "Then, take a seat wherever you'd like, please," said Ino. Kuratsuchi shrugged before she went to the couch in the living room and promptly sat down. After that, Ino reached into her pouch and pulled out some makeup accessories, like eyeliner, lipstick, and eyeshadow. "I brought some clothes for you to try them out, but first I'll help you with the makeup." "I don't think that's necessary. I can do that myself," said Kuratsuchi. "Come on, this is what girlfriends do for each other." "I came all the way here, at least let me help you with that," said Ino. Kuratsuchi sighed. If it was so important to Ino to help her with her makeup, then, by all means, she could have the pleasure. "Okay, you win. Just don't go overboard." "Don't stress over it, I know what I'm doing," reassured the Yamanaka before approaching the tomboy and leaning towards her with her powder in hand. Kuratsuchi blinked a few times when she felt Ino applying powder to her cheek. She wasn't used to anyone doing her makeup for her. Heck, she didn't use makeup most of the time. "You should put on makeup more often. You have the looks to be turning heads, smooth skin, long eyelashes, exotic eye color. A lot of girls would envy you," commented Ino. For a tomboy that didn't care about femininity, Kuratsuchi did have the features to be quite the looker if she just put more effort into her appearance. "I'm a shinobi. Looking pretty is not a necessity to the achievement of my goals," said Kuratsuchi as she crossed her arms stubbornly. She never had much interest in girly stuff, that just wasn't how she was. Yeah, she did wear more fancy stuff for special occasions, sometimes, but that was it. "We are not just shinobi, we are kunoichi," said Ino, as she continued to apply more makeup. "Sometimes we have to use our looks to get advantage in a fight or missions, and that's fine, it's an advantage we have, we should embrace it." Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes. It wasn't the first time someone said that to her. "I want to be known for my skill and progress, not for how well I distract men with my cleavage." "Still, you can't deny that it feels nice when someone else acknowledges how good you look," said Ino, but when she didn't get any reaction from Kuratsuchi, she added something else. "For example, I bet that Naruto is going to be pleasantly surprised when he sees you tonight." For a split second, Kuratsuchi widened her eyes at that before she tried her best to appear uncaring at the notion. "Good for him. I'm doing this so he can enjoy his birthday, so he better be glad to see me." Ino knew that Kuratsuchi was trying to put on a front of indifference, but she knew better. "For my part, I think it will be funny to see his reaction. I bet he will be left speechless." Ino could see Kuratsuchi frown in thought but didn't comment on it. Thinking that she was not going to get a further response, Ino went back to her task until, to her surprise, Kuratsuchi talked again. "Do you really think he will like how I look?" Kuratsuchi asked timidly, glancing to the side to hide her blush. Ino smiled knowingly. It appeared that Katsuchi was even more nervous than she had thought. That was a good sign, it meant she really cared. I know he will. Trust me. This time, Katsuchi allowed a smile to grace her face. The idea of Naruto finding her attractive was a pleasant one. If only because it would be amusing to see his reaction. Yeah, that was it, there definitely wasn't another motive. Konoha's streets. Naruto marveled at how lively the village looked right now. The sun had just set, signaling the start of the festival. The street was illuminated with numerous paper lamps hanging from every rooftop. All the vendors that usually only opened in the day had made an exception and brought stands of every kind of snacks one could think of, like cotton candy, ice cream, dango, daifuku, onigiri, and too many more for Naruto to count. The streets were filled to the brim with people of all ages and walk of life, from parents to children, from the young to the elderly, civilians and shinobi. It was almost as if all the people in the village had decided to attend. Naruto had seen the village this busy before, but never in this light. Watching all of Konoha's inhabitants cheering, laughing and all around having a good time warmed him on the inside. They may ignore him and glared at him, even now as he passed them by, more than a few people didn't miss shooting him dirty looks once they got over their surprise at seeing Naruto in there. But no matter what, Naruto still liked to see his people happy. Even if they hated him, they were still his people, his village, and as future Hokage wanted to protect them and see them filled with joy. Of course the glares directed at him bothered him, but he would not give up until they accepted him, even if he had to put up with their hatred for who knew how long. He and Sai passed yet another food stand, and Naruto couldn't help his mouth from watering at the delicious smell. He didn't want to eat yet and risk getting his new clothes dirty so soon after just buying them. He had settled for buying a black kimono with a black hakama. If he wasn't allowed to wear orange, then he would settle for the color. One could not go wrong when dressing formally. As for Sai, he was wearing a gray kimono but was also wearing a black hakama. Sai, where is Ino? Do you know where are we supposed to meet her? Asked Naruto. He was already starting to feel self-conscious of all the shocked and resentful eyes following his every move, and the person that had practically forced him to come had yet to show up. Around here. We are on time, so they should not take long to arrive, said Sai as he and Naruto stopped beside a restaurant. They? What do you mean, they? Inquired Naruto with a puzzled look. Was someone else coming? I thought only Ino was coming. Instead of an answer, Sai shot him genuine smile, a devious one, which unsettled Naruto. It wasn't every day that Sai smiled for real, and it was the first time he had seen him smile like that. It worried the blonde. However, Naruto didn't have another chance to keep questioning Sai, as a familiar voice called to them. Good to see you guys made it in time. Naruto and Sai turned around to see Ino standing in front of them. She was wearing a purple kimono with flower designs, red lipstick, and a white sash around her waist tied like a ribbon. Both boys could admit she looked good. Sai especially was blushing at the sight of the Yamanaka. Despite working with her extensively for these past few weeks, Sai had never seen her looking so pretty. About time. You are late, Ino complained Naruto. After forcing him to come, she could at least have the decency to not make them wait. You could practice more patience, Naruto, said Ino. A lady takes a long time to get ready for a night out, so be more considerate. We came as fast as we could. And speaking of which, what do you mean by we? You didn't come alone? Asked Naruto in confusion. Obviously. Can't you see who is right there? Said Ino as she pointed behind her with her thumb. There's no one there, replied Naruto with squinted eyes. At Naruto's comment, Ino turned around to see that effectively Naruto was right, no one was behind her. Excuse for a moment, said Ino before she entered the restaurant that they had been standing outside, going out of sight of the two males. What are you doing? They are waiting for us, don't be silly, you look amazing. Naruto and Sai could barely make out Ino's loud voice coming from inside the restaurant, but due to the noise of the crowd they couldn't hear the person she was talking to. Here we are, guys. Sorry for the delay, said Ino as she came back out, dragging another girl by the arm. The girl shot Ino a glare once the Yamanaka let go of her arm, but her features softened as she became embarrassed when she realized that Naruto was staring agape at her. Naruto was speechless, he could not take his eyes away from the newcomer. That had to be the most beautiful girl he had ever laid eyes on. She was wearing a red kimono that hugged her body tightly, showing her slim figure. Her short straight raven hair was shiny and combed behind her ears, showing her green earrings. She had pink lipstick and a slight pink tint on her pale cheeks. She had eyeshadow that made her gaze look all the more alluring as it accentuated her bright pink eyes. Wait, pink eyes. Katsuchi, said Naruto, almost at a loss for words. He had never seen Katsuchi looking so feminine. Of course. Who else would it be? Said Katsuchi, trying to mask her own unease with fake confidence. I didn't expect to see you, said Naruto, still not believing his eyes. I wanted to surprise you. I'm glad to see that it worked, said Katsuchi with a smirk. It's your birthday after all? That's right. You are supposed to have fun in your birthday, said Ino. We couldn't just let you miss out on the festival. That's what friends are for, added Sai, with another genuine smile. Guys? Said Naruto, holding back the tears threatening to come out. This had to be one of the nicest things anyone had done for him. Anyway, Saikuin and I will be going on ahead, we'll meet up with you guys later. Said Ino as she grabbed Sai by the arm and dragged him along. Aren't we going to go all together? Asked Naruto, and even Katsuchi looked troubled at that. They were going to leave them alone. We promise it won't be long, I just want to show Saikuin something. Ino shouted back, trying to reassure her friends. She was quick to go, pulling Sai along before either Naruto or Katsuchi complained. Both Naruto and Katsuchi stood motionless as they watched Ino and Sai sprint out of sight. Naruto didn't understand what was going on. It was weird that Ino claimed to gather everyone together to celebrate his birthday only to bail on them. Girls were definitely weird. At least he had Katsuchi with him, which was more than enough for Naruto, especially when she looked so gorgeous, but on the other hand, it made things awkward as he could not look at her without his mind going crazy. Katsuchi couldn't believe this, Ino left her alone. She promised it was a group gathering. Now she was left alone with Naruto, which made her not date feel like an actual date. So, do you want to go take a look around the place? Naruto asked tentatively, trying to play it cool. Sure, said Katsuchi. And with that, they too started walking around the festival as they passed by numerous stands of food, games, and souvenirs. The walk was rather uncomfortable, as both of them were way too nervous to talk, causing an awkward silence between them. Also, the harsh stares of the villagers were making Naruto feel even worse by the minute. He just wished that just for once they would stop, at least while Katsuchi was present. Luckily, they didn't seem to recognize her, not when she was dressed like that and wasn't wearing her uniform, but it still had to be unpleasant for her to see everyone glaring at them because of Naruto. Hey! Naruto was pulled out of his mental struggle to look at Katsuchi. Don't pay them any mind, said the girl, already suspecting what was worrying Naruto, she could see it on his face. Don't let them ruin your night. Right now you are here with me, that's all that matters, said Katsuchi before grabbing his arm with her own and giving him a smile, her cheeks reddened slightly. Naruto stared at her in surprise. He returned her smile with a grateful one. She was right, he would not let them spoil this moment. He was here with his best friend in the world and that was all he could ask for. Katsuchi had surprised even herself at her sudden burst of confidence. When she had seen Naruto getting depressed, she felt a strong urge to cheer him up despite her bravery faltering previously. A moment later, Katsuchi stumbled and Naruto barely managed to catch her before she fell. This is why she hated wearing geta. Are you okay? Asked Naruto in worry. He had not expected her to lose her balance, she was usually so graceful in her movements. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just not used to wearing these things, it's like using mini stilts or some shit like that, said Katsuchi. I don't know why I let Ino put me in these clothes, I must look ridiculous. You don't look ridiculous, that's absurd. Said Naruto. I think you look very beautiful. Katsuchi widened her eyes at Naruto's bold statement, and her cheeks went crimson once more. Why, you really think so? You aren't saying that just to make me feel better, are you? Of course not, I'm serious, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head nervously as he blushed himself. You always look pretty. Naruto's admission worsened Katsuchi's blush. She avoided meeting his gaze, knowing that Naruto thought of her as attractive made her giddy. Thanks. You look great too. I'm surprised you didn't get an orange kimono, actually, said Katsuchi, hoping that a silly joke would relax her a bit. Thanks. Ino and Sai didn't let me get an orange one, so I wasn't sure if this color suited me, said Naruto as he examined one of his sleeves. Well, next time just get the orange one, said Katsuchi. Really? Asked Naruto. No one he knew shared his love for the color, most people said he looked silly in his orange jacket, in fact. Katsuchi nodded. You are fine just the way you are, Naruto. If you want to wear neon orange, then by all means, do it if that's what you want to do. That's a relief, said Naruto. Sai said that Ino stressed that I should never ever wear something as ridiculous as an orange kimono, but if Kuro-chan likes it then it's all right by me. Wait, you said, Kuro-chan? Asked Katsuchi with confusion. Naruto had never called her anything like that. Naruto seemed to panic when he realized what he had just called her. I am sorry, I said it without thinking it. I promise to not call you that again if you don't want. Actually, it wasn't the first time someone had called her that. Her father and some guys that had thought they were funny had done so in the past. She didn't even let her dad call her Kuro-chan, so it went without saying that those guys got a beating. But she didn't mind when Naruto did it, not him. They had gone through so much and grown so close, it felt right when he said it. I don't mind, she finally said. Do you mean it? Asked Naruto, unsure if she was kidding. I do. I don't care. But only when we are by ourselves. I don't want people thinking weird stuff about us, she added quickly. Naruto's surprise rapidly vanished and he smiled at her. Got it. Kuro-chan. Katsuchi grinned timidly at the blonde. It was silly, really. It was just a stupid nickname, but having Naruto be the only one that could call her that felt as something private, something profound that only they two shared, and she loved it. They both smiled warmly at each other for several seconds before Naruto cleared his throat. You want to get something to eat? Some ice cream maybe? Suggested Naruto. Katsuchi nodded, accepting his invitation. I'd love that. Meanwhile, Sai and Ino looked around a corner from the distance, watching as the two lovebirds approached an ice cream stand. This is going well. I think, said Sai. Just, well? It's going amazingly. Exclaimed Ino. I knew this was a good idea, they hadn't done anything yet and those two were hitting it off pretty good. We better move further, Ino-san, or we are going to lose them, said Sai. Actually, I don't think they need our help that much this time, said Ino. You think? Asked Sai. They also need to nurture their relationship naturally. It will make it more organic and stronger, said Ino. Also, she wanted to enjoy herself too for a change and she wasn't going to let a date with Sai be all about work. What do you say if we also have fun, Sai-kun? Suggested Ino with a wink. Sai stared at her as he blinked slowly, not knowing how to respond to that. I guess. He didn't have the chance to say anything more before Ino latched onto his arm. Let's get going then. I'll show you how to have fun at all costs, said Ino as she dragged a clueless Sai towards a set of stands. Back with Naruto and Katsuchi, after getting their ice cream they had gone to one of the many bridges in Konoha and were currently watching the night sky in a relaxing silence as it looked all the most beautiful with the moon's reflection on the water's surface as they continued to eat their icy treats. You know, it seems we always end up watching the sky together, commented Katsuchi. Not that I'm complaining. I know, right, said Naruto in amusement. It just felt natural to do these things with Katsuchi, it relaxed him, and apparently, it relaxed her too. I just didn't know what else to do while we finished our ice cream. Katsuchi nodded in understanding, she could accept that. Suddenly, she smirked deviously as she thought of something. Speaking of which, do you want a taste of mine? This flavor is really good, suggested the girl. Okay, said Naruto, not seeing any problem with it. She extended her ice cream to Naruto for him to taste, but when he got close to it, she smeared his nose and part of his cheek with the ice cream. Hey! Complained Naruto as he took a step back. Sorry, said Katsuchi as she giggled. I could not resist. I can't go for long periods of time without messing with you. It's like a need at this point. Very funny, said Naruto, clearly not amused. Yeah, she was good old Katsuchi, alright. Even if she looked absolutely stunning right now there was no doubt she was still her. I think it got into my nose. Don't exaggerate, said Katsuchi with a roll of her eyes. I'm serious, I might have inhaled some, said Naruto as he tried to clean himself. Katsuchi sighed, she thought Naruto was being overdramatic. Fine, komeiya. Let me help you out, said Katsuchi as she pulled out a napkin. Naruto complied and closed the distance between them before Katsuchi started rubbing off the melted ice cream from his nose, making it difficult for him to breathe. Almost done, so stop squirming, said Katsuchi as she finished with the nose and went for the cheek as she leaned in to clean properly. I'll do it myself, you are way too rough, said Naruto. You just can't take a little bit of discomfort, said the girl, not stopping with her self-imposed task. Naruto decided to stop her, so he put his hand over the one she had over his cheek, stopping the motion. I told you it's fine. When the girl stopped and he could focus on her again, he noticed that their faces were close, and her hand on his cheek made this seem even more intimate, leaving him at a loss for words. Katsuchi seemed to notice too, as she stared at him in surprise at the turn of events. She gazed deeply into his blue eyes, enthralled at how nice his eyes looked and how she hadn't noticed before. For his part, Naruto shifted from looking into her eyes to her rosy lips. He didn't know what, but he had a need to do something as he focused on the pink lipstick she was wearing, and feeling her hand on his cheek made the sensation even stronger. Instinctively he started leaning towards her, unsure of what he was doing, but it felt like the right thing to do. Katsuchi noticed the action, and despite feeling a million butterflies as she watched Naruto's face nearing hers, she closed her eyes, full of anticipation for what was coming. "Nei-san, isn't that Naruto?" At the sound of the voice, both teenagers opened their eyes instantly and stepped back to create some distance. They didn't have time to ponder on what they had been about to do when a group of people approached them. Naruto and Katsuchi saw two girls and one boy coming towards them. One of the girls was Hinata, who was wearing a lavender-colored kimono. The other girl was someone Katsuchi had never seen before, and even Naruto wasn't very familiar with her. It was a smaller girl with pale eyes just like Hinata, and had shoulder-length straight brown hair and was wearing a yellow kimono. And finally, they could see Neji accompanying them. He was wearing his normal attire. Hinata, and Neji too? Asked Naruto, trying to get out of his mind what he had almost done. But to be frank, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated at this sudden intrusion, even if he hated feeling that way. Katsuchi probably thought he was a creep now. "Hello, Naruto-kun," said Hinata timidly. Katsuchi had never felt a stronger need to tell someone to fuck off than to these Hyugas present right now. At least Hinata didn't seem to suspect anything, even if she was acting shyly. That was her default emotion when near Naruto, other than that she looked completely normal. The younger girl, on the other hand, was looking at both her and Naruto with a suspicious look, and Neji was looking completely baffled, which could be a problem. If Katsuchi had to guess, Neji had at least seen more than he should, judging by his reaction. "Hi," said Neji, still in shock. When he had heard Hanabi yell, he had activated his Byakugan by instinct just for a moment, and that had been enough to catch a glimpse of what Naruto had been doing with the IWA foreigner. He could not believe his eyes. He wanted to convince himself he had been just imagining things, but he knew that it was wishful thinking. Now the closeness of those two made sense. But still, that didn't prove that the girl wasn't dangerous. She could be trying to lure Naruto to make him feel safer and easier to manipulate and betray. "What are you guys doing here?" asked Naruto. "My sister, Hanabi, wanted me to take her to the festival, and Nijin offered to come with us to make sure we were all right," explained Hinata. "I had never met your sister before," said Naruto before addressing Hanabi. "Hi there, Hanabi, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet you." "Thanks, but I already know who you are, Naruto-san. Hinata talks a lot about you," said Hanabi slyly, much to Hinata's horror. "Hanabi-chan," said Hinata with mortification. Hanabi just smirked. If her sister wasn't going to be forward with Naruto, she would give her a little push. That was until she remembered Katsuchi as she laid eyes on her. "And who are you?" asked Hanabi, rather rudely. She didn't know the girl, but if she was trying to steal Naruto away from Hinata, then Hanabi decided she didn't like her. "Hanabi-chan, that's no way of talking to someone," said Hinata, even more embarrassed at her little sister's attitude problem. Katsuchi frowned at the brat for her disrespectful tone. "None of your dash. She is my friend Katsuchi," interrupted Naruto, trying to avoid a conflict between the girls. Hanabi seemed to not care about that, so she just brushed off the introduction. "Anyway, I was wondering if you, Naruto-san, would help me and Hinata with something," said the girl. Both Hinata and Naruto looked at Hanabi with puzzled expressions. Okay," said Naruto, not knowing how to respond. But as soon as he said that, Hanabi grabbed him and Hinata by the arm and dragged them along with her. Hey, wait. Where are we going?" asked Naruto as he was forcefully separated from Katsuchi. "What are you doing, Hanabi-chan?" said Hinata, deeply ashamed for the bold action of her sister, and in involving Naruto no less. "Just follow me, I'll tell you later," said Hanabi. This was the perfect time to get her sister and Naruto alone and away from that other girl. Katsuchi looked offended at being left alone because of the brat. She wasn't really angry at Naruto, as she knew he didn't want to go. No, she was angry at the little brat that thought she could do as she pleased. She was about to give chase and give Hanabi a piece of her mind when Neji addressed her, stopping her in her tracks. "You didn't come to our training session today," said Neji with a frown and crossed arms. "I was busy, and still am," said Katsuchi, trying to end her conversation with the Hyuga prick as soon as possible to go look for Naruto. "Also, yesterday you guys left me hanging too, and you don't see me bitching about it. So don't make it a big deal when it doesn't have to be, Hyuga. HMMP, I would have expected you to have better manners considering you are the one who requested training with us, but I guess I expected too much from the likes of you," said Neji. "I'm actually surprised you managed to come to the festival looking decent, but I guess it's true what they say, you can put lipstick on a pig and it will still dash. Finish that sentence and I'm going to fuck you up," threatened the girl. "I didn't know you were allowed to raise a fist against a Konoha ninja," Neji shot back. "I'm not. But who is to say that in our next training session I don't request a spar with you and I accidentally end up overdoing it and breaking an arm or two from you," said Katsuchi. Neji sneered at that. Like she had a chance to best him in taijutsu. "Now fuck off, I'm not in the mood to deal with you," said Katsuchi, preparing to leave. I don't know what you are trying with Naruto, but you should know that you won't get away with it, said Niji, getting Kuratsuchi's attention again. What? Said the girl. I don't know if you are trying to manipulate him for your own gain, IWA, but Naruto won't fall so easily for your tricks, and neither will I or the rest of his friends let you, said Niji. Kuratsuchi gritted her teeth. Niji didn't know what her relationship with Naruto was, and she didn't want to hear the moron talking out of his ass about things he didn't know about. Don't speak about things you don't understand, Hyuga. What is it that I don't understand? For all I know, you are trying to allure him to make him do as you wished, said Niji. Shut the fuck up. You know nothing about us. He is my friend, I'm not trying to fool anyone, yelled Kuratsuchi. She was trying to contain herself or she would end up assaulting Niji right there. Like I'd believe someone like you, said Niji. I couldn't give less of a shit if you believe me or not, said Kuratsuchi before turning and rushing off, because if she stayed there another minute she would murder Niji and in turn get herself killed. She walked rapidly and furiously through the crowd of people, looking for Naruto. When she finally found him, he was still with Hinata and Hanabi, trying to make an excuse to leave that apparently Hanabi wasn't listening to. When Naruto saw Kuratsuchi, he didn't even get a chance to mutter a word before she snatched his arm and stormed off, leaving a very confused Hinata and angry Hanabi behind. Kuratsuchi, what's wrong? Asked Naruto, barely keeping up with her pace. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi couldn't hear anything of what Naruto was saying, her mind was clouded with rage still. How dare Niji say she didn't really care about Naruto? Damn Hyugas. First, they interrupted her kiss and then they had the audacity to say that her feelings weren't genuine, that she was trying to manipulate Naruto, that her love for him was a farce. Kuratsuchi's sprint came to a sudden halt and her breathing was caught in her throat. Love? Did she just admit to herself she loved Naruto? She had been lamenting that she couldn't kiss Naruto, she had yearned for his lips, to feel him close in a way no one else had ever been with her. She had admitted that just now. Naruto was getting worried. Kuratsuchi had just come in the blink of an eye to take him away, apparently furious and out of her mind, and dragged him halfway across the village only to suddenly stop and stare at the ground in silence. Kuratsuchi, what is it? Asked the blonde, but she didn't even seem to hear him, it was as if she were in a trance. He shook her to get a reaction out of her, but as soon as she laid eyes on him she panicked for a moment before she sprinted away. Kuratsuchi! He tried to go after her, but she slipped through the people around them and he quickly lost her. He frantically looked around him trying to find any sign of his best friend, but he soon realized he had been left alone among a multitude of strangers. Kuratsuchi ran and ran until she was short on breath, barely acknowledging anything around her. She didn't know for how long she had been sprinting, she only knew that her feet hurt and that she found herself in a part of the village she didn't know. She finally stopped to look around her, trying to get her bearings, and when she spotted an empty bench she made her way to it and sat down, putting her head in her hands before muffing a sob. It was time to stop lying to herself. Deep down she knew since long ago, but she had been too afraid to admit it to herself, and too content to enjoy time with the object of her affections to care to act. It was time to admit it, she was in love with Naruto. She knew that this relationship could never be, that was what hurt so much. Even if by chance Naruto returned her feelings, their villages would never approve of them being together, and the worst part was that she had allowed her feelings to reach this point. She was lost, her mind was clouded as she desperately tried to think this through, but the turmoil she was in made it impossible. She just had to go and screw all up, didn't she? Of all the people she had to fall in love with, it had to be the only one she could never have. But how could she have avoided it? Naruto was one of the most amazing people she knew. He was selfless, kind, compassionate, he had managed to make his kindness his greatest weapon, he was her best friend, and the boy most worthy of her love she had ever met. That's why it hurt, because she knew she was going to have to put a wall between them, she was going to have to kill off their relationship as she knew she would never be able to be happy with him. If she allowed this to continue further it would be worse in the long run, she had to start now. A single tear rolled down her cheek as she lifted her head to look at the night sky above her, as if asking the stars for an answer, for another way that could make it possible for her to be happy. But even if she was forced to end things with Naruto before they could start, she would always be grateful to him, for the wonderful times they shared, and for the ones she wished she could continue to share. I'm sorry, Naruto. This is for the best, even if it doesn't feel that way. Chapter 29, Invitation. Hokage's office. The only sound that could be heard inside Tsunade's office right now was the rustling of sheets of paper and the Hokage seal slamming into them one after another. This had been a particularly busy day and the female Sannin barely had any time to stop and rest. Tsunade's eyes shuffled from one document to the next one as soon as he signed it and sealed it, just stopping a moment to sigh in frustration and massage her temple. She dreaded these days. She always had paperwork to do, but once in a while it got ridiculous. Still, she kept her complaints to herself. If she had time to be complaining, she had the time to be working on the documents, and as soon as she finished, the better. There was a knock on the door. The Hokage simply gave permission to pass, not even bothering to look away from her task. "Tsunade-sama," said Shizune as she came into the office. "I know you are busy, but a letter just arrived. Tell me something new." "I've had letters arriving all the damn day by now," said Tsunade as she slammed the Hokage's seal on yet another sheet of paper. "Just put it in the pile. You might want to take a look at it as soon as possible," Tsunade-sama, said Shizune as she pulled out the letter from the sleeve of her kimono. "It's kind of special." At her apprentice's advice, Tsunade stopped what she was doing to look at the raven-haired medic. "Special how?" "I think you better see for yourself," said Shizune as she approached her master and handed her said letter. As soon as Tsunade saw the letter, she recognized it immediately and widened her eyes in wonder. She was familiar with the seal on the envelope, and she knew for a fact that it wasn't the kind of document one saw too often. So, she quickly opened the letter and read the contents, her brow furrowing further as she did. "Well, this is interesting. Konoha's training grounds. Ready when you are, Naruto," said Kakashi with Yamato at his side. They were standing several feet away from Naruto, waiting for the boy to start their exercise once more. However, Naruto continued to stare at the distance, obviously spacing out. "Naruto," Yamato called out to the blonde, but still got no response. Instead of calling out to Naruto again, Kakashi picked up a small pebble from the ground and hurled it at the blonde, hitting him in the head. "Hey!" complained Naruto when the rock hit him before glaring at his teacher as he rubbed his head. "You weren't paying attention," said Kakashi calmly. "You could have just talked to me," said Naruto. "We did," responded Kakashi. "Really?" said Naruto, ashamed that he hadn't noticed. "I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else," added the boy. He had been thinking about Katsuchi lately, or rather how she had been avoiding him once again. Ever since the time they went to the festival a month ago, she had made herself scarce. She didn't invite him to eat breakfast in the morning like she used to do. They barely talked nowadays, as she always found an excuse to cut their conversation short, and she didn't even come to train with him, saying that she had to focus more on Team Guy's training. At first, he hadn't thought much about it. He had guessed that she really was busy with something else, but now it was obvious that she didn't want to see him. Naruto had been beating himself over it. He didn't know what he had even done to make the girl not want to see him. Did he offend her in any way? He didn't remember doing anything to warrant the treatment she was giving him. It was making him lose his mind. He did not want to lose his best friend. He had already lost one. He didn't want to experience the same thing a second time. But he didn't even have the chance to talk to Katsuchi about it and ask her what was wrong and hopefully settle this together. No, she didn't even give him the chance. That's why he found it hard to focus on his training these days, but he needed to keep himself together. Right now he had to train, so GE had to try and worry about his personal issues later. "Never mind that," said Kakashi, returning Naruto's mind to the topic at hand. "Just get on with the training. You know what to do." Naruto nodded obediently as he made a clone and then proceeded to make a Rasengan in his right hand. After that, the clone put his hands over the sphere of chakra, adding wind chakra to it and making the jutsu morph because of it. The Rasengan started spinning even more violently as blades of wind started forming themselves around the ball of energy, resembling a huge shuriken. The jutsu was so strong that the wind it produced rustled the branches of the few trees that were around as a screech caused by the violent wind resonated through the training grounds. "Futon, Rasen Shuriken, wind release, spiraling shuriken," declared Naruto as he held the improved Rasengan with an extended hand, being careful with how he handled the thing. No matter how many times Kakashi and Yamato saw the jutsu, they could not help but be amazed every time they did. A couple of weeks ago, Naruto had finally managed to create the jutsu consistently, as at first it only used to work 50% of the time. However, they soon realized that the technique was way too dangerous for close combat, as it clearly seemed to hurt Naruto when he used it. So, Kakashi had decided that if Naruto wanted to use his newest and most powerful jutsu, he would have to learn how to use it as a projectile. They had spent a few days already trying to get Naruto to use it properly, but they still had yet to succeed. Most of the time Naruto could not even throw it, and the few times he did it by accident, and the Rasengan ended up going off course and obliterated parts of the training grounds, which was the reason why the place looked half desertic by now, as a huge chunk of the trees and foliage had been disintegrated due to the sheer power of the attack. "Go ahead, Naruto. Say if you can actually throw it properly this time," said Kakashi. Naruto did just that. As soon as his clone dispelled to give him more space, Naruto did a throwing motion with his arm, using all his strength in his swing, but to his dismay, the Rasen Shuriken was still firmly stuck on his hand. He gave a frustrated groan as he repeated the process again to no avail. He thrust his arm back and forth to see if something happened. That was until he accidentally did a backward motion with his arm and the Raisin Shuriken unexpectedly detached from his arm, shooting it in an arc behind Naruto. Kakashi and Yamato panicked when they saw the spinning blades of wind coming towards them and they threw themselves to the side, avoiding the attack as it collided with some trees at the distance. The enhanced Rasengan exploded in a giant vortex of wind and chakra, grinding a large chunk of the forest into nothing as the winds it produced made it feel as if a hurricane was raging in the training grounds. After a few seconds the winds died down, leaving no trace of the trees caught in the blast, leaving just a huge circular patch of land where they had been. Kakashi and Yamato contemplated yet another level of damage done to the training ground before they turned to stare at Naruto with a look that made it clear they weren't amused. Hee, sorry, I didn't mean to throw it at you, guys, said Naruto sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. That's quite the jutsu you got there, kid. Impressive. Everyone turned to look at the person that just arrived and they found Jiraiya smirking at them. Ero Sennin, said Naruto enthusiastically. He hadn't seen the old pervert in some time. He ran up to Jiraiya, glad to see his old teacher. Where have you been? It's been forever since I last saw you. I'm sorry, kid. I have been busy myself, explained Jiraiya. I need to keep an eye on my spy network. You know how it is. But I'm happy to see that you have not been slacking off. That technique you just used was something else. I've gotten a lot stronger. I bet I could beat you now, Ero Sennin, declared Naruto. Keep dreaming, kid. You are still 100 years too young to defeat me, said Jiraiya. It's an honor to have you here, Jiraiya-sama, said Yamato politely as he approached the man along with Kakashi. Hello to you too, Tenzo, right? Said Jiraiya when he recognized the wood user. Actually, I'm going by the name of Yamato now. But yes, that's me, said Yamato. It is indeed good to see you again, Jiraiya-sama, said Kakashi amicably. At what do we owe your visit? I came here to say hi and to tell Naruto that Tsunade is calling for him, said the Toad Sannin, getting a bit more serious now. Tsunade-bachan is looking for me? Inquired Naruto. What for? Tsunade wants to tell you herself as it's important. So, needless to say, she wants to see you right away, said Jiraiya. Naruto sighed, resigning himself to it. He would rather not stop his training but he knew he should not keep her waiting or she would get cranky. Fine, said the boy before turning to Kakashi and Yamato. I guess I'll see you guys later? Sure. We can continue at a later time, said Kakashi in understanding. Naruto hoped that whatever his bachan wanted really was important. Hokage Tower. Tsunade was still battling with the large amount of paperwork that didn't seem to end. On top of that, she was expecting Naruto to come soon as it had been a while since she sent Jiraiya to retrieve him. I'm here, Tsunade-bachan, said Naruto as he entered the office loudly, opening the door so abruptly that it caused a gust of wind to knock down some of the stacks of paperwork on Tsunade's desk. Did you want to see me? Said the blonde as Jiraiya entered the office just after him. I did, said Tsunade, trying to contain her rage at the mess Naruto had made. So, what did you need me for? Asked the anxious Naruto. Tsunade opened a drawer on her desk and pulled out a sheet of paper and held it in front of Naruto. This arrived this morning. Do you know what it is? Naruto squinted his eyes, trying to see what was so special about that paper. No clue. That's a letter from the Fire Temple, kid, said Jiraiya. It's very rare to receive something from them. The Fire Temple? What's that? Asked Naruto, not knowing what the big deal was or why that place was apparently so important. The Fire Temple is, as the name suggests, a temple not far from here that serves as a place of training for ninja monks loyal to the Fire Daimyo, explained Tsunade. Chiriku, a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, is a member of the temple. Also, Asuma knew him quite well, I've heard, added Jiraiya. As you can guess, the monks in there are heavily respected and they are strong too. They sound amazing and all, but what does this have to do with me? Inquired Naruto. Naruto, they have requested to see you, said Tsunade, much to Naruto's surprise. They want to evaluate you and if they are satisfied with what they see they will train you to be one of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Naruto went wide-eyed at the information. What? Why me? Asked the boy. As a Jinchuriki your potential is limitless. Obviously they think you would be a good choice to protect the daimyo, said Jiraiya. Also, since you are my disciple and Kakashi's student they must feel like you are a prodigy or something like that. Then, in that case I'm all up for it. Those guys sound pretty strong and important, it would not be such a bad idea to be part of them, said Naruto. Finally, someone was acknowledging his skills as a formidable shinobi. And they were important to boot. Don't rush into making a decision just yet, warned Tsunade. If you accept their offer, supposing they also think you are good enough for the position, you could be away for a long time. Naruto calmed down a bit after knowing that. For how long? At least for a couple of years, said Jiraiya. It will more likely be more. What? That long? But I just returned from my 3-year trip a few months ago? Exclaimed Naruto. That's why I'm telling you to not jump to make a choice so soon, said Tsunade. In that case, I don't want it. I don't want to be gone for that long again, said Naruto as he crossed his arms stubbornly. Kid, do you know how rare it is to get an invitation to be part of the 12 Guardian Ninja? Said Jiraiya. A lot of our shinobi would dream of getting the job and the vast majority of them will never even come close to be considered. But I really don't want to be away for years, said Naruto. Even if you don't want, you should still go to the fire temple and hear them out. Getting a request from them is an honor, it would be very impolite to not see them in person at the very least, said Tsunade. After they explain everything to you, then you can make your choice. Naruto thought about the issue in silence. While being in an important and privileged position sounded tempting, being away for years wasn't appealing in the least. Still, he could understand that this was a once-in-a-lifetime offer and hearing the offer from the guys themselves could be a good idea. So I just need to go? No compromises yet? Asked Naruto. That's right, said Tsunade. You can decline afterward if you want. It's entirely your choice. Naruto thought that it didn't sound that bad then. What did he have to lose? If he was just going to hear them out, it was fine by him. Okay, I'll go to this fire temple. Tsunade smiled, glad that Naruto was minding his manners. It would reflect very badly on him if he turned them down without a second thought. It's settled. Be at the village gates in 2 hours. I'll arrange a team to escort you there. Since the fire temple is just a few hours from here, you should be back by tomorrow. I understand, said Naruto, who was now much more relaxed after knowing that he would practically just go and talk to them and be back before he knew it. Can I go now? Yes, you are dismissed, said Tsunade, groaning in irritation at remembering the piles of paperwork she still had to finish. Hey kid, said Jiraiya before Naruto could exit the office. What is it, Ero Sennin? Asked Naruto. What do you say if I treat you to some ramen? Suggested the man with a warm smile. Really? Said the eager blonde. You bet. It's been a while since I got to spend time with my favorite brat, so I thought we could catch up over a bowl of ramen, said Jiraiya. Naruto smiled at his old master. That sounded like a great idea. Ichiraku ramen. It only took Naruto and Jiraiya a few minutes to arrive at Naruto's favorite restaurant, and they were currently sitting at the counter of the ramen stand, waiting for their respective orders. There you go, said Tucci as he placed the bowls in front of Naruto and Jiraiya. Thanks, old man, said Naruto with content as she grabbed his chopsticks, ready to dig in. Thank you, Tucci-san, said Jiraiya, mirroring his student's actions. It's my pleasure, said the ramen chef. Now, if you excuse me, I'll be in the kitchen. Call me if you need anything, said Tucci as he went back into the kitchen. Will do, said Naruto before he put a bunch of noodles into his mouth. So, a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, huh? Said Jiraiya. That's some achievement even if they are just considering you. Nice going, Naruto. But I'm not taking the job. So much for the achievement, said Naruto as he took another bite of his meal. I dunno kid, I think you should take it, said Jiraiya. What? Said Naruto. No way. I'm not leaving my friends and my home for that long. This is a good opportunity for you, insisted the Sannin. This is your chance to make a name for yourself, to show the world how far you've come. But Dash? You want to be Hokage, don't you? Jiraiya interrupted Naruto before the blonde nodded at his question. Being one of the 12 Guardian Ninja will speak volumes in the future. It will definitely be good for your career. More people would consider you as a good candidate for the Hokage position if you had such reputation. That actually got Naruto thinking. Would that really help him become Hokage? If that was the case, then this whole 12 Guardian thing had some merit. But it was still such a hard choice, it most definitely would not be pleasant for Naruto to abandon his home for so long. What about Katsuchi? Said Naruto. I take care of her. How could I do it if I wasn't here? You can send her money, said Jiraiya simply. A Guardian Ninja works directly under the daimyo, so they are paid handsomely. Money would be no issue. But you must realize the opportunity present right in front of you. This is a good time to make a name for yourself. You would be regarded as Naruto of the 12 Guardian Ninja instead of just the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Jiraiya could see that Naruto was heavily considering the offer, if the way his brow furrowed in concentration was any indication. At the very least think hard about it, okay? Said Jiraiya. Naruto nodded somberly, agreeing to at least consider it. Hey, and speaking of which, said Jiraiya, deciding to change the topic. How are things going with your IWA friend? To Jiraiya's surprise, Naruto's expression got even more depressed. Not very good at the moment, said Naruto. And why is that? I've heard that you two got along pretty well, said Jiraiya, genuinely puzzled. He still didn't completely trust the girl, but judging from what he heard people say, they really seemed like good friends. I don't know, Ero-sennin, said Naruto somberly. She barely talks to me lately. Also, she always finds an excuse to avoid me. I don't even know what I did to her this time. It does sound complicated, said Jiraiya. But girls are complicated, I know plenty about that. Whatever it is that has her bothered, it should pass in time. Could be. But still I'm tired of this fighting between us, said Naruto. It seems like every so often we end up fighting, and for stupid reasons too. I'm tired of it. I just want to know what can I do to stop all this. Naruto, you also have to consider the position you two are in, said Jiraiya. If you think about it, just being friends is a miracle in itself. A Konoha and IWA shinobi as buddies is not something you ever see, so it's natural that problems are going to present themselves. Actually, you are lucky that you only get angry at each other for small periods of time, to be honest. I had never thought about that, admitted Naruto. She has to come around eventually, added Jiraiya. If you want proof, just tell her about your mission to the Fire Temple. I guarantee that if she is your friend, that will get a reaction out of her once she knows you could be gone for years. Naruto smiled gratefully at his teacher. Sometimes, the Ero-sennin knew how to cheer him up. Thank you, Ero-sennin. Jiraiya returned his smile with one of his own, glad to be of help to his apprentice and godson. Anytime, kid, it was nice to spend some time with Naruto. He was about to go on a mission to spy on the Akatsuki's leader in Amigakure. He just recently learned of the man's identity and needed to keep an eye on him. So getting to have a meal with his apprentice was a nice way of preparing himself mentally for the dangerous mission ahead. Konoha's training grounds. That's a very interesting jutsu, Kuratsuchi-san, said Tenten as she observed the Iwa Kunoichi manipulate a patch of ash as it slithered across the earth. I think I'm getting the hang of it, said Kuratsuchi as she did quick motions with her hands, making the puddle of ash move at her will. Ever since she discovered that she could produce ash with her Kekkai Genkai if she used more fire chakra, she had been experimenting with it and found she could manipulate the ash however she saw fit. It was very useful indeed. She hoped that she could eventually use it to restrain specific targets. It reminds me of how Gara-san uses his sand, said Lee, who in his curiosity had stopped his own training to come watch Kuratsuchi's unusual jutsu. I'm still thinking of ways to use it, but I do have a few ideas, said Kuratsuchi, smiling in satisfaction at the attention she was getting. She had never been modest when it came to showing off her skill. Hey guys! At the familiar voice, Kuratsuchi's smile disappeared and was replaced with a face of mortification as she tried to find a quick excuse to make herself scarce, but she wasn't fast enough as Naruto arrived at the clearing shortly after. Hello, Naruto-kun, said Lee amicably as he saluted Naruto. Good to see you. Hi Naruto, said Tenten cordially. Nice to see you, Naruto, said Neji, who had stopped sparring with Guy and came to greet the blonde along with his sensei. Glad to see you around here, young Naruto? Said Guy as energetic as ever. What brings you here on this fine day? Have you come to test your flames of youth, perhaps? That was practically Guy's way of asking if he had come to train with them. Hello guys, greeted Naruto. Actually, I came here to see Kuratsuchi. I see, said Guy before he and his student turned to look at Kuratsuchi expectantly. We can take a break if you want, young Kuratsuchi. So you can talk to Naruto, it really is no problem. Kuratsuchi grabbed one of his forearms nervously as she stared uncomfortably at the ground. I would rather keep training if you don't mind, said the IWA girl, to the confusion of everyone. Are you sure? Naruto-kun came all the way here to see you. Just take a break and talk to him, insisted Guy, finding it strange the way the girl was acting with Naruto. Lee and Tenten also stared oddly at Kuratsuchi, wondering what was wrong with her suddenly. Neji for his part glared at the Iwa Kunoichi. She had no right to act like a bitch to Naruto, no, especially to Naruto. This is important, said Naruto to Kuratsuchi. I promise it won't take long. Fine, but make it quick, said Kuratsuchi. I'm in the middle of something right now. Naruto still wasn't satisfied that she apparently was still reluctant to talk to him, he could tell. But she was agreeing to speak to him, so that was something he supposed. Then, Naruto turned to Guy and his team. Guy-sensei, guys, do you think I can have a moment with Kuratsuchi? Said Naruto. Guy and his team could understand the need for privacy. It seemed like these two had more things to settle than they had thought. All right. We will be close by. Just come find us when you are done, Kuratsuchi-san, said Guy. After that, Team Guy left. Lee and Tenten shot Naruto and Katsuchi a concerned look as they went with their team until they left the blonde and the tomboy alone. For a moment, both teenagers just stood before the other without muttering a single word. "So, how have you been?" asked Naruto, trying to break the ice. It had been a while since he had had the chance to talk to her calmly as they used to do. "I'm fine, thank you," responded the girl. "Is your training coming along nicely?" asked Naruto, trying to find any way to get the girl to talk to him in the same carefree way they usually did. "Wasn't something important you had to tell me?" said Katsuchi, making it obvious that she wanted him to go straight to the point instead of having a casual talk. Naruto looked both hurt and disappointed that she was making a point to cut their interaction short. But if she insisted he would tell her the reason he came to her in the first place. "I received an invitation to join the 12 Guardian Ninja," said Naruto plainly. Katsuchi contained her amazement. The 12 Guardian Ninja was a position of high honor in the Land of Fire. It was amazing that Naruto was being considered to join the group. It made her feel proud for Naruto, for how far he had come, but she couldn't let her true emotions show. So? Naruto was disappointed that Katsuchi had nothing else to say. Not even bothering to give him a simple, "Congratulations. If I become a member I would be away from the village for years. I wanted to know what you thought of that. Also, I don't know, I was thinking that you could even come with me. It's just a simple trip to talk to the guys at the fire temple. I'm sure that I could get you to come if you wanted," suggested Naruto. Maybe what they needed was to go to another mission together and they could solve whatever issue they had while doing their task. This time, Katsuchi could not help but widen her eyes in shock. Naruto would be gone for years. She didn't want him to leave her for such a ridiculous amount of time. She didn't want the boy she loved leaving her side. But she knew that this could only be a good thing for both of them. Naruto's reputation would increase, making it easier for him to reach his dream of Hokage, and if they were apart for such a huge amount of time they weren't risking starting a forbidden relationship. So as soon as her surprise arrived, it left her just as fast. "Accompany you? Sorry, maybe some other time. The mission sounds easy enough, I don't think you need my help," said Katsuchi, despite wishing they could go on another adventure like in the past, but accompanying him would just make things worse. What she wanted was to keep herself apart from Naruto. That's why, with much difficulty she muttered her next words. "If you want to stay with them, stay. That's your choice, not mine." Naruto looked at her with an expression full of surprise. She didn't care? She was completely fine with him leaving for who knows how long? "You really don't care if I leave, then?" asked Naruto, his voice barely a whisper. Instead of answering him, Katsuchi just continued to stare into the distance in silence, as if waiting for him to be done and over with. "Why are you doing this?" asked Naruto at last. His somber tone of voice letting the girl know the sadness he felt. "I know you are acting indifferent on purpose." He didn't know why she did it, but he was certain that she was deliberately acting like she didn't care, just like she had been doing for the past weeks. "Doing what? I don't know what you are talking about," said Katsuchi, feigning confusion. "Don't give me that. You know damn well what I mean," exclaimed Naruto, unintentionally raising his tone of voice, but he had lost his patience as the impotence he felt at having a friend drifting away from him without being able to do anything was getting the best of him. "Even my friends just now noticed how weird you are acting. If they can tell something's wrong, you bet I can too. I'm not as stupid as you think I am." Katsuchi bit her tongue. She resisted the urge to tell him that she didn't think of him like that, not at all. She knew that he was in the right to be angry, but she had no choice. She had to keep avoiding him and play dumb. "Well, maybe you are, because there is nothing wrong. You are just blowing things out of proportion." "What? I can't have time to myself without you throwing a hissy fit?" said Katsuchi, hating herself for how she had to act towards the boy she liked. "Bullshit. There's more to just wanting time for yourself, and you know it," said Naruto angrily. "At least let me know why you don't want to see me. I'll leave you alone if that's what you want, but at the very least have the decency to let me know the reason." Katsuchi just crossed her arms and looked to the side, feigning disinterest on what Naruto was saying. "You came here to tell me something, right? Well, you did, so now go and let me be," said the girl, ignoring what Naruto said before. She knew she was being overly harsh, but she had to put distance between them, as much as it hurt her inside to do so. Naruto stared at her incredulously. How could she be this uncaring after all they had done together? "Okay, I get it. I won't bother you ever again." Naruto yelled at her before he sprinted away, not wanting Katsuchi to see his pained face. He didn't want to give her the satisfaction of knowing how much she hurt him. After Naruto left the training ground in a hurry, Tenten ran back to Katsuchi. She had been coming back when she heard Naruto yell, only to see the blonde leave in a hurry. "Katsuchi-san, what happened? Why did Naruto leave like that?" asked Tenten as she approached the Iwa Kunoichi. Kuratsuchi-san. Repeated Tenten as she saw the girl staring at the ground, a shadow covering her face as her fists trembled. I'm sorry, muttered Kuratsuchi, so low that Tenten barely heard her. What's wrong, Kuratsuchi-san? Tell me what happened, inquired Tenten again, but the tomboy wasn't paying her any mind. I'm sorry, I don't think I can train today anymore, said Kuratsuchi, finally addressing Tenten again. Then, the Iwa Kunoichi turned around and starting walking away. What? Why? Tenten called out to the girl. I'm not feeling too well right now. I'll be seeing you later, responded the girl in a dejected tone of voice as she left the vicinity. Kuratsuchi continued to walk with no particular destination in mind. She just wanted to find something to distract her mind. She didn't want to keep thinking about the disappointed and depressed face of Naruto as he stared at her. It hurt so much having to act indifferent to him. She wished with all her might that things could be different, that they didn't have the stigma of their village's enmity looming over them, but that was a fantasy, that's not how things were. So she was left to being forced to push Naruto away from her, the same boy that had helped her time and again, the same boy that took care of her, her best friend, and the one she loved. She might have never see him again for all she knew. But this was for the best, as much as it killed her on the inside, this is how things had to be. Gates of Konoha. Izumo and Kotetsu were impatiently waiting for Naruto to arrive. They had been assigned by the Hokage to escort the boy to the fire temple and Naruto was late. I wonder how long is he going to take? And I thought that watching the gates was boring, complained Kotetsu. I'm sure something must have come up. Even Naruto has to know this is important, said Izumo. I don't know, man. If you ask me, I think that Kakashi's tardiness is rubbing off on him, said Kotetsu. Before Izumo could say anything, they spotted the familiar orange figure of Naruto approaching them. See? He is here at last, said Izumo. Finally. I was just about to go look for him, said Kotetsu. They waited a little bit until Naruto joined them before letting him know they were his team. Hey Naruto. How are you? Greeted Kotetsu. I hope you are ready for the trip? We have been assigned by Tsunade-sama to take you safely to the fire temple and then back to the village, said Izumo. However, Naruto just passed both of them without saying anything or even looking at them, an action which deeply puzzled the two Chunin. Okay? Said Kotetsu, before he closed the distance with Izumo to whisper in his ear. Hey, is he alright? How am I supposed to know? If I had to guess I'd say he isn't, responded Izumo. Well, he is already leaving, so we better hurry and tell him where to go, said Kotetsu, noting that the blonde was already exiting the village without them. After that, both men went after the Jinchuriki, curious to know what was up. Naruto, for his part, didn't pay any mind to anything around him as he walked. His conversation with Kuratsuchi left him deeply troubled. How could she say those things to him? Did she really not care about him anymore? Did she ever care in the first place? He hadn't felt this depressed ever since Sasuke left the village. Kuratsuchi was his best friend. If he was honest with himself, he couldn't think of anyone that he cared for as much as he did for Kuratsuchi. That admission confused him. He didn't know why he felt that close to her, but that didn't appear to matter anymore, not when she didn't want anything to do with him. With that in mind, maybe this invitation from the 12 Guardian Ninja wasn't so bad. Maybe some time away would do wonders for him, maybe that was what he needed to settle his troubled feelings. Now, going away for years, especially if it was going to make him stronger, didn't sound like such a bad idea. Chapter 30, Regrets. I'm just saying that we Chunin should have our own lounge, that's all, said Kotetsu. You spend all your time in the Jounin's lounge anyway. I don't know why you'd need your own lounge, said Izumo. The two Chunin, along with Naruto, had already spent hours traveling to the fire temple and the sun would set in just a couple of hours, but they weren't in a rush since their destination was just a few minutes away, so they had settled for walking the rest of the way. And as always, the two best friends had discussed over all kinds of trivial matters along the way. It was just an idea, said Kotetsu. That or they could promote me to Jounin. You, a Jounin? Asked Izumo incredulously. Yeah, why not? Kotetsu shot back. You are not good enough to be a Jounin, man, said Izumo. I totally am. Insisted Kotetsu, seemingly offended. Really? You think you could hold your own against Asuma-senpai, Kakashi-san, or Gai-san? Inquired Izumo. Maybe I would if I was given the chance to prove myself, said Kotetsu. Yeah, right, responded Izumo with a roll of his eyes. Well, if I wasn't doing errands for Tsunade-sama all the time I would be able to show everyone my skills, said Kotetsu before turning to Naruto. Maybe the blonde would be more encouraging than Izumo. What do you think, Naruto? For a moment, the boy didn't realize he had been called, but when he felt the gaze of the men on him he turned to stare with a confused face at the two Chunin. Sorry, I couldn't hear you guys. Did you ask me something? said Naruto. I was just talking to Izumo here and he thinks I'm not fit to be a jounin, but you think I'm capable, right? Asked the expectant Kotetsu. Naruto just nodded solemnly. I guess, was the only thing he said before he went back to staring at the ground as they walked. The two Chunin glanced at each other with concern. This behavior was very unlike Naruto. On a normal day, Naruto would have brightly smiled and said a few words of encouragement, but now he just settled for a plain, I guess? Now that they thought about it, this was the first time in all their travel that the boy had spoken a single word. Naruto, are you feeling well? Asked Kotetsu in concern. You have been acting a little, said the Chunin, trying to find the right words. Off, finished Izumo. Yeah. Off, Kotetsu agreed. I'm fine. I just have a lot in my mind at the moment, said Naruto, without even looking at them. Izumo nodded in understanding. He guessed that anyone would be having reservation about this 12 Guardians offer, as it was an important decision that would demand an insane amount of time in service. However, Kotetsu wasn't as reserved on his guess. Oh, and why is that? Having personal problems? Could it be a girl, maybe? Asked Kotetsu playfully, trying to add some humor and hopefully raise Naruto's spirits. At the question, Naruto turned to look at Kotetsu in surprise. How did you know? Asked the Jinchuriki, much to the astonishment of the two Chunin. Izumo was especially amazed. That was actually it? Thought the man. Kotetsu had not expected his guess to be right, he was just joking around. Not to mention that he didn't know that Naruto was interested in a girl. Still, he tried to play it cool. Naruto-kun, it was obvious. Didn't you know? I'm an expert when it comes to girls, you could even say I'm a master, boasted Kotetsu as he grabbed his chin with a thoughtful look. Liar, you can't even talk to a cute girl without blabbering nonsense, thought Izumo as he stared blankly at his friend. Really? Asked Naruto in excitement. It was the most cheerful the two Chunin had seen him all day. Then, maybe you could help me. You can tell me what's up, said Kotetsu as he approached Naruto and put his hand on the boy's shoulder in a friendly manner. So, what seems to be the problem with your girl? Izumo thought that it wasn't Kotetsu's place to be involving himself in Naruto's matters and probably he should stop his friend from prying. But on the other hand, he could not deny he was curious as well. Maybe he would refrain from cutting off his partner this time. Naruto's look got a bit more mellow as he recalled Kuratsuchi's actions. I don't know what's wrong with her lately. She has been avoiding me for no reason and I know she is doing it on purpose. Ignoring you, repeated Kotetsu. And you don't know why? Naruto nodded in response, making Kotetsu thoughtful. Complicated, muttered Kotetsu. But there is a chance that this could be a good signal. Good? Asked Naruto. How is being ignored good? You see, when they start giving you the cold shoulder it could be because they either aren't interested in you, or it could be because they like you and are confused about their feelings. You know, girl stuff, said Kotetsu. Confused? Said Naruto. Why confused? Sometimes when a girl loves you they overcomplicate things in their mind and get distant. Girls are weird like that, said Kotetsu. Love? Asked Naruto, not expecting that. Yeah. Is either that or she doesn't like you and wants nothing to do with you, but let's hope is the former, said Kotetsu, earning him a glare from Izumo for the depressing comment. Naruto frowned in sadness at hearing Kotetsu's explanation. I don't think she loves me, so she really must want me to leave her alone. Then, there was no way Kuratsuchi loved him. Someone like her would not love someone like him. Don't be so down, kid, said Kotetsu. Look, don't just give up like that. If you really love her you must fight for her heart. That's right, agreed Izumo. If you love this girl, don't just let her slip away. You have to keep trying your very best until your feelings reach her. Sorry guys, but you got things wrong. I don't love. Naruto was incapable of finishing his statement. For some reason saying that he didn't love Kuratsuchi felt wrong, like a lie. But why? He didn't love her, at least not in the romantic sense, right? But on the other hand, he could say he cared deeply about her. She made him feel unlike any other person had made him feel. And not just because she was beautiful, but because she made him feel whole. Like she completed a part of him that he didn't know was missing. The time he had spent with her living beside him had been the happiest period of his life, even if they sometimes fought, the good moments more than made up for it. If he were to lose her he didn't know what he would do. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks as the realization hit him. He loved her, didn't he? Everything clicked in the boy's mind at that moment. Now that he understood his feelings it all made sense. He loved Kuratsuchi, he had done so for some time. He didn't know what to do with this realization, but one thing was for certain, he had to get back to Konoha, he couldn't stay with the 12 Guardians. He had things to settle and he had to face the girl he loved to put everything on the table. Even if she ignored him, he would not give up, he would find a way for them to talk and come to terms with this situation. That was a promise, and he didn't break his promises. Naruto smiled confidently, now everything was clear to him. You are right, I can't give up on Katsuchi. Thanks, guys. Both Chunin gave the boy a pleasant grin, happy that they could be of help. However, that only lasted a moment when the two men paid attention to what Naruto had said and widened their eyes in shock. Wait, you mean the IWA girl? Asked Izumo. That's Sachiki's granddaughter? That Katsuchi? Added Kotetsu. Naruto nodded at their questions. The very same, responded the blonde as he resumed their trip, leaving the two friends standing there dumbfounded. Are you going to stay there? Asked Naruto with a glance behind his shoulder. We are coming, said Izumo as he and Kotetsu caught up to the Jinchuriki. At Naruto's revelation of his feelings for Iwa's most influential kunoichi, both Chunin were now silent as they pondered on the bizarre situation. But Naruto didn't seem to mind as he continued to smile with confidence as he now had a purpose in mind. We are almost at the fire temple, said Izumo finally. Naruto was glad for that. As soon as he met with the fire temple monks and told them he would have to pass on their offer, the sooner he would get back to Konoha. Soon, they could see a path among the tall trees, no doubt it was the pathway to the fire temple. The temple is just right up, ahead? Izumo's voice died down and the three shinobi stared in both shock and horror as soon as they turned into the pathway. At the distance, they could see a giant pile of rubble. The tree shinobi rushed to the ruins of the building and upon closer inspection they could see the extent of the damage. The large metal gates were scrambled among a pile of stones. What seemed to be two bases of statues were left empty and broken as the golden monuments laid on the floor in a million pieces. The outer wall had crumbled, and the wooden roof now was nothing more than planks and splinters. But the most horrifying thing of all was the several bodies scattered all around the place and buried under the rocks. The corpses were wearing white and gray robes, making them fire ninja monks. What happened here? Asked Naruto with turmoil. This can't be, muttered Kotetsu, still not believing his eyes. The gates of the fire temple were rumored to be impenetrable. And not only that but Chiriku was known to be very strong, maybe even S-class. How on earth could a place like this fall with a man such as Chiriku protecting an already unbreachable building? And without anyone else knowing to boot. Izumo made his way to one of the corpses. He covered his nose and grimaced at the smell of the rotting flesh. This guy has been dead for a while now. A few days at the very least, noted the Chunin as he examined the look of agony on the sickly purple face of the dead monk. But the Hokage just got a letter from the temple this morning. Remarked Kotetsu. That had to mean that whoever sent the letter hadn't been the fire monks. This was a trap. Before anyone could say anything more, Naruto and Kotetsu barely felt something coming from them. They jumped to the side as a large scythe struck the ground they had been standing half a second ago. So, you came here at last, QB. The three Konoha ninjas were quick to spot the two Akatsuki members just a mere yards away now that they decided to reveal themselves. I was tired of waiting, continued Kakuzu, staring coldly at the group and coupled with his unusual eyes color it made for a pretty intimidating glare. You, replied Naruto with a glare of his own at the sight of the familiar figures of the two criminals. Akatsuki, thought Kotetsu in alarm. He had never faced foes such as this before. This is bad, analyzed Izumo. They were terribly ill-equipped to handle two S-class missing nin. If these two monsters were able to lay waste to the fire temple by themselves, Chiriku included, and look no worse for wear, then there was no way that their measly three-man squad could defeat them, even less so if they had not been anticipating a fight. You are the ones responsible for doing this, aren't you? Accused Naruto as he pointed at what was left of the fire temple. Isn't that obvious? You really are a moron, aren't you? Said Haiden mockingly. What? Did you really think that a pathetic and weak brat like you would really be chosen to be a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja? But now that I think about it, that Chiriku or whatever his name wasn't so tough, so maybe you would fit quite well with those poor bastards. You better come with us quietly, added Kakuzu. I wasted too much time here that I could be spending tracking bounties. I'm not in the mood to play around this time. Like I'm going down without a fight, you assholes. Said Naruto as he raised his guard anticipating a fight. I'll show you how strong I've become. Naruto, don't. Warned Izumo. We are not ready to take on guys like these. Listen to Izumo, kid, added Kotetsu, just as alarmed and ready to defend himself. That would be suicide. Naruto frowned at their lack of options. Then what do you propose we dash? Run, interrupted Izumo. Naruto widened his eyes at the suggestion and stared at the Chunin for a couple of seconds. They aren't going to let us go just like that, so we might as well fight back. We know that we would not be able to get away. Not all of us at least, said Kotetsu. That's why we'll hold them off for as long as we can. You make it back to Konoha and fast," said Izumo. "No way. I'm not leaving you guys to face these bastards alone. They are after me, I won't let you take that risk for me," complained Naruto. There was no chance of him leaving comrades behind to save his own ass. "This is not up for debate. We are Chunin, so we outrank you and we are the leaders of this mission by default," insisted Izumo. Naruto was their village's Jinchuriki. He was way more valuable for Konoha than he and Kotetsu could ever be, and it was their duty as ninjas to see the best possible outcome in their mission even if it cost them their lives. However, their discussion was cut short when Haiden rushed at them. "As if I'd let my prey escape." The two Chunin quickly sprung into action at the sudden attack, and each pulled a blade to parry the Akatsuki's attack. "Just go already, Naruto," urged Kotetsu as he struggled to keep back the sadistic missing nin. Naruto knew that it was time to act, but no matter what Izumo and Kotetsu said, he wasn't going to let them die for him. So, instead of turning back the way he came, he rushed into the woods. "Come and get me, you assholes. I'm the one you want," yelled Naruto over his shoulder as he went further into the forest. "No, Naruto!" shouted both Chunin in panic at the blonde's disobedience. "Idiot," murmured Kakuzu as he disappeared from sight as he went after Naruto at amazing speed. Izumo and Kotetsu attempted to follow suit and protect Naruto as best as they could, but their path was blocked again by Haiden, slashing at them while laughing all the while, forcing them to back off. "I won't let you get in the way. Not like you would make much of a difference anyway," taunted the Jashinist. "Kakuzu can have the Kyuubi all to himself. For my part, I'll settle for dealing with the two of you. I can't kill the Jinchuriki, and where is the fun in that? I need some new sacrifices for Jashin-sama anyway." Both Chunin glared at the silver-haired man and they raised their blades again, ready to attack. This whole mission was going to hell and fast. They just hoped that Naruto could deal with an Akatsuki member by himself, as they weren't even sure they could deal with this one even 2 versus 1. Meanwhile, Naruto hastily continued to jump tree after tree, trying to make as much distance from his comrades and the Akatsuki as possible. He was just jumping from a branch when he felt a strong grip grab him by the ankle. He yelped in surprise when he glanced back to see a forearm connected by some kind of black threads, harshly pulling him down and smashing him into the ground, leaving a small crater with the impact of his body. "You can't escape from me that easily," said Kakuzu as he stepped towards the downed boy as the black thread receded and his arm reconnected properly. Once he was in front of the unconscious Jinchuriki, he regarded him with a look of apathy, unimpressed at how easy he had gone down. But not a moment later, the boy burst into a puff of smoke and several more blondes came out from the trees around him, Rasengan in hand. Kakuzu responded to the assault by simply extending his arms at either side of his body and shooting dark tendrils at the platoon of Narutos, piercing them and dispelling them and their Rasengans with them. But as he did so, yet another Naruto came from the ground below the Akatsuki member, also with a Rasengan in hand. Kakuzu easily jumped back, avoiding the blow and catching the boy by the throat with an elongated arm, choking the life out of the clone and making it disappear just like the rest. However, after he had done so, he groaned in pain when he felt an overwhelming force collide with his back, feeling it grind his robe and part of his skin. "Otama Rasengan, big ball spiraling sphere," shouted Naruto and Anther Clone as they slammed a larger-than-normal Rasengan in the back of Kakuzu, sending the man flying and slamming him through several trees. Both Naruto and his clone stood watching the damage done, feeling a small sense of accomplishment at having made a good diversion with the assault of the initial clones and leaving an opening for that last attack. He should be down for the count after that, thought Naruto, but still he didn't leave his guard down, not after he had done the same against Haiden the last time they met, and the bastard stood up like nothing had happened, and Naruto wasn't about to let another Akatsuki surprise him like that again. And sure enough, Naruto saw Kakuzu walk back into the clearing, but this time he didn't have his Akatsuki robe, revealing a sleeveless gray undershirt. Naruto frowned in annoyance. He guessed that taking an Akatsuki out with a single attack was too good to be true. "That wasn't half bad, Kyuubi. But you'll need more than that to do anything to me," said Kakuzu calmly, although slightly annoyed. The brat couldn't see it since he was face to face with him, but that last attack had taken out one of 4 masks stitched to his back. At the very least now Naruto knew that he had to keep his distance from the man if how easily he skewered his clones was any indication. But if it was a long-range battle that was needed, he had a couple moves to try. "Tajuo Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique," said Naruto with his trademark hand seal, and 50 clones appeared all around him. After that, Naruto and his doppelgangers threw a barrage of kunai and shuriken at Kakuzu before quickly making yet more hand seals and thrust their palm forward. Futon, Ripusho, Wind Release, Gale Palm. The The current of wind increased the speed of the projectiles, resembling a blizzard of deadly steel coming towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu rapidly extended his arms also, and his chest started convulsing as his innards seemed to rearrange, making some strange white masks appear at the end of his hands supported by tendrils. Katan, Zukoku, fire release, searing migraine, futon, atsugai, wind release, pressure damage. Both masks opened their mouth, one of them releasing a huge burst of flames while the other a high-pressured current of wind, mixing together to form a raging storm of searing flames that clashed with Naruto's technique, overpowering it and using Naruto's own air jutsu to power itself up even more, causing it to become a massive wall of flames going directly at the Jinchuriki. Naruto only had the time to see a gigantic wall of fire making its way towards him at incredible speed. Realizing that with the size of that attack he wouldn't be able to dodge, the clones he previously created gathered around him and climbing over each other to form a dome of clones around the real Naruto in an effort to protect him, and the blonde even created several more just in case. Soon after, the raging flames engulfed the Naruto army. The numerous copies gave a pained yell as the heat scorched them and dispelled them in great numbers as the field around them resembled an inferno. Kakuzu just stared impassively at the destruction his jutsu was causing until the fire finally died down and just a single Naruto was left. Naruto laid sprawled on the ground. The earth below and around him had turned black from the heat, and a large portion of the trees surrounding him were no more than ashes or still burning stumps. Naruto slowly stood up, gasping for fresh air. He had felt as if he was going to die from suffocation, and that was without even taking into account the unbearable heat. He brushed off the sweat on his face as he gave a breath of relief. Luckily for him he had come mostly unharmed. However, even just a little less clones and he would have been toast. Your combination of jutsu was good, said Kakuzu. But still, any collaboration jutsu you can make can't compare to mine. Naruto knew that he was running out of options. Against a foe of this level he would have to use his newest and most powerful jutsu. Even if he could not properly throw the Raisin Shuriken yet, he would have no choice but to find a way to make it connect. It was his only hope of getting out of the save for using the fox's chakra, and he had promised that he would not rely on the Kyuubi anymore if he could help it. But with a new plan of action, Naruto once again created a few dozen clones which rushed at Kakuzu as soon as they materialized. The Akatsuki member stared in boredom and exasperation at the numerous blonde rushing and screaming as they ran at him. As soon as the clones reached Kakuzu they attempted to engage him in taijutsu, throwing kicks and punches from different directions to catch the man off guard. But Kakuzu was way more experienced than Naruto. He easily dodged, ducked, and sidestepped the blows sent his way while he counterattacked with his superior flexibility that his elongating limbs gave him at the same time as he impaled others with the tendrils coming from his body. But as soon as Kakuzu finishing dealing with the clones he noticed a high-pitched noise coming from behind him. He turned around and widened his eyes when he saw two pairs of Narutos a few yards again from him. They were standing holding a ball of chakra with huge rotating blades of wind coming from them. Those orbs were the cause of the piercing sound, and they produced a powerful current of wind around them just for being present. Kakuzu stared in surprise at the weird jutsu, but if his guess was correct that attack had to be incredibly powerful to produce such a reaction in the environment just from the force of the condensed chakra. I don't know what that technique is, but I can't let him hit me with it, concluded Kakuzu with apprehension. Let's go! Yelled one of the boys. A Naruto holding the powerful orb started running at Kakuzu again, flanked by two other Narutos. Kakuzu kept his distance and shot a long stream of his black tendrils at the approaching teenagers. Two of the Narutos jumped on the third one to use him as support and jump, avoiding the attack as the third one was dispelled. Kakuzu expected something like that and quickly shot with his other arm another stream of threads, aimed specifically at the one holding the chakra ball. The Narutos once more saw the attack coming. One of them grabbed the other and hurled it at the ground and towards Kakuzu with Raisin Shuriken still in hand, missing being impaled by mere inches as the other was destroyed. Kakuzu saw the blonde coming and the dangerous attack coming closer at him. Still, the pattern was very predictable and had no problem dodging to the side, and the blonde rushed past him, missing the attack. But what the Akatsuki member didn't expect was for the boy to turn midair and hurl the ball at him. In his surprise, Kakuzu barely stepped aside to avoid the attack. Nice try, thought the missing nin victoriously. But at that moment, the orb that Kakuzu avoided turned into another Naruto, revealing the Raisin Shuriken to had been a henge all along. Kakuzu looked in shock at the new blonde just a mere couple of meters away from him, and he realized his mistake too late when the clone extended his palm to him and yelled with all his might. Futon, Ripusho, wind release, gale palm. The clone put all the churka possible on that attack, so much so that he himself dispelled as soon as he made it. Kakuzu grunted in pain and surprise at the strong wind current that connected with his body, sending him flying through the air and towards the other pair of Narutos that had yet to move. Just like the pair before them, one of the Narutos grabbed the other by the arms and with a mighty yell threw him towards the airborne Akatsuki member with the real Raisin Shuriken in hand, and soon after the attack reached Kakuzu, causing a large explosion of a violent condensed wind. Kakuzu's yells of agony went unheard as the deafening high-pitched wind-like explosion around made it impossible to hear as the Narutos caught in the blast were dispelled as the forest around disintegrated, the fine blades of wind destroying everything they touched at a cellular level. The remaining Naruto covered his face to shield his eyes from the burst of violent wind before him, but he was still sent flying backward from the force of the explosion. That continued for several seconds until it finally died down. Once the wind had calmed, Naruto stood up from the ground and made his way to see the damage he had done. There was a crater the size of a stadium on the ground, the trees around it had been either uprooted and thrown away or they had been destroyed, and at the center of the crater was the form of Kakuzu laying face down on the dirt. Naruto wondered if that had finally dealt with the Akatsuki member, and his questions were answered when he could see Kakuzu's body twitching in an effort to stand up but to no avail. Naruto realized that the man was still alive, albeit just barely. He knew that he had to finish the job. As much as he hated taking a life, he realized that unless he took care of Kakuzu he would never be safe from him. So he made his way to the down missing nin as he created a Rasengan in one hand. Kakuzu was still trying in vain to stand, but he realized it was useless. His innards felt like jelly, his normally strong as steel threads that were part of his Jiangu had been so damaged that he could barely move them. He had never expected that jutsu to be this strong, it had even destroyed most of his hearts save for his original one. In this state a single fatal blow would end him. It was then that he realized that the Kyubi Jinchuriki was making his way towards him with another ball of chakra in his hand, and even tough it was the basic version of the last attack, it was still an incredibly deadly jutsu, it would definitely be enough to kill him in the state he was in. "You damn brat," said Kakuzu, barely managing to mutter those words to the blonde, but his rage was so strong that he just wanted to curse him to hell. He would not accept this loss. This couldn't be happening, he would not lose to the worst Jinchuriki he had met. Naruto stopped just beside Kakuzu as he stared down at the man. He could see the eyes full of hatred that the Akatsuki member was shooting at him. Naruto knew that this man was one of the people whose sole purpose was to capture and killing anyone like him, but still, Naruto could not help but pity the deplorable state the missing nin was in. "I'm sorry about this," muttered Naruto as he raised his Rasengan, ready to strike down the man. Kakuzu could only watch in fury and panic as the Jinchuriki prepared to deal the final blow. "Stop right there, moron." Naruto halted his attack and glanced behind him in shock to see Haiden standing at the edge of the crater staring down at both of them, and not only that but he was holding a bloodied Izumo with one hand while he had a kunai at his throat. "You!" said Naruto in anger when he saw the state that his fellow leaf ninja was in. The Chunin looked terribly, his limbs were covered in blood and didn't seem to be able to move them, leaving him at the mercy of the remaining Akatsuki member. "Let him go, right now." "Sorry. No can do, shithead," said Haiden with a mocking grin. "I may not get along with Kakuzu that well, but I hate you infinitely more. So if you don't want this guy to be gutted like a pig I recommend that you surrender." "You bastard," said Naruto with hatred. This was the second time that Haiden held someone hostage against him. "Idiot, what took you so long?" Kakuzu managed to say despite his wounds. "Shut up. I'm not the one that was beaten by the Kyubi," said Haiden angrily. He could not believe that Kakuzu had lost to someone like that boy. Yeah, whatever the brat had used to cause this level of destruction to the landscape had to be something good, but that didn't make the idiot good in Haiden's eyes. It had probably been a lucky shot, and Kakuzu loves to berate Haiden for leaving his guard down, well serves him right for always being a pain in the ass. "And oh boy, did he thrash you good." Kakuzu glared at Haiden. If he ever recovered from this he would teach the loudmouth a lesson for making fun of him. "So, what are you waiting for? Surrender right now, or do you want this piece of shit to die?" repeated the Jashinist, poking Izumo's throat with the kwai slightly just enough to draw blood for emphasis. "I already killed the other. If you don't want this one to share the same fate, listen to me." Naruto stared coldly and with just barely suppressed rage at the sadist. He had killed Kotetsu. He would never forgive him. "Don't do it, Naruto." Naruto's attention was diverted to Izumo, who just barely managed to talk. "Izumo, hang in there," pleaded Naruto. "I promise I'll get us out of this mess." "No. Save yourself," continued Izumo, finding great difficulty speaking not just because of his injuries but also because of the way Haiden was holding him by the collar of his jacket. "He won't let me live, even if you listen to him, I'm already dead." "Don't say that." said Naruto in desperation. He would not let one of his comrades die because of him. Kotetsu was dead, he would not let Izumo die too. You shut up? Said Haiden before smacking Izumo on the face with the handle of the kunai. I'm going to kill you for this, said an irate Naruto. Just try it and see what happens to this guy, Haiden shot back. Naruto didn't know what to do. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't supposed how this mission was going to go down. He had put 2 of his comrades in danger just for being a target of the Akatsuki, and he didn't listen to Izumo's orders before when he told him to run. This was all his fault. Ah! Yelled Naruto suddenly when several black threads went through his body, piercing each and every limb. Kakuzu smirked cruelly at the blonde while he held his arm forward and kept his threads on the boy's body, subduing him. He had taken the opportunity of Haiden's distraction to use all of his remaining strength to strike when the Jinchuriki's guard had been down. Naruto yelled in pain as he fell to the ground. With each and every limb of his body rendered useless, he could not put much resistance as the threads continued to wrap themselves around him and sinking into his flesh. Ha 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 ha. What a dumb fucker you are, said Haiden with sadistic glee. Realizing that he had no more need for a hostage, he didn't waste time and nonchalantly buried his kunai in Izumo's neck, making the Chunin gargle in his own blood before he died, and Haiden tossed his corpse aside like trash. After that, the Jashinist made his way inside the crater that Naruto and Kakuzu were in before he grabbed the scythe on his back and started slashing at the down Jinchuriki, making Naruto yell and squirm in agony every time he did so. He would make sure the idiot would not be able to move at all just for good measure, and he was going to enjoy inflicting those wounds on top of it. He continued that for a few minutes, and by the time he was done Naruto had fell unconscious, his clothes ragged, and was covered from head to toe in his own blood, but still alive even if just barely. Stop playing around and help me at once, said Kakuzu in exasperation at his partner. He was still sprawled on the floor, extremely wounded, and the idiot of Haiden decided to first have some fun instead of giving him a hand. I'm coming. Geez, don't be so impatient, Kakuzu, said Haiden as he crouched down to help his partner. Meanwhile, as the 2 criminals minded their own business, Kotetsu slowly limped through the nearby woods. He was badly injured and could barely walk. He had been lucky that the crazy Akatsuki member had left him for dead after he inflicted him a seemingly mortal wound on his stomach. Kotetsu himself didn't know how he was still standing, but that didn't matter right now. He had to make it back to Konoha one way or another. He knew that he could not do anything for Izumo and Naruto anymore, not in the state he was in. He just hoped he could make it Thorug all the way without dying, and more importantly, that it wasn't too late to get help. Chapter 31, Getting Your Dues. Kuratsuchi's pink eyes stared motionless at the wall of her apartment. She was sitting on her bed with her head resting on the wall behind her. She was biting her lip as she tried to keep herself calm, but her meditation had proven to be next to useless. Her mind was numb and the emotional pain she felt almost physically hurt. She clenched her fist over her chest, wishing like she could do something to quench her troubled heart, but how could she? She had treated her best friend, the boy she loved, like crap. He had been trying to share his concerns with her and she dismissed him, telling him it wasn't her problem. Now he would probably join the fire monks at the fire temple and she would not see him in years. Would he still be the same knucklehead she fell in love with when he came back? And the worst part was that it would be for the best if he wasn't, as it would make it easier to get over her feelings for him. She closed her eyes to curse under her breath. Why did this have to happen to her? She was content with the idea of being alone and single forever until Naruto came into her life, and just when she had been feeling the most wonderful feelings she had ever felt was when she realized too late that those same feelings were the worst mistake she could have made. And even now that she was cutting ties with Naruto and should feel glad for it, but she couldn't, it felt wrong even if it was the right thing to do for both of them. Kurachi, are you there? The IWA girl was snapped out of her thoughts by someone yelling just outside her apartment, and it took her a couple of seconds to recognize Sakura's voice calling out to her. Open up, hurry, insisted Sakura before she started banging the door loudly. Kuratsuchi frowned in discomfort. She wasn't in a particularly good mood to deal with Sakura right now. But the urgency and the strength of the knocks on her door told her that it was probably a good idea to answer and fast before the hinges gave out. Kuratsuchi rapidly made her way to her door and promptly opened it to find a hysteric-looking Sakura waiting for her at the other side. Kuratsuchi was momentarily taken aback by the medic's panicked look in her eyes and her ragged breath. Sakura, what is going on? Asked Kuratsuchi at once. You have to come with me, it's urgent, said Sakura. Okay, I'm coming, but why? Said Kuratsuchi, wanting to know at least the cause for this distress. I'll explain on the way. This is about Naruto, said Sakura. Upon hearing Sakura mention the blonde, Kuratsuchi froze and attempted to come with an excuse on the spot. She didn't know what the emergency was, but if Naruto was involved it was best if she stayed far away. I'm sorry, but he is in danger. Interrupted Sakura, making Kuratsuchi's words die in her throat as she stared in shock at the medic. If we don't help he will die, do you get that? When Tsunade had requested for Sakura, the Pinkette knew that she to let Kuratsuchi know of this. Tsunade never requested for the IWA girl, but Sakura decided that they needed as much help as they could get, and Kuratsuchi also deserved to get involved if it concerned Naruto. Are you coming or not? Urged Sakura once more. Kuratsuchi turned her mortified face towards Sakura, staring at her momentarily before she put on a resolute face, making up her choice. Hokage Tower. Tsunade stood impatiently behind her desk, tapping her foot and doing her best not to pace around the room in panic. Before her were dozens of her shinobi waiting for the remainder of the ninjas summoned just like their leader was doing. She had a frown marring her face and she breathed slowly and deeply to keep her temper in check. But she would not start until her student arrived. I swear Sakura, if you don't get here within the next 10 seconds I'm going to. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, the Hokage spotted the familiar pink head of her apprentice entering her office. I'm here, Tsunade Shirsho, declared Sakura as she entered the office with Kuratsuchi in tow. About time. What took you so? Why is the girl here too? Asked Tsunade when she saw Kuratsuchi accompanying Sakura, making the two girls stop in their tracks. Never mind, she can stay. I don't have time for this, said Tsunade with a dismissive wave of her hand. Sakura nodded before she walked all the way to the front of the office, where Kakashi and Sai were already waiting for her. Kuratsuchi for her part stayed all the way to the back alongside some chunin that had also been summoned, and aside from the members of Team 7, she could not see anyone else she knew inside the cramped room. With everyone present, Tsunade didn't waste another second to start explaining the situation. As you've probably already heard when I've called for all of you, we have a crisis in our hands, said Tsunade as she eyed the shinobi before her. An hour ago, Kotetsu arrived at the village gates, barely alive and with severe wounds. He is hospitalized right now and in critical condition. And that's not all, he has informed us that his team which I sent on a special mission was ambushed by the Akatsuki. Kuratsuchi widened her eyes at hearing that. She clenched her shaking fists in anger as she knew what that had to mean. Naruto, who was part of the same team, has been captured and we don't know Izumo's status, informed Tsunade, confirming Kuratsuchi's suspicions. At the news, the shinobi in the room started eyeing each other in worry, dawning on them the direness of the situation at hand. I won't keep wasting time here. You are to form teams and go search for the Akatsuki and retrieve Naruto. Capture or kill the Akatsuki if you are able, but Naruto is your priority. If you have to snatch him and escape with him so be it, but you are getting him back one way or the other. Am I clear? Finished Tsunade with a stern look. Everyone in the room nodded in understanding as Kuratsuchi did the same. All except for you, girl, said Tsunade, pointing a finger at Kuratsuchi when she noticed that the girl seemed to think she was included in this at all. Wait, what? Replied Kuratsuchi in indignation. Like hell she was going to stand idle while Naruto was getting his life force sucked out from him. You can't do this, dash? Everyone in the room flinched as Tsunade brought her palm down on her desk with enough force to crack it, shooting a murderous look at Kuratsuchi who stopped her tirade. Listen well because I won't say this again, you petulant child, muttered Tsunade in a low and dangerous tone of voice, barely keeping herself from exploding as she dug her nails into the wood of her desk. I'm not in the mood to deal with your outbursts, not even close. Say another word or disobey me and I'll throw you into a cell. Crippled for life, Tsunade was feeling like crap. She herself had suggested Naruto go to the fire temple even when he didn't want to go, and she was the one to assign the mission on top of it. She was going to make things right and fast, and she wasn't going to waste her time dealing with the IWA prisoner more than she had to. The heavy atmosphere in the room made several people gulp. The Hokage was not to be messed with when she was in a bad mood, let alone when she was livid like right now. The heavy atmosphere in the room made several people gulp. The Hokage was not to be messed with when she was in a bad mood, let alone when she was livid like right now. Kuratsuchi was momentarily taken aback by the woman's murderous look and killing intent flooding the room, but she was quick to steel herself and stare back defiantly. She was just as worried for Naruto, and she was going to go one way or another. She was about to reply when she noticed Kakashi, all the way from the front row of all the shinobi present, glancing back at her and shaking his head gravely warning her from starting a fight with Tsunade. Kuratsuchi stopped herself at the last second from talking back to the Hokage. Kakashi was right, she needed to be careful and handle this matter with tact. She wasn't going to help Naruto if she got herself thrown in jail before she could do so. Tsunade just stared coldly at Kuratsuchi as the girl glared at the ground and left the office silently. At least the girl knew in the end what was good for her and didn't cause any more trouble. Sakura frowned guiltily at the scene. She had been the one to bring Katsuchi here. She had thought she had done the right thing, but she almost managed to make a terrible situation even worse. With that out of the way, Tsunade gave her attention to the shinobi in front of her once again. Now I'll arrange the teams. Katsuchi made her way out of the Hokage tower, pushing people out of the way as she did. Her mind worked overtime as she ignored the annoyed looks of the people she passed by. There had to be something she could do, there had to be. But how? If she wasn't allowed to leave the village, how could she ever be able to help Naruto? Unless... The girl stopped dead in her tracks as a certain thought entered her mind. It was risky. If she was discovered, then all would be over for her, and even if she managed to help Naruto, there was a very good chance she would pay dearly for this. But she didn't have a choice, she owed Naruto at least that much. Sakura told her that she heard from the nurses tending to Kotetsu that Naruto apparently managed to defeat an Akatsuki by himself, which was very impressive, but that meant that had she gone with him like he suggested her, then maybe they could have taken care of both of the Akatsuki. If she had accompanied Naruto like he wanted, Yugao most likely would have gone with them too, and if Naruto could take on a single member by himself, then their odds would have been good if Izumo, Kotetsu, Yugao, and Katsuchi herself could have taken on the other one. But no, she had been too busy trying to distance herself from Naruto, and now this happened. So as far as Katsuchi was concerned, all this was her fault, so if she had to risk her neck to save the boy she loved, then so be it. Now she had a plan and she was going to put it to work. At the other side of the village, Sai was hurriedly gathering supplies for the mission to retrieve Naruto. Even thought the briefing with the Hokage had been just a few minutes ago. He was already supposed to meet with his team in 10 minutes. Normally a team took an hour before they deployed, but this was an emergency. The pale boy walked beside yet another one of the easels scattered throughout his small apartment to grab a pouch containing a couple small blank scrolls that he used for his drawing-based jutsu. A few knocks on his door grabbed his attention as he turned with a serious face to stare at his apartment door. He just shrugged and decided to ignore it until he was done grabbing all he needed. He was in a rush and didn't have time for visits. However, the knocks continued and got even louder. "Open up, faggot, it's me," said Katsuchi's voice at the other side of the door before she continued banging on it. "I know you are there. Open this shit. Katsuchi-san," said Sai out loud, surprised for the tomboy's sudden visit, especially at a time like this. "I'm sorry, but I'm extremely busy at the moment. Could you come by any other time?" He liked the girl and he wanted to help her when it concerned her relationship with Naruto, but this was a dire situation. He didn't have time to waste with her or anyone else for that matter. "This is important, so open this door right now." Sai continued to ignore her as he adjusted his weapons pouch on his waist. "Okay, that's it. You either open this door in 5 seconds or I'll smash it down." Sai sighed. It was clear that she wasn't going to relent until he at least heard her out. Katsuchi was getting impatient and she was glaring holes through the door in front of her. The faggot better not leave her hanging or she would find a way to make him regret it. "Don't say I didn't warn you," said the irate girl, ready to break the door down. 1, 2, 3, 4 dash. Then, the door opened to reveal Sai standing at the other side with his ever-serious face. "Hi, Katsuchi-san," said Sai without missing a beat. Time was running short, after all. "Please, I would request you to be quick, Naruto's well-being depends on it," Sai reminded her. "That's precisely why I'm here," said Katsuchi. "This is about helping Naruto, moron." Sai blinked in surprise. He wondered how she intended to do so if she couldn't even go with them according to the Hokage. "How are you going to do that?" "Let me in and I'll tell you inside," said Katsuchi. She wanted to avoid the ANBU constantly following her from listening. Sai nodded and stepped aside, inviting the girl to come in, and she did just that. As soon as Katsuchi entered, she was hit with a strong smell of paint, which was to be expected when she saw the entire apartment littered with easels and canvas, both finished and unfinished, but somehow Sai had managed to arrange them in such a way that they left narrow paths to get around the apartment. It was just like the weirdo to be orderly even when he was messy. Well, no matter, she didn't come here to get a tour of the pale moron's apartment. Katsuchi started explaining herself after Sai closed the door behind her. "I'm going to help Naruto," said the girl before she turned to look at the rude agent. "But I need your help, as much as I hate to say it." Sai had already guessed as much. She would have never come to him otherwise. However, as much as he wanted to help her in any way he could, he knew that it would be unwise. She had been explicitly forbidden by the Hokage herself from getting involved in this, and Sai was already on thin ice with the Hokage regarding his true loyalties, considering he was a root member. If he helped Katsuchi, at the very least he would be accused of insubordination or conspiring with an enemy shinobi, and in the worst-case scenario he could be labeled a traitor. Not to mention that Katsuchi was acting in desperation, which wasn't a good mental state to be making critical decisions. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help, said Sai with regret. Now you listen here, said Katsuchi threateningly as she approached Sai slowly, making the boy lean back slightly in worry. My best friend is in danger, in the hands of the biggest assholes I know, and I'll be damned if I don't do something to help him. So you either help me or I'll make you help me. Sai stared impassively at Katsuchi's face for a moment before responding. I know that you care about Naruto and I know that you want to help him. I get that. But you are distressed and you will be prone to acting recklessly. If you want to beat me up, fine, but I would rather you didn't, because if you did you would not accomplish anything but hurt Naruto even more by getting in the way of his rescue mission and getting yourself thrown in jail. At Sai's words, Katsuchi narrowed her eyes in impotence as she glanced at the floor, knowing that Sai had a point. Seeing that she wasn't going to add anything, the boy continued. Naruto is my friend too and I'll do anything I can to help him, but we have to be smart about this. A wrong and hasty decision could seal a grim fate for him, said Sai, but Katsuchi remained silent. I have to finish preparing myself. Now if you'll excuse me, finished the ANBU before he started walking. It's my fault. Karachi's grief in her voice made Sai stop in his tracks before he turned around to look at the girl once more. It's my fault, repeated the girl with guilt. He wanted me to come with him, you know. Sai blinked as he stared at her silently. He hadn't known that. I should have gone with him, I should have been there for him when those bastards attacked him, said Katsuchi, her somber voice letting Sai know how deeply it troubled her. And not only that, but I was so cold to him. He only wanted to hang out as friends and I told him to fuck off. I don't want that to be the last exchange between us, I don't want for things to end up like this. He deserves better. Katsuchi approached Sai once more, but this time Sai didn't feel threatened at all, she seemed mellow in fact. She stopped until she was right in front of him and looked him straight in the eye. You said you wanted to be our friend, right? You said you wanted to understand more about bonds, said Katsuchi softly but with resolve. I know that I haven't exactly treated you like a friend, and I have never asked anything of you. But just this once, I need you to help me with this. Sai pondered on this dilemma. He wanted to help, he really did, but this was not his call, he would get into a world of hell if he accepted. Sai, the boy widened his eyes in surprise, in all the time he had known her Katsuchi had never called him by his name. Please, help me out. Just this once, finished the girl, her eyes reflecting her hope. Katsuchi had a point, Sai realized, he did consider them his friends and he had vowed to help them in any way he could. But was breaking the rules the right thing to do for them at this time? He glanced back at Katsuchi and seeing the worry but also the strength of her gaze was enough to make him make a decision, he could only hope it was the right one, for everyone involved. Kakashi wasn't a punctual man, not even close, but this was an emergency, one that had his student's life at stake and as such he had waited at the gates of the village impatiently, along with Sakura, for Sai to arrive. Still, he couldn't help feeling a bit fretful, he hadn't expected Sai of all people to be late, he had to know the severity of the situation. Anyway, if the boy didn't arrive in the next minute Kakashi would be forced to go look for him. Just where in the world is Sai? Asked Sakura out loud. Sai was unbelievable. How could he be late for this mission? Didn't he realize that Naruto was in danger? I'm going to kill him if he doesn't get here this instant. I'm here. That made Kakashi and Sakura turn to look at Sai, who was just arriving in a body flicker. Where the hell have you been? Said Sakura in anger. Do you not care about what might happen to Naruto? He could die. Sai shot Sakura a rather annoyed look. I'm here now, aren't I? Let's get moving, said the boy. Sakura gave Sai an incredulous look. He was late and still had the gall to act annoyed. However, before she could say anything else to him Kakashi interrupted her. Sai's right, the important thing is that we are all here now, said Kakashi, getting the teenager's attention. We are already pressed for time, so I'll explain our strategy on the way. So, if you two are all set, follow me. And with that, the three Konoha shinobi rushed past the Konoha gates and into the forest. Somewhere in the land of fire. Naruto's muffled screams could be heard all throughout the cave he was in. He bit down hard on the rag in his mouth to try and endure the pain to no avail. Hayden laughed gleefully as he unbarred the kunai he had stabbed into Naruto's shoulder, inciting yet another pained yell from the bound and gagged boy. Would you stop that, Hayden? Said Kakuzu as he leaned on one of the cave's walls, sitting down and recovering from his fight with the Jinchuriki. He was still missing his cloak, and his skin and remaining clothes looked worn down and torn. But this is so fun, said Hayden with a cruel smile as he scratched Naruto across the cheek, making the boy wince in pain as he got covered even more in his own blood. The little shit heals fast, I can keep stabbing him, beat him, and he is all ready to start all over again in just a couple hours. I think I might have to step up my game, this asshole can certainly take it. And why do you care anyway, Kakuzu? He is the one that got you into that pitiful state, shouldn't you enjoy this as much as me? Said the sadist before punching Naruto on his wounded cheek, making the boy fall to the side and to the floor. I'll make the runt pay for this soon enough, said Kakuzu, annoyed to be reminded of the beating he received, courtesy of the blonde. But right now I want to recover my strength, in peace and quiet, mind you. Without any other options he had been forced to consume the heart of the Chunin they killed. It wasn't optimal, but it would have to do for the moment. At the very least that made him recover his water mask. Well, sucks for you because I ain't stopping. I'm having way too much fun of making this brat cry like a little girl, said Hayden before he noticed Naruto looking at him, and despite his injuries, being covered from head to toe in his own blood, and the fact that he could barely move, he still found the will to give him a death glare. What are you looking at, huh? Said Hayden before kicking Naruto in the stomach, making the boy twist in agony. You think you are tough shit while you are whimpering on the dirt covered in your blood? You look like a fucking pig, so squirm like 1 foot, continued Hayden as he kept assaulting the downed boy with a barrage of kicks. Kakuzu groaned in annoyance, but Hayden wasn't going to stop no matter what he said, and until he recovered he wouldn't have the strength to make the idiot do what he said. So the only thing to do was to just ignore it as best he could. Then it would be his turn to make the boy's last moments of life a living hell. Konoha's park. Yugao slowly made her way towards Katsuchi, who was sitting on a bench in the park. The ANBU passed by some kids playing on the swings as a concerned look marred her features. She had followed Katsuchi from Sai's apartment, so whatever she had wanted to accomplish by going to him must have failed, which was a relief for Yugao. She could understand Katsuchi wanting to desperately help Naruto. If she was in the girl's place she would be doing the same, but she also didn't want her getting into trouble, so it was for the best that her attempts to be a hero didn't work. Still, Yugao felt bad for the girl. She knew that she had to be feeling like utter crap right now and no doubt feeling responsible in some way for what was happening. But at the very least Yugao could check on the girl and see how she was doing. Hey, said Yugao in greeting once she made her way to the younger girl. Katsuchi tensed up when she heard Yugao's voice before she turned around to return the greeting. Hi, Yugao-san. The older woman looked at Katsuchi as she stood alongside the bench. You mind if I sit down? Katsuchi gently shook her head with a bit of reservation but still allowed it. Both women stayed silent momentarily, enjoying the serenity of their surroundings. Even thought it wasn't quiet due to the laughs of the numerous kids playing around and the chirping of birds, it somehow was still soothing. Finally, Yugao turned to glance at Katsuchi. She put her arms over her knees as she leaned forward a little bit. How are you feeling? Asked the older woman. The answer was obvious, but she just wanted to bring out the topic. Katsuchi shrugged as she kept staring at her hands resting on her lap. All things considered, I'm fine I guess, said the girl plainly. Yugao frowned in worry. It was obvious that she wasn't fine and the girl just wanted to bottle up all her concerns. Are you sure about that? Inquired the ANBU. Katsuchi didn't respond, opting instead to keep staring at her hands. Yugao sighed. It was just like Katsuchi to be reserved, especially when it came to feelings. Kid, I know that technically I'm guarding you, but that doesn't mean that I don't consider you a friend. I can only hope you feel the same, said the woman wholeheartedly, trying to let the girl know that she could open up to her as she needed it. Still, Katsuchi didn't speak. She just seemed deep in thought. I understand that you don't want to speak about it, but I thought that letting it all out might make you feel better, Yugao insisted, doing her best to do it in a gentle manner. Believe me, I know how it feels when someone very dear to you is in danger and you feel powerless to do anything. I know that it can feel maddening, like you could literally go crazy from feeling useless. But there was nothing you could have done, and if anything I'm proud that you are taking this as well as you are doing it right now, said Yugao, hoping that anything of what she said struck a chord with the tomboy. Katsuchi seemed unsure of what to do or say, and for a moment it appeared that she wasn't going to add anything to the conversation until she spoke. It was hard indeed to stay put, but in the end I realized that this was the best I could do. I need to have faith and understand that I can't do everything and I have to trust the Hokage's judgment. Yugao watched Katsuchi silently with an unreadable expression, action which made the IWA girl feel a bit nervous. I see, said Yugao in the end before slowly standing up. Katsuchi sighed in relief, glad that this conversation seemed to be over. But suddenly, Yugao grabbed the girl by her collar and dragged her to her feet, forcing her to stand up and look at the ANBU straight in the eye. Who are you? Whispered Yugao dangerously as she stared coldly into the pink eyes of the tomboy while she poised a kunai over her chest with her other hand. What? Responded Katsuchi, feigning ignorance. You aren't fooling me no more, said Yugao, tightening her grip on both the girl and her weapon. Katsuchi would not be here telling herself that there is nothing she could do to help Naruto. No, she would be here busting her head trying to think of something, anything to do. And more importantly, she would never take orders from the Hokage as readily as you are doing. she would at least complain that she had to obey. Who are you? Katsuchi stared back impassively at the irate woman, still keeping his cool despite having been discovered. Yugao-san, I promise you that dash? Shut up, said Yugao. Who are you? Demanded again the ANBU. Katsuchi seemed to realize that it would be a bad idea to keep this up lest she ended up getting stabbed. So, the fake girl dispelled the illusion, her form vanishing in a puff of smoke as she turned into Sai, revealing that he had been using a henge. Sai! Exclaimed the confused Yugao. Why are you here and where is Katsuchi? Katsuchi wanted my help, said the boy plainly with a serious face as always. What did you do? Asked Yugao coldly. And how did you fool my sensory skills? It was one thing for Sai to disguise himself as Katsuchi, but disguising chakra signatures wasn't that easy. Sai was reluctant to answer at first, but he quickly realized that it was useless to keep hiding his intentions. Katsuchi-san said that she needed to get out of the village but she would never be allowed to go. So she concluded that if that was the case she would have to go out as someone else, explained the root member before he pulled up his shirt, revealing a weird seal tag on his stomach. I sealed some of Katsuchi-san's chakra in the seal while I suppressed mine as best as I could. That way I could mask my chakra signature for hers at least temporarily. At least that explained how they managed to fool Yugao's sensory skills. Nevertheless, Yugao decided to focus on a specific part of Sai's statement, she got out as someone else. Repeated Yugao before a look of realization hit her. When Katsuchi entered Sai's apartment she did it so the ANBU guarding her would not realize she and Sai had traded places. Rage invaded her gaze as she stared at Sai. You are idiots. How could you let her talk you into this? I wanted to help Naruto, and Katsuchi-san too. They are my friends and I owe them a lot. That's all I can say, explained Sai. You do know that you helped a prisoner escape custody and slip out of the village, right? Said Yugao. You could get me, you, and her throw into prison for your stupidity. What do you have to say in your defense? Sai just stared back silently for a few seconds before responding her. I think Katsuchi-san is lucky to have a friend like you, Yugao-san. I didn't know you had a soft side, said Sai with a smile. Yugao gritted her teeth in anger as a blush spread across her cheeks. It was bad enough that she let Katsuchi escape, but she had also poured her heart out to Sai of all people thinking he was Katsuchi. She was so angry she was tempted to leave the idiot boy into a bloody mess, but in the end she decided it wasn't worth it and just settled for pushing Sai away from her. I should have stabbed you anyway for this. Sai just rubbed his neck but decided against responding, knowing that whatever he said wasn't going to calm the woman down. Stupid girl, muttered Yugao. The Hokage was going to have her and her entire ANBU squad's ass for this. Now you better bring him back. Somewhere in the land of fire. They can't be far, said Kakashi as he jumped from a tree to another with Sakura and Sai right behind him. They had already found signs of a battle just a few minutes ago. It was hard to miss a part of the forest had been completely destroyed and left a large crater, a trace from Naruto's Raisin Shuriken no doubt. The logical place for the Akatsuki to go was to get out of the land of fire and this was the shortest way to the border. If they were quick they might be able to catch up to the Akatsuki in about a day. What's our plan for when we find them, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura. They have been traveling at full speed and they would not stop anytime soon, so they aren't exactly going to be fresh when they catch up to the Akatsuki. We aren't sure who we are up against. In the state Kotetsu arrived we couldn't get a lot of information out of him, only that they were ambushed by the Akatsuki and that Naruto managed to take on one by himself, said Kakashi. So we'll have to use a more general strategy. We hit hard and fast as soon as we make contact and hope that it gives us an opening to grab Naruto and get out. If that doesn't work, we fight to stall and hope that another team manages to catch up and support us. Understood, said Sakura obediently. Sai simply nodded. I'm coming for you, Naruto. Hold on, thought the disguised Katsuchi. However, not even a couple of minutes later suddenly Kakashi widened his eyes in panic and quickly signaled everyone to stop. Down, now! Yelled Kakashi, prompting Sakura and Sai to jump down from the tree branch together with Kakashi, just in time before a large and concentrated stream of water obliterated along with the tree tops. Now that they knew that they were under attack, the Konoha squad members got into their battle stances. As expected of Copy Ninja Kakashi, said Kakuzu as he came out the back of a tree and stood in front of Team 7. While Hayden came out from the other side. We didn't expect Konoha to get wind of us so soon. How annoying, said Hayden with a sneer. They had left Naruto safe and secure in a nearby cave while they set up traps in case they were being followed. Shame that Konoha already caught up to them before they could set any. That was fine by Hayden, he liked getting up close and personal when he bisected his enemies instead of placing booby traps. Those two again, thought Kakashi with narrowed eyes. He remembered them from when he found Naruto last time. On that occasion they had almost got him, so they came back to finish their work. Sakura frowned at seeing these guys again. Last time she had just known that the one with the scythe was immortal, but surely both of them had bizarre abilities, so being on guard was the smart thing to do. She was going to show them what happened when someone messed with her team. Sai, on the other hand, was livid with rage. Katsuchi could barely keep her rage under control that she almost saw red. Those assholes in front of her had not only tortured her for fun, but also were attempting to kill Naruto and take him away from her. Oh, how she was going to make them pay. Hayden smirked cruelly before pulling the scythe strapped on his back, ready to fight. Let's see if you guys are more competent than the rest of the Konoha fucks we fought. The last one I killed, the Chunin, was especially pathetic, added the Jashinist. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, suspecting already who he was talking about. Are you talking about Izumo? Asked the Sharingan user with a hard edge to his tone of voice. Hayden's mocking laugh was all the answer they needed. Hayden, said Kakuzu, grabbing Hayden's attention. What do you want, Kakuzu? Asked the sadist. Go get the Jinchuriki and take it to one of our hideouts out of the land of fire, said Kakuzu, confusing Hayden but making Kakashi widen his lone eye in worry as he was already suspecting what Kakuzu was doing. What? You must be kidding, I ain't running away from these cockroaches, complained Hayden as he eyes his partner in disbelief. Listen, idiot, said Kakuzu in irritation. Do you really think that they are the only squad from Konoha looking for us? There are going to be more and they will be looking for the Jinchuriki. Fighting with them would just waste our time. I bet they don't even have the intention of winning, just buying time for help to arrive, finished Kakuzu. Kakashi cursed under his breath. Kakuzu was smart. Like I'm scared of a bunch of weaklings. Let them come, I'll slaughter them all, said Hayden. Kakuzu glared at his partner. He felt like he was talking to a stupid child sometimes. Go. Now, said Kakuzu with finality. Fine. If it is so important to you I'll do it, said Hayden before turning to look at the Konoha shinobi. You are some lucky bastards, I can't stay to play with you. But thinking it over, Kakuzu is going to wipe the floor with you anyway, so maybe you aren't as lucky. Said Hayden before disappearing from sight, already fleeing from the place. I won't let you. Yelled Sai, rushing after Hayden. Don't go by yourself, Sai. Ordered Kakashi but fell on deaf ears. Fool, muttered Kakuzu as he extended an arm. After his body convulsed momentarily, black tendrils sprouted from his hand along with a strange white mask. The mask opened his mouth and a large stream of water burst from its mouth, aiming for Sai. The disguised Katsuchi saw the attack coming. She pressed her palm on the ground and an earth dome erected from it surrounding and shielding her. The powerful water attack connected with the earth structure, destroying it in just a couple of seconds and crushing whatever was inside. Sai? Yelled Sakura in worry, fearing for the boy's safety. However, when the water died down they saw a hole in the ground and no traces from Sai. Then, several yards away, enough to bypass Kakuzu, Sai emerged from the ground and continued on his way to catch Hayden. Clever, but not clever enough, thought Kakuzu before his arm shot from his body, connected by black tendrils, aiming to catch the fleeing Sai. But before the attack got far, the sound of 1,000 birds resonated through the forest and a hound made of lightning flanked the Akatsuki member, biting the black tendrils, cutting them and severing Kakuzu's arm before the beast dissipated. Kakuzu turned to look again at the remaining Konoha ninjas, and he saw Kakashi with an extended hand. No doubt that was the source of the last attack. You are fighting us, informed Kakashi. He hadn't expected Sai to use earth jutsus, but he wasn't complaining. He just hoped that the root member was good enough to last against Hayden until help arrived. As you wish, said Kakuzu as the tendrils from his body connected to the ones from his sliced arm, putting them back into place as if nothing had happened. Sakura groaned in exasperation. This was just great. One freak couldn't die and the other could regenerate from anything. Get ready, Sakura, ordered Kakashi, getting himself into a fighting stance. Don't let him get the drop on you. I got it, responded the medic. She had a feeling that this wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Hopefully Sai didn't get himself killed since he was going to face one by himself. Hayden arrived at the cave where he and Kakuzu were keeping Naruto. The place was dark and it smelled of humid soil, but it didn't matter, it was a just temporary resting place. "Kyubi brat, wake up, we are leaving," Hayden's voice echoed as he entered the dark place. Naruto was all the way on the back and due to the darkness, only his shape could be made out with the naked eye. Hayden had barely entered the cave when he was forced to jump further into it by parrying a sword slash aimed at the back of his head. The sadist pressed his scythe against the sword to find himself facing an enraged Sai. "So you managed to get past Kakuzu. He must be losing his touch," commented Hayden. "Meh, this is your funeral. Unlike the Jinchuriki, I don't need you alive. Sucks to be you." Where is he? Said the enraged Sai. Answer me, you piece of shit. Someone's angry, said the Akatsuki member. If you want him, try to get him. Then, as he blocked the sword, Haiden used the other end of his scythe and bashed Sai in the face, pushing the Konoha shinobi back. A puff of smoke engulfed him, ending the henge and revealing the boy to be Katsuchi. Katsuchi hastily jumped back to avoid a slash from Haiden's weapon. Once when got enough distance she glared back at the Jashinist as she wiped some blood from her lip. Haiden's look of surprise at seeing the boy be nothing but a transformation jutsu quickly became one of amusement. Look who we have here. You missed me, bitch? Taunted Sai. Sorry for not recognizing you earlier. You just don't look that much different from that other idiot, you are hideous like that. In response, Katsuchi quickly went through some hand seals for her favorite technique. Yotan, Sakegia no Jutsu, Lava Release, Quicklime Congealing Technique. Yelled the girl before shooting a large mass of the ash-like substance from her mouth. Haiden saw the attack coming and easily evaded the projectile. In response, Katsuchi spat yet another mass of quicklime, only for it to be avoided again. I ain't falling for that again, mocked Haiden. He already knew that he could harden that stuff, he wasn't going to let himself get covered in that again. Katsuchi didn't relent, but instead of continuing her barrage of quicklime, she rushed at the man with surprising speed, slashing with her sword in an attempt to decapitate him. Still, Haiden parried the blow again before pushing back the girl to overwhelm her with a flurry of slashes from his scythe. Katsuchi expertly stepped around the first couple of swings and parried the next ones, being very careful to not let a single of the three blades cut her. The exchange in a lethal dance of steel clashing against steel until the strength of the last blow was enough to send both shinobi away from each other. This bitch has improved a little bit, thought Haiden with increasing annoyance as he stared at the girl in front of him. Determination filled her eyes, silently promising that she was going to make him pay. That look on her made the man angry. She actually had the audacity to think she was at his level. He would show her how wrong she was when Jashin-sama tasted her blood. I'll squash you like the worthless filthy bug you are. Katsuchi saw Haiden rush her once again. He looked angrier than before. He brought down his weapon on her. She jumped back, avoiding the strike, but Haiden used his free hand to yank the chain attached to the scythe, throwing the weapon towards her. The attack had come fast and with no time to evade again, Katsuchi used her sword to push the scythe to the side. However, Haiden used the thrust from her party to spin the scythe by the chain in a 360 angle motion. Katsuchi saw the blade rapidly making its way towards her from her flank. She took advantage of it by leaning under the swing AHS, using this chance to rush at Haiden. Haiden widened his eyes in panic when he saw his attack miss her completely and the girl quickly closing the distance between them. The Akatsuki member barely had time to jump back as the girl slashed at him with her sword. Katsuchi clicked her tongue in frustration as the man landed several feet away from her. She had been so close to ending the fight, but she hadn't been fast enough. If only that last slash had been a second faster, the idiot would have been cut in half. Still, she could not deny that her training had worked. Not only had her speed increased exponentially, but her physical strength had too. Last time she faced this fucker, he had swatted aside all her attacks like it was nothing, and now she could hold her ground. If the situation wasn't so urgent, she might have taken a moment to congratulate herself. Sakura rolled away from the tree she had been hiding at as a stream of concentrated water grinded it into splinters. She turned around to glare at a strange four-legged black beast made of dark tendrils that had a white mask as a head. After she and Kakashi had started fighting Kakuzu, that strange beast emerged from the man's body and went off to fight Sakura by itself. The Akatsuki probably felt that splitting them up and keeping them from working together was more advantageous for him. Sakura saw the beast opening its mouth in preparation for yet another attack. The medic rushed to the side, jumping at the last moment to avoid the stream of water. However, the beast readied another attack and held off from shooting it until Sakura touched ground, at which point the monster fired at her. Sakura panicked when she saw it. She would not be able to dodge, not when she had just landed. So with a bit of quick thinking, she threw a mighty punch to the ground below her, causing large rocks to erect around her, forming a makeshift shield from the water. Still, the rocks just served to absorb a portion of the stream's force as the water pulverized the rocks and hit Sakura directly. The pink-haired girl gave a pained yell as she was sent flying from the force of the attack and hit a tree. The thread monster aimed directly at Sakura before another large stream of water shot from its mouth. Sakura knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge this one, not after the blow she just received. She closed her eyes, ready to endure the attack, when a thick wall of earth with carvings of dog faces emerged from the ground in front of her. The wall proved to be much stronger than Sakura's previous improvisation, as it took the entirety of the stream without breaking down. A moment later the sound of the chirping of 1,000 birds filled the clearing as Kakashi appeared from the forest, hand-coated in lighting, before slamming his raikiri into the beast's face, shattering the mask causing the monster to elicit a dying scream before it went limp. Sakura sighed in relief at the sight of her sensei. At the very least he looked unharmed aside from a cut on his cheek. Kakashi turned to look at Sakura with concern. "Sakura, are you okay?" "I will be," said the medic as she stood up with a bit of difficulty from the pain of the last blow. "Where is Kakuzu?" "Right here," said the Akatsuki member as he came out from the same direction that Kakashi had come. But now, he had an enormous mass of black tendrils coming from everywhere on his body, including his mouth. "You thought you could just ditch me, Kakashi? What, can't your brat fend for herself?" Kakashi stared silently at Kakuzu in worry. This was bad. In a direct fight Sakura would be almost useless against Kakuzu. Sakura had to get close to do real damage, and Kakuzu would skewer her with his sharp tendrils as soon as she got close to him. Kakashi had to think of a way for both of them to work together against Kakuzu or they would not be able to beat him. But if he saw Sakura coming it was all over for her. Wait, that was it? What if he couldn't see her coming? "Sakura, I have a plan," muttered Kakashi, grabbing Sakura's attention. The medic turned to stare at her sensei with puzzlement. "What do you mean, sensei?" "Just follow my lead," said Kakashi simply. Kakuzu had had enough. He wasn't going to let them formulate a strategy. He yelled violently as he extended his arms causing more black tendrils to rush at Kakashi and Sakura to impale them. Kakashi grabbed Sakura and quickly did a body flicker, taking he and his student out of harm's way. Kakuzu glared as his attack only destroyed a tree instead of the Konoha shinobi. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique. Kakuzu turned around trying to find the source of Kakashi's voice, but he never could as a thick layer of mist engulfed the area. So Kakashi was using the mist as cover? Clever. It would buy him some time but it would be useless in the end. Kakuzu only had to keep quiet and listen to his surroundings. Suddenly, the sound grass rustling grabbed the Akatsuki's attention. "There you are!" yelled Kakuzu suddenly, stretching his arm and shooting even more tendrils in a random direction. The man grunted in annoyance as he could tell he had missed, but he couldn't dwell on that for much longer as two more hounds made of lightning came out from the mist positioned at both left and right sides of Kakuzu. The criminal rapidly impaled one of them with the threads in on of his hands while he ducked under the other one's attack, then he used his other arm to impale the remaining beast. However, the sound of chirping of birds started again and Kakuzu was quick to notice that the sound came just from above him. Kakuzu used both his hands and raised them upwards shooting a large number of tendrils. The Akatsuki member was just able to see a pained Kakashi being pierced by his attack, only for the man to disappear in a cloud of smoke and a log took his place. Shinaro. Then, a shockingly powerful blow caught Kakuzu by the back of the head and sent him flying through the forest. The force of the punch had been so strong that he was even sent outside the area of the mist. The blow had left him disoriented for a few seconds as he laid on the grass with an aching head. He had been too busy fending off the attacks of Hataki to notice the girl creeping on him. "Kamui," said Kakashi as soon as he saw Kakuzu land in a clearing in front of him, just as he had planned. He wouldn't waste any time to let the dangerous criminal get his bearings. Kakuzu yelled in pain when he noticed a strange sensation in his chest. "What is this?" thought the man as part of his torso started being sucked into a black hole-like vortex. He extended his right arm, using the strings to impale the ground beside him and pull himself towards it. Kakashi saw this and focused even more chakra on his Sharingan, making the Kamui stronger and not letting Kakuzu escape. Kakuzu realized that he wasn't getting out of this. He used his last moments to curse the Konoha brats for killing him, to curse himself for losing to them, and more importantly to curse the Kyubi Jinchuriki for leaving him so weakened to lose to these amateurs. The ancient man yelled in pain as a big chunk of his chest was absorbed into the void, taking his last heart away and dying instantly. Kakashi contemplated Kakuzu's motionless body before sighing in relief. They had just faced an Akatsuki and won. That was always something to be proud of. "Kakashi-sensei," said Sakura as she arrived at the clearing, landing just beside the Sharingan user. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Sakura," said Kakashi. "That last show of teamwork did the trick. Good job, by the way." "I'm glad," said Sakura with a grateful smile before turning to look at Kakuzu's body with concern. "Is he really dead?" "It seems that way," said Kakashi. "Thank goodness," said Sakura. "We are lucky. It seems this one wasn't as strong as the others," commented the medic. She remembered how strong Itachi and Sasori had been, and while Kakuzu wasn't a pushover he didn't feel quite at the level of the others. "He didn't seem to be at full capacity when we fought him," commented Kakashi. "What do you mean by that, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Sakura with a raised eyebrow. His movements were strangely sluggish for someone of Kakuzu's caliber, said Kakashi. Also, his jutsu arsenal was lacking. I feel that he wasn't able to use his full power. Kakashi had fought enough people to have an instinct for battles and he could read his opponents really well, and in all the time they had been fighting Kakuzu it felt like something was missing. Still, whatever the case I'm glad that we pulled through, said Sakura. It's not over yet, we have to help Sai first and get Naruto back, said Kakashi. Let's go. Right? Agreed Sakura and both of them were off. Meanwhile, Haiden gritted his teeth as he held his abdomen with one hand as a small stream of blood poured from a wound in his stomach and pooled underneath him. The girl had managed to hurt him. That pathetic rat had actually managed to land a hit while he had not. He focused his gaze once more on the girl in front of him as an intense anger filled him. He pulled the chain in his other hand, retrieving his scythe as he vowed to skin the bitch alive. What's wrong? I thought you said you were going to squash me like a bug, mocked the girl. Now you have really pissed me off, you fucking whore. Yelled Haiden as he stepped on his pool of blood, using it to draw a circle around him with a triangle inside. Still, the only problem was that he needed to get a drop of blood from the girl, but that would be easy enough, he just had to find a way to make her screw up. Katsuchi could not help but smirk in satisfaction. She had already seen how that technique worked, she wasn't stupid, she knew that the fucker needed a drop of her blood for his weird jutsu to work and he didn't have jack. Then, a certain sound grabbed Katsuchi's attention. She couldn't recognize what it was at first but after paying more attention she could tell that it sounded like pained groans. Katsuchi scanned the cave, trying to find the source of the noise until at the very end of the place she could make out the familiar figure of Naruto, if just barely. Katsuchi widened her eyes in panic and concern once she realized that Naruto was indeed in the cave. Naruto, is that you? I'm here, see you hear me? Yelled Katsuchi at the boy, but he didn't answer back. He had to be unconscious, but if that was the case he had to be in such pain that he still moaned in suffering, maybe even agonizing. She had to end this and fast. Haiden noticed that the girl finally saw Naruto. He was about to curse his luck that she had found her target, but then an idea came to him. He smiled cruelly at his new strategy. You seem to care about the idiot, commented Haiden grabbing Katsuchi's attention. So guess what? For getting in my way I'm going to take out all my rage on that moron, said the madman, grabbing his scythe and a handful of shurikens as he turned to Naruto. Katsuchi watched in horror the weird action of the sadist. She realized what he intended to do. He would not be crazy enough to attack Naruto as he needed him alive, right? But then she saw Haiden throw the shuriken at the blonde and she rushed in panic to block the sharp tools. Her improved speed barely managed to get between Naruto and the projectiles in time to block most of them with her sword while a few buried themselves in her arms and legs. She shrieked in pain at the deep wounds in her limbs. But with Naruto so close to her she attempted to grab him and make a run for it, but as soon as she turned around to retrieve the blonde she felt 3 more blades embed themselves on her back, eliciting a louder yell of agony. She fell to her knees as the scythe was yanked off from her back and into Haiden's hands. Haiden laughed like a maniac at the girl's suffering. His plan had worked. The dumb bitch really left her guard down just to save the idiot. You retarded whore. You walked right into my trap. Yelled the Jashinist before licking the blood from his weapon, turning his skin black with a white pattern resembling a skeleton. Katsuchi stood up with great effort, cursing under her breath as she turned around to face Haiden. She didn't have time to ponder on what had just happened as she rushed at the Akatsuki member, sword in her hand ready to strike him down. Haiden saw the girl coming and knew that she had no choice but to try and reach him before he killed her. But it would be in vain, her speed had taken quite a hit from those shuriken wounds and he had already a sharp metal rod in his hand, ready to strike his own heart and the girl's too. This is the end. Praise Jashin-sama, bitch. Katsuchi was almost upon Haiden when she saw the crazy bastard bury his own weapon in his heart, all with a face of sadistic arousal. Haiden smiled mockingly as the girl stopped her charge just a few yards in front of him, clasping her chest and lowering her face in pain. He started to laugh and bask in his victory when in the blink of an eye the girl resumed her rush and in a quick swipe, she beheaded him. Haiden's face had already turned from glee to confusion before his head hit the ground. His skull rolled along the ground until he was left facing upwards and in just a moment he saw Katsuchi towering over him with disdain on her face but very much alive. Haiden was at a loss for words for a moment before he found his voice again and pure wrath invaded him. This is not possible. How are you alive? Instead of answering him, Katsuchi kicked his head towards his body. It rolled painfully until Haiden had a good look of his own corpse, and what caught his attention was the blood circle he had drawn, the one he had been standing over, completely distorted. How was it possible? How had the girl ruined its shape? As Haiden wondered how Katsuchi had gotten the best of him, said girl grabbed the man's scythe and slammed it down on Hayden's head, the blades going through his skull and pinned it down to the cave's floor, causing the madman's yells to fill the cave. Kuratsuchi glared down at the remains of the man with content. You are the one who fell into my trap, asshole. Earlier, when she had spat HEW quicklime, Hayden didn't realize that it wasn't quicklime what she had used, but ash. Then she had slowly and sneakily coated almost the entirety of the cave's floor with it, forming a layer of hardened ash that she could still control. After the moron had drawn his strange symbol on the ash, Kuratsuchi simply scrambled the ash under the circle, messing its shape when he hadn't been paying attention. She really wished that she could take her time skinning the fucker alive, but getting Naruto safe and sound to Konoha was way more important. And now that she remembered the object of her affections, Kuratsuchi turned around to rush at the blonde still sitting in the back of the cave. As soon as she crawled in front of the blood to check on him, Kuratsuchi brought a hand to her mouth in horror. The boy was unconscious, his jacket had been ripped open to reveal his chest covered in deep cuts just like his face. Also, he was caked in dirt and blood and squirmed in pain from time to time. Oh my god, Naruto, muttered the concerned girl with glassy eyes. Had she accepted to come with him, this may not have happened, this was her fault. But this was not the time to be blaming herself, there would be plenty of time for that later, right now she had to get him out of there. So, with great care and tenderness, she took the boy in her arms, ignoring the pain of her own wounds as she stood up. She made her way to the exit of the cave, all while giving looks full of guilt to Naruto and ignoring Hayden's profanities being directed at her. Once she made her way outside, both Kakashi and Sakura landed right in front of her. They both seemed surprised to see her while she just eyed them calmly. Took you guys long enough, said Kuratsuchi plainly. Sakura's questions regarding Kuratsuchi's presence had to be put on hold when she saw the state that Naruto was in. Instead, she went over to Kuratsuchi and made her put Naruto on the ground before she went to check on him. I'm sorry we weren't here earlier, Naruto, said Sakura as she passed a chakra-coated hand over him. I promise I'll make it up to you. How is he? Asked Kakashi with worry. He has several lacerations and I think he also has a couple of fractured ribs, said Sakura as she continued to both heal and examine her teammate. Thank God for the Kyuubi's healing, or this could have killed him long ago, concluded the medic with a lump in her throat. Luckily, due to the Kyuubi's insane regenerating factor, Naruto would most likely only need a couple of days at most at the hospital to be up and running again, but that didn't make seeing him like this easier. But he will be fine, right? You can heal him, right? Asked Kuratsuchi at the border of desperation. I will stabilize him, but after that we should take him to Konoha as soon as possible. But yes, he will be fine in the end, said Sakura much to Kuratsuchi's relief. Where is Sai? We have to go as soon as possible, added the pink-haired girl, remembering their last team member. Kakashi already suspected what was going on, but let Kuratsuchi answer. He never came, admitted Kuratsuchi. I made him trade places with me without anyone knowing. A look of realization hit Sakura before she nodded in understanding. I see, said the medic as she continued to heal Naruto. She didn't feel like berating Kuratsuchi for what she did, even if she had gone against her orders she couldn't really fault her for wanting to help Naruto. Also, the IWA girl was already going to get in enough trouble when they got back without Sakura making things hard for Kuratsuchi already. I'm sure you already realize that what you just did by coming here could have serious repercussions back in Konoha, so I will spare you the lecture, said Kakashi to Kuratsuchi. Personally, I'm glad that you helped us in getting Naruto back, but please try to at least tell us about it in the future. Kakashi already knew that Kuratsuchi was a good girl despite being from IWA, and he didn't doubt that her intentions were good, but this had been a risky move. Having at least consulted her concerns with them would have been more preferable. I'm glad, but there is no need for thanks. I did this because I wanted to help Naruto just as much as you, said Kuratsuchi. If the price to pay for Naruto's safety is the Hokage using me as her personal punching bag, so be it. If it helps you feel any better, I'll try to speak on your behalf with the Hokage, but that might not help you. But I'll still try, said Kakashi. He knew that disobeying direct orders from the Hokage was playing with fire, but he could hardly be angry at the girl if it was to help Naruto. Thanks, said Kuratsuchi. By the way, what happened to the other Akatsuki? Asked Kakashi. Kuratsuchi signaled the cave behind her with her thumb before responding. Beheaded and rotting in there. Kakashi was surprised to see that she had handled Hayden by herself. She was certainly a prodigy. Still, we should think of a more permanent way to deal with him. If he was really immortal, what was stopping any of his comrades to come look for him and reattach his head? I already thought about that, said Kuratsuchi before she made some hand seals and smashed her palms against the ground. After a moment, both shinobi watched as the cave behind them started falling apart until it collapsed on itself, burying forever anyone and anything inside of it. Good thinking, said Kakashi before he faces the girl again. Now we should get those wounds of yours patched up. It's fine. I'll tend to them later. Just focus on Naruto, said Katsuchi. I had a feeling you would say that, but okay, responded Kakashi. Just don't overdo it. Katsuchi nodded before she went back to glance at the still form of Naruto laying before Sakura. She had done it. She managed to get Naruto back from the Akatsuki's clutches. No matter what the Hokage had in store for her once she found out what she had done, she would face it with her head high, as Naruto always did in the face of danger. Knowing that Naruto was safe was enough for her, so whatever happened to her when she went back she could at least rest easy that had been true to her heart. All that she asked was to talk to Naruto again. Chapter 32, A Heart-to-Heart. The Hokage's footsteps thundered through the hall of the last hospital floor as Tsunade made her way to a particular room in a hurry. She had just gotten word that Team 7 had arrived with Naruto. Apparently, the mission had been a success but Naruto was in bad shape so he had been sent here to Konoha's main hospital as soon as he arrived. Still, Tsunade wanted to confirm Naruto's status herself. The Sannin turned a corner and made her way to the first door on the right, ignoring a nervous Yugao guarding the entrance before she went in. Inside the room, Tsunade found Team 7 along with the IWA girl, all gathered around Naruto's bed while Sakura and a couple of nurses were treating the unconscious boy. All the people present turned to look at their leader as soon as she entered the hospital room. Katsuchi and Sai were expecting some kind of reprimand right away, but instead, Tsunade ignored them and went over to Naruto at once. "Sakura, how is he?" asked Tsunade with urgency. Sakura passed her glowing hand back and forth over Naruto's body as she answered. "We have stabilized him, Tsunade Shusho. He just needs plenty of rest." Nevertheless, Tsunade didn't seem convinced. "Out of the way," ordered the Sannin as she pushed her student and the two other nurses away before she also coated her hand with chakra to scan over Naruto's body with it just as Sakura had been doing. For the next couple of minutes, everyone stared silently at the Hokage while she kept checking Naruto over with a frown, deep in focus. Finally, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief after she confirmed that Naruto was indeed fine now, save for how dirty he was. She would have never forgiven herself if Naruto had died because of an oversight she made. "Keep him under observation just to make sure nothing bad happens to him," said Tsunade to the nurses. Tsunade wished that she could stay all day herself with the boy but she had some other matters to attend to now that the most urgent task was done. After that, Tsunade turned to look at Katsuchi, who had been standing silently watching Naruto's treatment anxiously. The Hokage shot the girl an icy glare as she slowly walked to her. "I believe I told you that you weren't allowed to go on the mission." "You did say that, yes," said Katsuchi calmly, not letting herself be intimidated by the Hokage but also trying to not sound or act insolently. "Then, why have I been informed that you arrived at the village gates with Team 7, and without the ANBU I assigned to keep an eye on you no less?" questioned Tsunade with a murderous edge in her voice, glaring straight into Katsuchi's pink eyes. The tomboy seemed to think carefully what she was about to say, but in the end she settled for taking a deep breath before answering truthfully. "That's because I disobeyed and went with them anyway." Katsuchi wasn't going to bullshit her way out of this. Lying would make things worse for her. Tsunade gave the girl an incredulous look. The nerve of the girl to say so uncaringly to her face that she deliberately ignored her orders. She was a prisoner from their nation's worst enemy. Tsunade wasn't going to tolerate the girl acting like she owned the place. The Hokage's eyes lit up in fury and she was about to explode when someone else spoke up. "It's my fault too, Hokage-sama." Everyone turned to look at Sai in surprise. "Say what?" asked Tsunade dangerously. "I'm the one who exchanged places with Katsuchi-san so she could go," said Sai. "Please, if you are going to blame someone for this, blame me." Katsuchi looked at Sai in astonishment. She had never expected him to try and fault himself in her stead. Sakura apparently had similar thoughts considering the look she was giving the boy too. Tsunade turned her chilly gaze to Sai. "I knew that we couldn't trust Danzo's men." "Fine, if you so wish you can share a cell with the girl. If Danzo wanted his toy back he would have to go pick him up himself." "Please, Tsunade Shusho, reconsider," said Sakura. "I'm sure that Katsuchi-san did what she did because she was worried for dash." "Quiet," thundered Tsunade, shutting the pinkette up. "I didn't ask for your opinion, Sakura." She couldn't believe that Sakura of all people was talking back to her. Tsunade was normally very lenient with her shinobi but she wouldn't tolerate them blatantly disobeying orders, and as far as the IWA girl is concerned Tsunade had already been overly generous to her. Katsuchi should have thought twice about the consequences of her actions before throwing Tsunade's and Konoha's hospitality into the trash. "If I may, Hokage-sama," interrupted Kakashi. "Katsuchi was of great help in the mission. She is the one who retrieved Naruto and killed an Akatsuki member single-handedly. You too, Kakashi? Asked Tsunade in shock. Don't tell me you are going to defend her too. She could have used her stunt to escape, but not only did she not, but she also risked her life to bring Naruto back, said Kakashi. So I should drop the issue just because she didn't run away at the first chance she got? Asked Tsunade incredulously. What I'm saying is that without Kuratsuchi's help Naruto wouldn't be here right now. With all due respect, I think that hurling her into a cell is a bit harsh considering her contributions, said Kakashi. So I ask, does the punishment fit the crime? Everyone stared at Kakashi in awe. It was strange to see him question authority. Tsunade sighed in frustration as she massaged her temple. She couldn't just let the girl get away with this, but Kakashi did bring out good points. Incarcerating the girl for breaking the rules to help Naruto from a bad situation, a situation Tsunade put him in, seemed overly harsh. What am I going to do with you all? Muttered the Hokage. It seemed that Team 7 was dead set on making her grow white hairs. Hokage-sama, said Kuratsuchi, at last, causing everyone to look at her. She was glad for Team 7's help, she really was, but she had to try and get out of this herself. She didn't want Naruto to wake up to all his friends in a cell because of her. I know that you don't like me, said Kuratsuchi. And I would be lying if I said you were my favorite person in the world? Tsunade frowned at the rather rude remark. The girl better be getting somewhere with that comment or she was just making things worse for herself. And you can doubt and call bullshit on everything I say, continued Kuratsuchi. But if there is just one thing that you can bet anything that I'm being truthful is when I say that I care about Naruto. He has helped me more times than I can count, he is always there for me when I need him, even when I don't need him. He is the most selfless and kind person I know. He is wonderful. Tsunade's face actually softened just a bit at Kuratsuchi's confession, but she still didn't know what Kuratsuchi was getting at. He is a friend to me, the best friend I've ever had in fact, Kuratsuchi continued. I would do anything in my power to help him just as he has helped me. I would even risk my life. Yes, I disobeyed and I would do it again. I would do it as many times as necessary if it meant helping Naruto. If I end up rotting in a cell for this at least I know I did it for the right person, finished Kuratsuchi with a fierce look in her pink eyes, showing her determination. Tsunade widened her eyes momentarily as she was reminded of someone as she looked at the girl, of herself. The manner in which Kuratsuchi spoke of Naruto, the way her eyes lit up as she praised him, and the unfaltering resolve as she stood by him. Tsunade was familiar with that, she had been the same way with Dan. Tsunade stared agape at the girl, her shock reflected in her eyes. This couldn't be, it wasn't possible, except that it was entirely possible. It wasn't far-fetched to think that Kuratsuchi and Naruto were in low dash. Kuratsuchi and Team 7 looked at the Hokage in wonder. The Sannin just kept staring at the IWA girl without not speaking a word and it was starting to get weird. After several seconds, Tsunade shook her head as if to clear her mind. After that, she went back to stare hardly at Kuratsuchi, making the girl and Team 7 tense up in anticipation of the Hokage's verdict, and after that strange reaction of hers who knew what she would do. Tsunade's gaze bore into Kuratsuchi's own, making the girl nervous but she still didn't back down. The awkward silence continued for a bit before Tsunade finally broke it. You really are insolent, commented Tsunade, looking at Kuratsuchi straight in the eye. Finally, the Hokage gave a deep sigh. Let me know when Naruto wakes up. I'll be in my office, said Tsunade. The rest of the people present looked at the Hokage with incredulity. That wasn't what they had expected to hear. Kuratsuchi wasn't satisfied with that answer. So, does this mean that dash? It means? Interrupted Tsunade. That you are safe. For now. But this is the last time I tolerate something like this. Kuratsuchi felt relief wash over her. She was ready to go to jail for Naruto but it was good to know that she wouldn't have to talk to him again through prison bars. However, you and I need to have a talk, girl, said Tsunade. Kuratsuchi frowned. A talk? She wondered what was it about. But that will be later. I can't deal with this crap right now, added Tsunade as she massaged her temple yet again. Then she turned around and was on her way out when she glanced back at them once more. Good job in bringing Naruto back, finished the Hokage before she left. Yugao saw the Hokage come out of the hospital room before she went over to her leader at once to try and explain herself. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry about the girl. I should have been more careful and not fall for her tricks. I'll accept any punishment you dash. Yugao was silenced by a hand motion from the Hokage, telling her that it was enough. The Anbu woman stared nerve-wracked at the Sannin as Tsunade directed her gaze at her. Lose the girl again and I'll not just demote you and your entire squad, but you'll be doing D ranks for life too, said Tsunade. Yugao rapidly got on one knee in respect to the village leader. Of course, Hokage-sama. I'll not fail you this time. Tsunade simply nodded at the ANBU before walking away without another word, leaving Yugao to wonder what was wrong with the Hokage. I need a drink. Or 10 foot, thought Tsunade as she made her way out of the hospital. She didn't think she would get much work done today. Back in the room, Kuratsuchi and the rest of Team 7 didn't know what to think of the Hokage's reaction. It certainly hadn't been standard. Now that they were done with that, Kuratsuchi turned to look at Team 7. What were you guys thinking? Asked the exalted Kuratsuchi, catching everyone else by off guard. What is it? Asked Sai. Why did you guys take the blame with me? Said Kuratsuchi. That was stupid. What would Naruto have thought if he had woken up just to find his entire team screwed because of her? Shinobi who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash, said Kakashi reassuringly. After seeing his team working together to help a comrade, he couldn't just stand by without doing something. Kuratsuchi seemed surprised to hear that. You really consider me a comrade? Of course, said Sakura with a smile. You might not be from Konoha, but you are a member of Team 7, at least to us. Just as Sakura-san says, added Sai. As a team, we have to look out for one another. Kuratsuchi stared in wonder at Team 7 while they smiled at her. Soon, Kuratsuchi found herself returning their smile. Stupid Konoha ninjas, muttered Kuratsuchi jokingly under her breath. Yeah, they might be Konoha shinobi, but they were her friends, that was clear now to Kuratsuchi. It seemed that Naruto wasn't the only good thing she had found while she was tangled in this political mess. Well, I think I better get going, said Kakashi. I still have to write the report of our mission. Let me help, said Sai. After all, I haven't contributed anything to the mission. The least I can do is help with the paperwork. Thank you, Sai, I appreciate it, said Kakashi. Then, we'll see you girls around, finished Kakashi as he and Sai left with a wave of their hand. Farewell, guys, Sakura waved back. See you around, said Kuratsuchi. And with that, both Kakashi and Sai left the room. Now that they were left alone, Sakura addressed Kuratsuchi. Well, I'm staying. I already work at the hospital when I'm not on missions. So I better keep an eye on Naruto from time to time while I'm here. Kuratsuchi nodded in understanding. By the way, Sakura? Sakura raised an eyebrow at Kuratsuchi. Yes? Can I stay here with Naruto? Asked Kuratsuchi with a slight blush on her cheeks. Sakura smiled at the tomboy. It was sweet that she wanted to stay with him. Sakura was sure that it would mean a lot to Naruto. Of course. You can stay by his side. Tell me if anything is wrong. Thanks, Sakura, said Kuratsuchi gratefully. The pink-haired medic shot Kuratsuchi one last friendly smile before she walked out of the room, probably to get more serum for Naruto. With Sakura gone, Kuratsuchi was left alone in the room with the boy. After that, she went over to Naruto's bed. She grabbed a nearby chair and placed it just beside the blonde before she sat down. Kuratsuchi watched Naruto sleep peacefully, and despite being happy that he was back safe and sound, she still couldn't help but feel guilty that he had gotten hurt in the first place. She leaned towards Naruto, slowly using the back of her gloved hand to brush off a stray hair from Naruto's forehead. I'm sorry, whispered the girl as she proceeded to caress his cheek tenderly. She knew that the right thing to do was to distance herself from him, for their village's sakes, but now she realized that she simply couldn't ignore these feelings. She had tried and it didn't work. If her village didn't like it, fine, she simply wouldn't let them find out. At the end of the day it was her business and her business alone who she was in love with. She would always love her village, but it was unfair that they got to say who she could and couldn't love. All her life she had done what her village had wanted her to do and she had done it without a second thought, but now it was time to do what her heart told her to do even if her people didn't approve. She had earned it as far as she was concerned. She contemplated the sleeping boy in front of her and she grasped his hand with her own as she promised that she would make things right. I won't leave your side again, Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes to face a white roof above him. Considering the strong smell of cleaning products, so strong that almost burned his nose, and the white room he was in, he concluded that he was in the hospital. How did I get here? Wondered the blonde silently. The last thing he remembered was that sadistic asshole using him as target practice. With a groan, he sat up straight. He still felt sore but luckily almost all his wounds seemed to have closed. Also, he noted that the nurses had to have cleaned him up since the last time he had been conscious he was covered in blood and now his skin was spotless. He inspected himself to find that he was wearing a blue t-shirt and he lifted the covers to see that he had blue shorts on. At least he was completely covered up, which was good. Then, Naruto widened his eyes in shock as he finally noticed that he wasn't alone. Kuratsuchi was asleep beside him, her torso slung on the edge of the mattress while she sat on a chair at the side of the bed. She was resting her head on her arms as she snored lightly. Naruto was frozen at finding Kuratsuchi with him. She had been avoiding him for a while now, and to find her at his side was a surprise, a pleasant one, but a surprise nonetheless. Naruto smiled warmly at the figure of the sleeping girl. How he had missed her. He wasn't sure if she was over whatever got her mad at him in the first place, but he hoped that she being with him right now was a good signal. But even if she hadn't forgiven him, he would do everything he could to fix things between them. After realizing what he felt for her, he vowed to be with her and make her happy. It was pathetic that it had taken a near-death experience to realize how he really felt about this girl, but now that he did, he was going to enjoy every moment with her. After a couple of minutes, Naruto finally decided that Katsuchi looked rather uncomfortable sleeping like that, so he slowly put his hand on her back and shook her gently. Katsuchi stirred slightly before she opened her eyes. She sat up and rubbed her face before her eyes fell on Naruto and a wide grin plastered on her face. "Naruto, you are awake!" exclaimed the girl in joy. "Yep. I'm up and oof." Naruto was interrupted as the girl enveloped him into a tight hug. "Katsuchi, I'm still, ouch, sore." "Sorry," said Katsuchi flustered as she let go of the blonde. "No problem. I'm happy to see you too," said Naruto with a smile. "Here. Drink," said Katsuchi as she poured him a glass of water before handing it to him. "Thanks," responded the blonde as he proceeded to gulp the liquid down. He gave a satisfied sigh. He had been thirsty as hell. "How are you feeling?" asked Katsuchi with concern. "Better than before, that's for sure." "Those bastards were sadists," said Naruto before he widened his eyes at remembering the Akatsuki. "That's right. What happened to those assholes?" "They are dead." "Good riddance," said Katsuchi with contempt. "Dead? How?" asked Naruto. They had been strong. He didn't want to think of any more of his friends dying trying to save him. "We tracked them down," said Katsuchi. "We fought them. Honestly, it's a pretty long story. I'll tell you the details later. But, were you guys hurt?" "Were you hurt?" asked Naruto in worry. "We are fine. We just got a few flesh wounds, that's all," said Katsuchi. "Sakura already took care of them." "I'm glad," said Naruto. He didn't want his friends getting hurt because of him. But then, he put on a solemn expression, as he remembered someone else. "What about Izumo and Kotetsu?" Katsuchi also displayed a sad look at the mention of the two Chunin that accompanied Naruto. "I don't know the guys, so I can only tell you what I've heard. As I know, Kotetsu is being taken care of. He is in critical condition, but he is alive. Izumo on the other hand..." Katsuchi's silence told Naruto all he needed to know. "Damn it," muttered the blonde angrily. He had seen Izumo get stabbed in the neck, but he still had a small hope that he had somehow made it. And that was without taking into account the fire monks. If the Akatsuki weren't targeting him, all those people would still be alive. "It's because of me." "Don't even think of blaming yourself, Naruto," said Katsuchi, already knowing where this was going. "But if they hadn't been with me, they wouldn't be." "This is not your fault," repeated Katsuchi. She grabbed her chair and placed it closer to the head of the bed so she could sit at eye level with Naruto. "They attacked my home too, remember? They hurt everyone they get their hands on. Those Akatsuki fucks are the ones to blame for everything, no one else." Naruto nodded solemnly. That was true. The Akatsuki were the ones that decided who would get hurt in the accomplishment of their goal, whatever those were, but that still didn't make Naruto feel a whole lot better. People still died and nothing was going to change that. Katsuchi frowned, typical of Naruto to feel responsible for anything he could. But she couldn't blame him, she would do the same in his place, probably. She decided that it was best to distract Naruto from the topic altogether. "If it makes you feel better, we really kicked those guys to hell and back." "Really?" asked Naruto, a bit curious to know a bit more of their fight with the Akatsuki. "Oh yes, that scythe-wielding bastard is going to need more than just his immortality to put himself together, and that's if he manages to get out of that collapsed cave," said Katsuchi smugly. "What? Don't tell me that you beat him by yourself," asked a surprised Naruto. "Why so surprised?" said Katsuchi with a proud smile. "Of course I did it myself. That's what he gets for messing with my little knucklehead. Only I can beat your ass," finished the girl with a friendly smile as she put her hand over Naruto's own. Naruto beamed at the girl. He felt very privileged that she considered him that important to her, and she had managed to lift his spirits to boot just like only she knew how to. Whenever he was with her, he felt like everything was right in the world. He stared back at those beautiful pink eyes glancing warmly at him. He didn't know why it had taken him so long to realize what he felt for her, but now that he did, he wasn't going to lose her again. That was a promise of a lifetime. Katsuchi noticed Naruto eyeing her with such tenderness that it was starting to make her feel butterflies in her stomach. She blushed slightly before giving him a small timid smile, something very uncharacteristic of her. "What is it?" she asked tentatively. Naruto kept smiling at her. "I miss this, being with you, I mean." Kuratsuchi's blush got even brighter, but then her expression got melancholic when she remembered that the reason they haven't shared a moment like this in a long time was because she didn't allow them to have one. Naruto. I wanted to let you know that I'm sorry about before, about avoiding you. You deserve to know why I did what I did. Naruto looked at her impassively before he gave her a smile. Don't worry about it, that's dash. Please let me finish. I need to tell you this, interrupted Kuratsuchi, getting a nod from Naruto. Kuratsuchi took a deep breath before continuing. First, I want you to know that it wasn't your fault. I thought that we were getting too close, and as you know that could cause trouble since you are the Kyubi Jinchuriki and I'm the Tsuchikige's granddaughter. Our villages wouldn't want us getting too friendly. So, you did it because you didn't want our friendship to heat things up between our homes? Asked Naruto, tilting his head in curiosity. Yeah, at least that's what I told myself. If I'm being honest, that's only part of it, admitted Kuratsuchi. The truth is that I think I was afraid. Afraid? Repeated Naruto. Afraid of what? I was afraid. Then, Kuratsuchi steeled herself and looked at Naruto in the eye. Of how I felt for you. Naruto widened his eyes in shock. Of how she felt for him. Did that mean what he thought it meant? When I'm with you I feel like I can do anything I set myself to do as long as you support me, like no matter what happens everything will be alright. I feel safe, said Kuratsuchi as her eyes bore into Naruto's own. She wanted him to see into her soul, to see that she was true. But I was also showing you a part of me that I've never shown anyone else. It was like being emotionally naked. It made me feel vulnerable. I'm not used to putting myself into a position that made it easy for me to get hurt. I was scared of all these weird feelings that I've never felt before. So I told myself that I had to separate myself from you for my village's sake. But the truth is that I was terrified of feeling vulnerable, I was scared of getting hurt. Naruto's eyes softened at hearing that. I wouldn't hurt you, you know that. I know that you wouldn't hurt me. Not on purpose. But when you are this close to someone it's just a matter of time until someone hurts the other, said Kuratsuchi firmly. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Being close to someone means sharing painful moments, not just good ones, but it's also worth it when it is with the right person. So I've decided that I won't be afraid anymore. I want to laugh with you, and cry, and quarrel, and comfort each other, it doesn't matter, not as long as it is together. And if someone else has a problem with it, be it our friends, or our villages, they can shove their concerns where the sun doesn't shine, said Kuratsuchi with a face full of determination, making Naruto stare at her in awe. That's why I want to be at your side for as long as I can. But only if you let me stay, concluded the girl, waiting expectantly for what Naruto had to say. Naruto silently articulated his words as Kuratsuchi patiently let him take his time. After a moment, Naruto also took a deep breath. When the Akatsuki captured me, I thought that was the end. I kept thinking that I was never going to become Hokage, or that I would never see my team again. But that didn't scare me at the time, it mostly made me angry. But you know what really scared me? That I was never going to see you again and tell you how much you mean to me. Kuratsuchi watched Naruto in amazement. To think that she was the main thing in his mind in such situation. I've had friends before, and mentors. And while they are very important to me and would die for each and every one of them, no one had made me feel the way you have, continued Naruto with a thoughtful look. Until you arrived I never knew how it was to go back home and know that someone was waiting there for me, to know that I wasn't alone. You gave me a family, even if just a small one. A family, huh? Thought Kuratsuchi with a smile. And then I started to notice how awesome you were. Yes, you could be cold, and ruthless, but also kind and sweet. And in time you became my friend, the best one, said Naruto. But I was confused also, because what I felt with you wasn't like anything I felt with the rest of my friends, so I started to wonder if there was something more, and I was right, you became the most important person in my life. If you were gone I don't know what I would do, I can't see myself going back to a life without you. So yes, you can stay. No, I want you to stay. Kuratsuchi responded him with a small but kind smile. Good, because I'm not going anywhere, said Kuratsuchi, leaning forward a little bit to stare at Naruto's eyes. Then you are going to have to put up with my stupid ass a bit longer, joked Naruto as he mimicked her actions, also leaning a little bit. She gave a small laugh. I wouldn't have it any other way, you know that. Blue stared into pink as their eyes tried to convey with their gaze their feelings. They both felt their heartbeat rising as they slowly diminished the gap between them. They closed their eyes as soon as they felt each other's breath brushing their faces. At last, their mouths locked, causing a small moan of pleasure from both at the tender touch of their lips. After such a long time, they finally let the emotions buried deep within them take hold of their actions as they left their instincts to guide them. Naruto put his hand on Kuratsuchi's shoulder while she held the back of his neck, deepening the kiss as another moan escaped them. Their noses clashed against each other as they enjoyed each other's taste, not caring for anything in the world but the person in each other's grasp. At this exact moment, they didn't know if what they were doing was bad or wrong, but that didn't matter, as they both had never felt so right. Chapter 33, Desires. How long are you going to keep giving me the silent treatment? Asked Katsuchi to the purple-haired Anbu following her through the streets of Konoha's marketplace. Still, Yugao just kept walking after Katsuchi, arms crossed and a serious look on her face that despite looking serene one could tell that she wasn't happy at all. I had to do it. Naruto was going to die. I couldn't just stay doing nothing and not hate myself for the rest of my life, said Katsuchi with a glance over her shoulder to look at Yugao. Yugao stayed silent for a moment, making Katsuchi think that she wasn't going to respond until she finally spoke to her for the first time that day. You do realize that your little stunt has put not just me but my entire ANBU squad on probation? Yugao frowned in discomfort just talking about it. Being on probation as if they were some kind of rookies when they have always performed their task at their best of their abilities was humiliating. Excuse me for not being too happy about that. It can't be that bad, said Katsuchi. The Hokage has hated my ass since the first day she laid eyes on me and I have managed. The girl tried to joke but a glare she got from Yugao taught her that she didn't find it funny in the slightest. It's not the same and you know it, said Yugao harshly. I have been too easygoing with you. I won't drop my guard again. Don't be like that, said Katsuchi. I thought we were friends. Are we? Responded Yugao. If we are friends, why did you put me in this position? Friends are honest with each other. If I told you what I wanted to do, would you have let me? Asked Katsuchi rhetorically. Of course not, said Yugao without a second thought. Exactly, said Katsuchi. I'm sorry that you had to get in trouble because of me, but I had to help, I just had. You would have done the same in my place? Yuga sighed. The girl did have a point. If she could have done anything to save Heiichi, she would have done so, no questions asked. She knew perfectly well what it was to live knowing that you couldn't keep the person you loved most from dying. Fine, I'll concede you that. I too would have done stupid things for the man I loved. Katsuchi stopped dead in her tracks at that comment, almost stumbling from the shock. Love? Who says I love Naruto? Of course I don't love the idiot, that's ridiculous. Haha. Yugao's deadpan look told Katsuchi that she didn't believe her one bit and that she should probably stop making a fool of herself. Are we too obvious? Asked Katsuchi, resigning herself. Yes you are. Though you used to be much better at hiding it, said Yugao. I'm pretty sure that even the Hokage knows by now. What? Asked Katsuchi in alarm. How do you know? What makes you say that? Kakashi-senpai told me what happened. About how she was about to punish you until you defended your actions to protect Naruto, rather passionately also might I add, explained Yugao. Judging by her weird reaction I can only guess that she realized why you are so protective of him. Damn it, muttered Katsuchi as she glanced to the floor in mortification. This complicated things. If the Hokage already found out about her and Naruto, things would get more complicated. She had to be more careful in the future then. It might be too late now that Tsunade knew, but there had to be some part of this that could still be salvaged. I fully expect the Hokage to talk to you about this in the near future if that's the case. I would be ready for that talk if I were you, warned Yugao. Katsuchi just nodded solemnly. That was probably the reason why the Hokage told her they needed to talk. Nothing good could come out of that. After a moment of silence, Yugao's eyes widened when she recalled something Katsuchi said. Wait. Did you say we? Asked Katsuchi, not understanding. You asked, are we too obvious, so that means that you know about Naruto's feelings too? Explained Yugao. Katsuchi was starting to panic, already knowing where this was going. And that also means that you both know that you have things to hide, concluded Yugao before she looked at Katsuchi in alarm. Why you guys haven't, you know? We haven't done anything of the sort. Exclaimed Katsuchi, blushing furiously in shame. You sure? Asked Yugao skeptically with a raised eyebrow. Hard to imagine that a couple of infatuated hormonal teenagers hadn't done anything sexual. Not even kissed? Katsuchi couldn't keep eye contact with Yugao, deviating her gaze to the side at the question. At the lack of response, Yugao knew what that meant. So you did kiss him. Okay, we kissed, all right? Exclaimed the embarrassed Katsuchi. But that's all we have done, I swear. Yugao eyed the girl suspiciously for a moment before she decided to take her word for it. If she got flustered this easily, she probably hadn't done more than that, thank God. Yugao gave a sigh once more before she brought a hand to her forehead. This whole situation was too stressing. Just try to not get caught. And for the love of God, don't do anything more serious. She already knew that Katsuchi would not listen to her if she told her to stop being intimate with Naruto, so the only thing to do was to advise her to be more secretive, and hope that she didn't go beyond just kisses. Katsuchi making out with Naruto was a good enough reason to incite war if IWA ever found out, let alone if they were to sleep together. I know that already, you don't have to remind me, said Katsuchi. No one knew better than her that she had to be careful. Worries aside, Yugao turned to look at Katsuchi with a devilish smile. So, is Naruto a good kisser? What? Asked Katsuchi incredulously. She had just berated her for kissing the guy and now she wanted to gossip? I'm just curious, that's all, said Yugao. Even if the kissing was a serious issue, there was nothing she could do now, except have a girl talk about it. She was still a woman after all. That's none of your business, said Katsuchi. Honestly, first you imply that I slept with him and now you want to know how he kisses? I didn't know you had such a dirty mind. Oh, so I'm the one with a dirty mind now? Said Yugao slyly. I'm not the one that has sweet dreams about Naruto. Katsuchi's went pale at that remark. What? How did she know that? Oh please, don't play dumb. I look after you all the time after all, said Yugao. Even at night. And boy do you say Naruto's name out loud while you sleep, and rather loudly too sometimes. I wonder what you could be dreaming about to warrant such reactions, said Yugao cheekily with a finger on her chin. Katsuchi stared agape at Yugao, her mind blank. What could she possibly say to explain that? I guess that those Ika books that you totally don't read have nothing to do with that, teased Yugao. Shut up? Yelled Katsuchi with a blush so intense it would make Hinata proud. Why don't you go back to ignoring me? Geez, said Katsuchi before turning around and walking away looking like a tomato. Yugao smiled triumphantly as she followed suit. Good thing that the street was empty or else she could not have teased her with such delicate topics. That's what the girl got for getting her in trouble with Tsunade-sama. Hokage's office. Shizun dropped a pile of paperwork on the desk of her master while said Sannin just kept refilling her cup of sake before taking small sips from it. Tsunade-sama, don't you think you should finish this paperwork first? Said Shizun in mild annoyance. She was tired of seeing the paperwork pile grow bigger and bigger while Tsunade just kept ignoring it. I'll do it later. Stop pestering me about it, will ya? Responded the Hokage as she rested her head on her palm with a thoughtful look on her face and a sake cup on the other hand. Shizun frowned in concern. She knew that Tsunade could be negligent with her duties sometimes but rarely with such apathy. Tsunade-sama, it's everything all right? You have been like this for a while now. Ever since she came back from visiting Naruto at the hospital she had been acting strangely. Tsunade gave a deep sigh before she continued to stare at the wall with an unfocused look. I was a fool for taking this job, that's what's wrong. Shizun rolled her eyes. Tsunade always said that every time work got to her. That doesn't really tell me anything. It's Naruto, who else? Who aside from him gives me these headaches, Tsunade elaborated. Who else but Naruto is so hellbent on making my life exponentially harder? Shizun got worried for a moment. Was something wrong with Naruto then? Is Naruto okay? He wasn't hurt too badly, was he? She was pretty sure that she was informed that he wasn't in danger anymore after being treated, but she was still afraid that she may have heard wrong. He is in love? Said Tsunade in distaste before taking a sip from her cup of sake. Shizun's surprise at hearing that remark was soon replaced by excitement as she grinned contently. Really? That's great, good for him. Why is that so dash? With the IWA girl, finished Tsunade, shutting Shizun up, once again making her apprentice go back to a shocked state. Oh? Said Shizun at a loss for words. Is that all you have to say? Oh? Asked Tsunade incredulously. I just don't know what to say, said Shizun. Are you sure? You wouldn't ask that if you had been there, said Tsunade as she poured herself another cup. The way the stupid girl talked about Naruto, you could see it in her eyes. That look was unmistakable. I used to be a silly girl in love too, you know. Shizun didn't have to be reminded of that. The Sannin's love for Shizun's late uncle was what led her to become her mentor in the first place. Maybe it's a one-way thing. Maybe Naruto doesn't return her feelings, said the younger medic. As if that makes the situation any better, said Tsunade. Besides, I highly doubt that's the case. No sane woman would go to the lengths that the girl goes for someone they love if their feelings weren't reciprocated. Shizun bit her lip in concentration. This doesn't have to be all bad. Maybe we could use this as a chance to promote peace between our nations. Like an arranged marriage or something like that. Tsunade snorted at the ridiculous notion. Promote peace, you say? Peace will be the farthest thing from Anoki's mind when he finds out. We have his granddaughter hostage while we charge him a ridiculous amount of money for her safety. What do you think will happen if this issue gets out? He will think we have brainwashed her and turned her traitor, Not to mention that hooking her up with Naruto would seem like the biggest insult of them all. Might I remind you who was Naruto's father, Shizune? Shizune knew that there was very little they could do to salvage this. She had just tried to be optimistic. They had IWA controlled for now, but only because they were still recovering from the Akatsuki's assault and Katsuchi was in Konoha's custody. But if they got word of this, it would seem as the ultimate insult for them. Not only did they defeat them soundly during the Third Great Ninja War, had their best kunoichi and future Tsuchikage as a prisoner, but also had said kunoichi fall in love with Konoha's pariah and son of their most hated enemy. This could very well be the straw that broke the camel's back in Iwa's eyes. Do you have any ideas, Tsunade-sama? Asked Shizune hopefully after a couple of minutes of silence. Do you think I would be like this if I knew what to do? Asked Tsunade. That fucking idiot. Why does Naruto always has to follow the path that makes the most trouble for me? I guess we love who we love. As the saying goes, we don't choose who we fall in love with, said Shizune, trying to argue at least a little bit in Naruto's defense. Whoever is the idiot who said that obviously didn't have to worry about avoiding an all-out war between two military powers, said Tsunade in annoyance. So, what are we going to do about this? Asked Shizune tentatively, almost afraid to hear the answer. Even if the situation was delicate, she still felt bad for Naruto. He finally found someone he cared about and cared for him, and the relationship could never be. I wouldn't be here lamenting with you if I knew, would I? Responded Tsunade before taking a gulp of sake. Shizune frowned in worry. That was true, this wasn't something that had a simple solution. Well, it technically did have an easy solution. They could just split the teenagers up, but she knew that Tsunade could never bring herself to do something like that to Naruto, not to him. By the way, Shizune. The raven-haired medic turned to look at her master again at her call. I need you to deliver a message to Naruto at the hospital, informed Tsunade. I was supposed to tell him this earlier, but with these recent events it completely slipped my mind. Shizune tilted her head slightly in wonder. A message? Konoha's hospital. Naruto licked his lips as he unpacked the Ichiraku ramen takeout that Katsuchi had so kindly brought to his room. Tasty tasty ramen, how I've missed you! Exclaimed the blonde as he sat straight up on his hospital bed. Thanks, Kuro-chan. Itadakimasu, declared the blonde before digging into his meal. You are welcome, said Katsuchi with a smile, glad to see Naruto in high spirits. Just try to not make a mess, will ya? Don't worry, I'm always tidy, said Naruto as he devoured his noodles. Katsuchi shot him a deadpan look. Naruto didn't even take a second before contradicting his statement. Naruto noticed Katsuchi sitting silently and looking intently at him, so he stopped eating for a moment to address her. Sorry, do you want some? Offered the blonde. I'm not hungry, thanks, replied the girl. Enjoy yourself. Naruto didn't have to be told twice as he went back full force to eating his ramen. So, any word on when you'll be discharged? Asked Katsuchi. Naruto slurped a mouthful of noodles before answering. Sakura-chan said soon, and that as long as I get plenty of rest I'll be as good as new in a few days. Katsuchi was glad for that. She hated seeing Naruto in a hospital bed. It was a reminder of how close he had been to dying. Thankfully he seemed to be healing fast, due to the Kyuubi. At the very least the stupid fox was helping Naruto get better, considering that it was because of him that the Akatsuki fucks were after Naruto in the first place. Luckily, Naruto's appetite was just as healthy as ever. That was a good sign of his rapid improvement. She couldn't help but smile at how content the blonde went through his food. Seeing him in high spirits also cheered her up, especially after almost losing him not long ago. Naruto stopped eating momentarily when he felt Katsuchi quietly looking at him with a soft smile on her face. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve before looking at her too. What is it? Katsuchi shook her head gently. Nothing, it's just that, you really have no idea how happy I am that you are okay. Naruto grinned sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. Thanks. I'm also glad that you didn't get hurt. Naruto wasn't exactly sure what else he could say or how he should act. One thing that he hadn't considered was how different his relationship with Katsuchi felt now. Now that both knew that they liked each other, he didn't know what was he supposed to do. He didn't have any experience in this kind of things. Katsuchi noticed Naruto's uncertainty and she had a good idea of what he was thinking. She herself didn't even know how to act now with him. Now that they both confessed there were no more pretenses or excuses, they both knew that they were head over heels for each other, and it made things weird. They never established what their relationship was now. Was she his friend? His girlfriend? She didn't know, and she suspected that Naruto didn't either. She guessed that this was precisely why people often said that falling in love with your friends was a bad idea. Let alone falling in love with who should be your mortal enemy. Their awkward silence was interrupted when they heard someone knock on the door. Both teenagers directed their attention at the entrance of the room when the door opened and Shizune walked in. "Hello, Naruto-kun," said Shizun with a pleasant smile as she entered. "How are you feeling?" "Shizun-nachan," exclaimed Naruto with joy. It had been a while since the last time he saw the raven-haired medic. It was nice of her to check on him. "I'm doing great." "I'm happy to see that," said Shizun amicably before she turned her attention to Katsuchi. "Nice to see you here too, Katsuchi-san." "Thank you for keeping Naruto company," said Shizun politely, but she couldn't help watching intently the IWA girl after the conversation she had with her master. It was weird to see her knowing what was really going on with the teenagers. "Same," said Katsuchi, returning the cordiality. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but for some reason she felt as if the older woman was staring at her oddly. "Hey, Shizun-nichan, you know when I'm getting out of here?" asked Naruto. "It's awfully boring in here. I'm feeling much better. I don't need to be trapped in this place. I just spoke to the head nurse, in fact. She wanted me to tell you that you are free to go," Shizun informed him with a smile. "Really? Awesome. I'll get going then. I can't stand this hospital bed any longer," said Naruto with eagerness, already starting to kick the cover off him. Katsuchi was relieved to know that Naruto could return to his apartment. Now they could have more time for themselves to sort out their new relationship. "Actually, I had something else I had to tell you," informed Shizun, catching the attention of both teenagers. Katsuchi couldn't help but feel a bit concerned at the grave face of Shizun at the comment. Whatever she had to say had to be important. "Orochimaru is dead, Sasuke killed him," said Shizun. Naruto stared agape at the medic, which soon turned his expression to one of joy. "Does that mean that Sasuke is coming back to Konoha?" said Naruto. He knew that there was no way that Sasuke was going to let the treacherous snake do as he pleased with him. And now that he wouldn't have Orochimaru whispering promises of power in his ear, he ought to come back to Konoha. Katsuchi huffed in annoyance. Anytime Sasuke was mentioned, it was enough to sour her mood. "Naruto, I don't think that's the case," said the IWA prodigy. "He left to kill his brother, remember? That's why he wanted power in the first place. I don't think he'll be back until that's done, or he got himself killed by the very same insane brother he was trying to kill, and if Katsuchi could have her way, she would love to see both Uchihas kill each other. That would be a pretty good way to get rid of the Uchiha bastards at the same time." "Katsuchi-san is right," said Shizun. "Sasuke will most likely go after Itachi next." Naruto glanced at the floor in disappointment. Why couldn't Sasuke just come back? Why did things always have to be so complicated? Still, he couldn't just stay here while Sasuke chased someone as dangerous as Itachi by himself. "We have to go look for Itachi before Sasuke gets to him," said Naruto. If they managed to find Itachi first, it was just a matter of time before Sasuke had to go to them if he wanted to see his brother. Katsuchi suppressed a groan of exasperation. Why couldn't Konoha just let the Uchiha go fuck himself? "That's the plan," said Shizun, happy to see that Naruto got the gist of the idea quickly. "But only after you are fully healed. Tsunade-sama just wanted you to know about Sasuke as you have the right." "Of course we are going." "Screw it, I'm feeling fine, really," said Naruto without missing a beat. "I won't let Sasuke face that freak by himself." Katsuchi gave Naruto a look of reprimand. "Naruto, you aren't fully healed yet. You aren't ready to go." "That's right. It isn't wise for you to go on another mission just yet after just getting out of the hospital," said Shizun. "But I can't just stay here and do nothing while Sasuke Naruto started rambling just to be interrupted by Katsuchi putting a hat over his own and looking at him with a frown. "You promised me," muttered the girl softly as she looked into his eyes. Naruto widened his eyes at that. That was right, he had promised her that he wasn't going to chase Sasuke until he felt strong enough to take him on. The blonde bit his lip as he pondered on this. He really felt a strong urge to go. This was another shot, a new chance to bring Sasuke back and make up for all the other times he had failed to do so. But seeing Katsuchi's expectant face staring at him in anticipation, he knew that he would hurt her deeply if he broke a promise to her of all people. He never got back on his word, and Katsuchi was the last person on earth he wanted to disappoint. So, with much difficulty he made up his mind. "I am sorry, Shizun-nichan, you guys are right. I'm not ready to go just yet," said Naruto somberly. He didn't want to abandon Sasuke, but he had made a promise. Saying that Shizun was shocked to hear Naruto's decision was an understatement. She thought for sure that Naruto would go straight to his apartment to pack his stuff and leave the village in search for Sasuke as soon as possible. However, it was a good thing in this case. Naruto wasn't in condition to be fighting Itachi and Sasuke. Still, it seemed that Tsunade-sama wasn't kidding. If Katsuchi had this much influence over Naruto, she had to be very important for the boy. Shizun wondered if that was a good or a bad thing. While she was trying to be happy for Naruto, it also worried her a bit that a foreign shinobi held this much sway over him. Katsuchi gave the boy a small pleased grin. She knew how hard it must have been for him to turn down this mission, and he had done it for her. If it wasn't for Shizune watching them, she would embrace Naruto to show how grateful she was for taking her feelings into account. "I see," said Shizune, simply nodding before turning herself to leave the two teenagers alone. "Very well, I'll take my leave then. I have to report back to Tsunade-sama. See you later, Naruto-kun. Get well soon." And with that, the medic was gone. Kuratsuchi sighed, glad to be left alone again with Naruto. However, she eyed the blonde who was looking in silence at the covers of his bed, deep in thought. She knew that this had to be very difficult for him. She put her hand over his palm and gripped it gently, hoping to offer some comfort. "What do you say if we get out of here?" suggested the girl. "You must miss your place." Naruto nodded curtly. That did seem like a nice idea. His apartment wasn't anything special, but he preferred it 100 times over the hospital. Sounds good. He might not be going after Sasuke, but at the very least he would leave this boring place. That was something nice going for him, he guessed. Naruto's apartment. "Home sweet home," exclaimed Naruto as soon as he crossed the door along with Kuratsuchi. He flung himself over his bed, glad to be on his own mattress after being in that piece of concrete that they call hospital bed. Kuratsuchi smiled at the scene. It was good to see Naruto in high spirits again, even if he had to turn down the offer to chase Sasuke. "So, you want anything to eat? That takeout ramen couldn't have filled you up much," offered Kuratsuchi amicably. After all that has happened to Naruto, he deserved a proper meal at the very least. "It's okay. I'm only going to take shower and I'm off to train," said Naruto as he sat on his bed with determination. "I might not be able to bring Sasuke back just yet, but I can hurry up and make myself stronger so I can get him quicker." Kuratsuchi frowned in disapproval. So that's what this was about. He just wanted to train so he could go after the Uchiha? "You are still recovering. Take it easy for a while," said Kuratsuchi. "The Uchiha idiot is not going anywhere. The sooner I train the sooner I get stronger," said Naruto stubbornly. "Besides, I'm feeling fine already. The stupid fox heals me fast. So there's nothing to worry about?" "We already talked about this. I'm not going to discuss this issue of the Uchiha again," said Kuratsuchi in annoyance. "You know that training yourself to the ground as fast as you can is not the answer, so stop acting like I won't have an issue with it." Naruto deflated at her words. Of course she was right, she almost always was. I know. It's just so hard, you know," said Naruto somberly. "I just don't want Sasuke to die fighting Itachi." Kuratsuchi's features softened. Even if she didn't like hearing Naruto talk about Sasuke, she could understand that it burdened Naruto. "I know that this is difficult for you, Naruto," said the girl as she sat beside him on the bed and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "But try to imagine how difficult this is for me too. I also don't want to see my boyfriend overstraining himself." Naruto stared at her in surprise just to find her blushing just as hard as he was. "Boyfriend?" muttered Naruto, the word feeling alien in his mouth. Kuratsuchi glanced to the side, unable to hide her embarrassment. "Well, why yeah. I mean, I like you like me so," said the IWA prodigy as she fidgeted nervously. Naruto gulped timidly before he found his resolution. He rapidly clasped Kuratsuchi's hand, grabbing her attention as she stared at him expectantly. "Kuratsuchi," started Naruto with some difficulty, but he steeled himself to continue. It was time to properly define their relationship. Would you be my girlfriend?" Kuratsuchi couldn't find any words, she just stared dumbly at the face of the blonde, her face getting even redder. Still, she managed to give him a content smile. "I thought you were never going to ask." "You bet I want to be your girlfriend, idiot." Naruto grinned gleefully, he couldn't express his joy right now. He would never have thought he would be so lucky to have a girlfriend like Kuratsuchi. The pink-eyed girl shared his sentiment. It was nice to finally be able to say without a shadow of a doubt what they were. That fact gave her newfound confidence. Now she didn't have to worry about doing something that wasn't appropriate with a friend. She felt compelled to lean in and give him a simple kiss, but that wouldn't have been enough for her right now. No, this was a special occasion. She decided to be more daring, even if she had to swallow her nerves to try something different. Naruto was a bit surprised when he felt Kuratsuchi put her hand on his cheek before giving him a tender kiss, which was something that he welcomed, but it was soon replaced with shock when he felt the girl get on top of his lap. Still, Kuratsuchi didn't seem fazed by his reaction as she still continued to gently smooch his lips. Naruto decided to go with the flow and also closed his eyes, returning and deepening her kiss. She muffed a moan as he did so, encouraging him to go on, this time with a bit more confidence. Getting more comfortable, Kuratsuchi broke the kiss momentarily before resting her head on Naruto's shoulder. "Aren't you glad you didn't go to train instead?" "Because I am." "Na are you Takuen?" Kuratsuchi purred in his ear in a playful manner. The alluring way she said that sent shivers down Naruto's spine. He found the softness of her voice along with her breath on his skin beyond sexy, and he couldn't help but feel his blood pressure steadily going up. Katsuchi was quick to notice that too when she suddenly felt a peculiar pressure against her leg. The unexpected reaction from Naruto halted Katsuchi in her shock. She was a fool for not having considered that Naruto was a hormonal male teenager. Of course this was going to happen. She took a quick glance at the boy's face only to find him averting her eyes, his face bright red in shame as he knew that she had noticed his body's reaction. Katsuchi bit her lip in guilt. It hadn't been her intention to make things uncomfortable, and her shocked reaction just served to make Naruto feel dirty for not controlling his urges. Still, she resolved to show him that it was all right. She gently grabbed his face and slowly forced him to look at her. He still averted his gaze momentarily before he finally locked eyes with her to see that she wasn't angry or disgusted, and instead she shot him an understanding smile before she gave him a peck on the lips. He was unsure at first, but soon enough he started relaxing again. Katsuchi continued to give him small soft kisses, trying to make him see that it was okay to experiment. He didn't have to feel pressured or anything of the sort. Right now they just needed to do what felt right to them, to have fun. And at the moment, just making out was enough. If they ever wanted to get any farther than this, they would cross that bridge when they got there later. And with that, both teenagers spent the rest of the afternoon just enjoying each other's contact, with the muffled groan of pleasure here and there. Hokage's office. Tsunade finished signing another document before angrily putting it away and starting another one, taking a gulp of sake before continuing. She cursed this damn job. She wasn't in the slightest mood to be doing this right now, but if she kept delaying it she would be here all her life. "We are almost done, Tsunade-sama," said Shizune, who had agreed to help her master with the documents to be done with them quicker. "There's no need for that face." "It's my face, I'll have the expression I want to have," responded the moody Sannin. Shizune just sighed, but she still kept doing her part of the work. Tsunade was ready for smash her desk when she heard a knock on her door. She swore that if it was more work she was going to punch the poor soul that brought it. "What is it?" asked the impatient woman. "There is a message for you, Hokage-sama," responded a man at the other side of the door. He sounded scared, no doubt knowing that his leader wasn't particularly cheery right now. "Go away." "I'm busy," said Tsunade as she signed yet another document. "I really think that you need to see this, Hokage-sama," said the man reluctantly. Tsunade took a deep breath to calm her rage before she signaled Shizune. "Take this for me, will you?" Shizune promptly obeyed as she went to answer the door. As soon as she did, a chunin at the entrance gave a small bow of respect before he quickly handed her a scroll. Shizune thanked him before the man went away. The young medic didn't waste any time and opened the scroll. She lifted the parchment up to her face, shielding her features as she read the contents. Tsunade eyed her protege curiously, waiting for her to tell her what the urgent message said. She frowned when she noticed Shizune gripping the piece of paper tighter and tighter. "So, what does it say?" asked Tsunade with impatience. Judging by Shizune's reaction, it couldn't be anything good. Of course she would get bad news. When did she ever get good news? Still, whatever it was couldn't be worse than recent events. That thought died when Shizune finally put the scroll down and stared at her master with a tearful face. "Tsunade-sama, I'm so sorry." The color drained from the Hokage's face at the expression and tone of voice from the younger woman, already dreading to hear whatever the message was. Chapter 34, Comfort. Naruto steeled himself as he entered the Hokage's office along with Kakashi at his side. The Sharingan user had gone to get him and told him that the Godame needed to see him. He wasn't a genius, but the way his teacher carried himself, it was obvious that whatever they needed him for was serious. Not to mention that for some reason Gamabunta and Gamakichi were stationed just outside the Hokage's building. Naruto's first thought was that they had found out about his relationship with Katsuchi, and if that was the case he had to be ready for a reprimand. He had been thinking of good arguments all the way to meet the female Sannin, but as soon as he opened the door everything he had come up with left his mind. The atmosphere inside the office was heavy. Sai and Sakura were already waiting there for him and Kakashi. The pinkette had a look of sadness in her eyes and Sai looked somber, even more so than usual. At the side of the Hokage's desk was a small toad with gray strands of hair and a small cloak. Naruto also spotted Shizune at the very end of the room, and she was sporting a look of concern not unlike Sakura's. But what really caught Naruto's attention was Tsunade herself. The Hokage was sitting on her desk patiently waiting for Naruto as was expected, but her expression tipped Naruto off. The Hokage tried to look serene, but with her red puffy eyes, even Naruto could tell that she wasn't okay. What is going on here?" asked Naruto tentatively as he slowly made his way towards his grandmother figure. Somehow, he had a feeling that this wasn't about Katsuchi. "So, this is Naruto," said the toad as he regarded the boy closely. "Jiraiya-chan's pupil?" "He is," answered Tsunade drily. Naruto eyed the small toad with suspicion. Was the Arrow Sennin involved in this too? Tsunade-bachan, what is happening here? And who does this old frog thinks he is to be talking like that to the Arrow Sennin? Said Naruto in annoyance. The nerve of the old toad to be calling the old man, Chan. Fukasaku smiled in amusement at the nickname that Naruto had for Jiraiya. He was just like his master. Quiet, Naruto, Tsunade scolded the boy. Fukasaku is Jiraiya's teacher and a respected figure amongst the toads. Show him more respect. Naruto stared at the small toad in surprise. This was the Arrow Sennin's teacher? Anyway, I'll go straight to the point, said Fukasaku, not wanting to prolong the bad news anymore. Jiraiya-chan has been killed in combat. Naruto felt as if someone had dropped a bucket of ice water over him. He could not do anything but stare silently at the toad and at Tsunade, waiting for someone to tell him this was a bad joke, but that never happened. The rest of the people present in the room could only watch Naruto in pity, waiting for a further reaction from the boy. How? Was the only thing that Naruto managed to mutter. He died on a mission fighting Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, said Fukasaku before taking off his cloak and revealing what appeared to be numbers carved on his back. Jiraiya-chan managed to write this message on my back just before he died. He wrote it in code so Pain didn't know what he was doing. However, Naruto didn't seem to be the slightest bit interested in that code. His master was dead and that was all that mattered to him right now. Granny, did you send him on that mission? Naruto asked the Hokage. I did, responded Tsunade. Naruto grimaced, holding back his impulse to lash out against the Sannin. Screw this. He turned around in anger, ready to leave the office, but before he reached for the doorknob he glanced back at one last time at Tsunade. If the Arrow Sennin had been the Hokage, he would never have let you go on that mission, and with that, Naruto left the office, ignoring a worried call from Sakura. Naruto was glad that no one had come looking for him as soon as he left. He wasn't in the mood to see anyone right now. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Naruto found himself walking aimlessly through Konoha's marketplace. He didn't know if he was looking for a way to occupy his mind or what, but it was all in vain. He kept picturing all the times he spent with his late master, all the times he scolded him or called him a knucklehead idiot, to all the times he was there for him when he needed him. Naruto cursed under his breath before he slammed his fist against a wall beside him. Why did Arrow Sennin have to die? What was the old idiot thinking when he went looking for a fight with the Akatsuki's leader? The blonde's mind was in a turmoil and he continued to wander the streets without a clear goal, as if to find answers that he knew he wasn't going to find. Kuratsuchi's apartment. And then Himiko couldn't help her gasps of breath getting sharper as she felt Masato make his way inside of Kuratsuchi's attention was diverted from her book when she heard a knock on her door. She sighed in frustration at being interrupted just when things were getting interesting. She proceeded to hide the Ika book below the cushion of her sofa as she stood up to answer her door. Sakura? Said Kuratsuchi when she found the pink-haired medic just outside her apartment. Hello, Kuratsuchi-san. Have you seen Naruto? He doesn't appear to be at his place, said Sakura with concern in her voice. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow at that. I haven't seen him all day, replied the IWA girl. She went looking for him at his apartment when she woke up this morning, but when she couldn't find him she decided to wait for him by killing time reading. Did you need him for something? Sakura shook her head gently. I just wanted to see if he was doing okay. With the issue with Jiraiya-sama and all that. That piqued Kuratsuchi's interest. What issue with Jiraiya? Wait, didn't you hear? Asked Sakura when she noticed the clueless look that Kuratsuchi was giving her. Hear what? Asked Kuratsuchi, now getting increasingly worried about what had Sakura this worked up. Jiraiya-sama is dead, said Sakura somberly. He was killed fighting the Akatsuki's leader. Kuratsuchi couldn't hide her surprise. Jiraiya of the Sannin was dead. The great toad sage Jiraiya? But that meant that, Naruto. And with that, Kuratsuchi rushed out of her apartment, slamming the door behind her. Wait, Kuratsuchi-san, where are you going? Said Sakura, only to be ignored. Kuratsuchi quickly made her way into the street. She had to find Naruto. Who knew what he could do after finding out that his master was dead? She wouldn't put it past him to go looking for the Akatsuki by himself or something of the sort. And even if he didn't, he was hurting at the very least and she had to be there for him. Outskirts of Konoha. Kuratsuchi was getting more frustrated by the minute. She had already checked all the places that Naruto would go to, from Ichiraku to the academy, or the training grounds, and not one of them had yielded results. Where are you, Naruto? Thought the girl in worry until a thought occurred to her. That's it. I know where he is. Then, she changed her course towards the Hokage monument, rapidly traversing the oath of the steep hill towards the mountain until she finally spotted the familiar figure of Naruto sitting on top of the head of the yondaime. Once Naruto felt someone approaching him, he glanced back to see Kuratsuchi making her way up to him. Katsuchi, I didn't know you were there, he said as he wiped the tears from his eyes with his forearm, not wanting the girl to see him like this. Katsuchi furrowed her brow when he noticed his red eyes. She really hated to see him suffer. I've been looking all over the place for you, you know? Said the girl as she took a seat beside Naruto. I'm sorry, I just had to be alone, said Naruto dejectedly. Katsuchi stared softly at him before she put a hand on his shoulder comfortingly. I'm sorry, Naruto. I heard about Jiraiya, said Katsuchi, noticing how Naruto winced at the mention of his late master. I know how much you are hurting. Naruto didn't say anything. He didn't feel comfortable worrying Katsuchi over him, but he was thankful for her presence. You know, said Katsuchi softly. My dad always used to tell me that the people we loved that have already passed away watch over us. For a long time I didn't know if I believed him or not. It certainly seemed like bullshit a lot of times. But one day I decided that I wanted to believe it. I really wanted to believe that my mother was looking over me and I needed to do my very best for her. Even if she really wasn't watching me, I just had to do what would have made her proud in her memory. Naruto pondered on what Katsuchi said for a moment. He understood her point. If the Erosenin wasn't here to see him grow, he should at least strive to live up to the expectations he had of him. Still, he couldn't help his sorrow. I hope you are right. I just wanted him to see me become Hokage, to see me be something else than just a failure. Katsuchi gave Naruto a weak slap on the back of his head, which caused the boy to stare at her in surprise as he rubbed the pain away. You are not a failure, idiot, said Katsuchi. And I don't think Jiraiya would have wasted his time with you if he thought so too. I never told you this, but one time he came to pay me a visit in my apartment shortly after arriving in Konoha. This was before we were friends and I had just acted like a bitch to you, and he came to give me a piece of his mind. It was scary seeing him so worked up, and he did it for your sake. Naruto hadn't known that his old master did that. It was nice to know that he cared. Still, he wished he hadn't been too hard on Katsuchi. I'm not mad about that anymore, I totally deserved it, said Katsuchi almost as if reading Naruto's mind. And if he hadn't done that, I probably would never have made up with you and we'd never have been friends. He did all that for you, so now you should honor his memory and stop moping around. It doesn't suit you. And I never want to hear you say that you are a failure again, got it? Naruto smiled for the first time in the day at hearing Katsuchi's encouraging words. Once again he wiped the tears from his eyes, but this time he had more resolution than before. Katsuchi smiled with content, realizing that her words had an effect on the blonde. Then, she was suddenly surprised when Naruto turned to her, locked his lips with hers. Katsuchi's surprise didn't last long and she found herself returning his kiss, closing her eyes as she enjoyed the moment along with him. After a few seconds, Naruto broke the kiss before glancing into her eyes in appreciation. Thank you, Kuro-chan. I really needed your words. Katsuchi bit her lips as she too returned his gesture. That had been a quick kiss, but she could feel Naruto's gratitude in the action. You know I'm here for you. In the future don't hesitate to find me if you are not feeling well, okay? Naruto nodded. Definitely. Then, Katsuchi closed the distance between them and leaned her head against his shoulder as she stared at the village below. You were right. It really does look nice from up here. Yeah, it does, responded Naruto as he rested his head against hers and took her hand in his, letting a comfortable silence set in as they watched the village in the light of the twilight. Wherever the Erosenin was, Naruto promised that he would make his master proud. And he knew that Katsuchi would be at his side, making sure that he continued to improve. Chapter 35, Painful Revelations. Katsuchi gave a mighty yawn as she stretched her arms. She was resting on her sofa and bored out of her mind. Team Guy was busy, so that meant no training today, and Naruto was helping crack some code that Jiraiya left for him apparently. Which left her with nothing to do but sit around in her apartment. At least it appeared that Naruto was feeling better, which Katsuchi was glad for. Jiraiya had been like a grandfather to him and he had cared for his pupil. Naruto treasured his precious people above all else, and having lost such a close paternal figure hit him hard. Anyway, Katsuchi vowed to be there for Naruto if he needed her. She might not have been close to Jiraiya herself, but she understood Naruto's feelings. Wait, did this mean there would be no more Ika books? Katsuchi grabbed her face in horror at the realization. There would be no more books. And just after leaving it in a cliffhanger, no less. Damn it, now she would never know what happened to Himiko. Katsuchi shook her head to clear those thoughts away. She felt terrible for thinking something as shallow as worrying about a stupid story when this was a serious issue for Naruto. It was no surprise after all, as Naruto was an orphan. Losing the man he looked up to like a father had to be especially painful for a boy that grew up without no one else. Katsuchi frowned in melancholy. She hated knowing how hard Naruto had it growing up, and now this issue with Jiraiya just left her feeling terrible for her boyfriend. If only there was something she could do to help him in some way aside from just being an emotional support. Suddenly, Katsuchi widened her eyes and bolted up from the sofa as an idea came to her. There was something she could do. She didn't know why she didn't think about this before. However, she knew that for this particular task she would need help. But she had someone in mind already, and with her idea still fresh in her mind she proceeded to leave her apartment. She was doing nothing anyway, she might as well do this now. Konoha's marketplace. And I just dropped dead onto my bed, falling asleep almost immediately, and even then I swear I'm still feeling tired, said Ino with an annoyed huff as she handed yet another shopping bag to Sai. I see, said Sai simply as he followed Ino around. She had asked him to come with her shopping and he ended up as the designated pack mule. Ino had said that boys were supposed to help girls with heavy bags. He didn't complain though, he was just happy to be included in a normal activity between friends, even if Ino never stopped talking about things he didn't know about. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like working at the shop, I love flowers, but making 100 flower arrangements is a little too much, said Ino before she glanced back at Sai. But I guess I can understand, those were for a wedding and those oof to be special. Right, Isai-kun? Yeah, said the pale boy with a nod of his head, just going with the flow. When I get married I'll probably ask for 300 flower arrangements, Ino swooned dreamily. I would want only the perfect wedding. With a big cake and the prettiest dress. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I guessed, said Sai. You said it, Sai-kun. Of course it would be, chirped Ino. Guys. Both teenagers turned around at being called so suddenly, and to their surprise they found Katsuchi approaching them in haste. Katsuchi-san, said Sai in confusion. It was rare for the Iwa Kunoichi to go looking for him. Especially so soon after last time. Hey, Kurotsuki, greeted Ino amicably. What a surprise to see you here. Hey to you too, said Katsuchi as she stopped in front of them. It's been a while since I last saw you, girl. How's everything going? Where's Naruto? Asked Ino with a sly smirk. Katsuchi ignored the question, hiding her nervousness at Ino's insinuation. I need you to come with me. Ino eyed the prodigy curiously. Sure, but dash? Thanks, I'll explain later, said Katsuchi as she started walking away rapidly. Are you coming or not? Ino looked at Sai to know what he thought and he responded with a shrug. Ino gave a sigh and proceeded to follow the Iwa girl with Sai in tow. After a while, Katsuchi led them into a library. Ino raised an eyebrow at the unexpected location but followed Katsuchi inside anyways. The trio passed by several rows of bookcases filled to the brim with notebooks, scrolls, and books until Katsuchi sat down at a table at the very far end of the establishment. Okay, this place isn't what I had in mind when you said you wanted us to follow you, said Ino as she and Sai sat down across from Katsuchi. I needed to bring you somewhere where the ANBU following me can't overhear us, whispered Katsuchi. Sai tilted his head at the odd comment while Ino voiced her concern. Why would it be a problem for the ANBU to hear us? Asked the Yamanaka. Katsuchi took a deep breath. This was hard for her, especially since she didn't know Ino very well and didn't get along with Sai. I need your help. Our help? With what exactly? Inquired Ino. I need your help in finding info on someone, said Katsuchi. I don't know if they are alive or dead, but they should have a record. I need you to go into Konoha's ninja archives. Ino widened her eyes at the request. But those archives are in the Hokage Tower, finished Sai for her. Exactly. I'm not allowed to get in. I need someone who can, said Katsuchi. I don't know how much I can help with that, said Sai. The Hokage didn't trust Danzo and she would certainly not be comfortable letting a root agent into the archives. He could try sneaking in, but that wasn't advised. If he was caught he could get in serious trouble. He would need a good reason to be let in. Well, I could enter but, said Ino. Since she trained with the Hokage for her medical ninjutsu she went to the tower pretty often. She wasn't a full-fledged apprentice like Sakura was, but she had enough clearance to make it in without arousing suspicion. But why would you even need to enter the archives? Who are you looking for anyway? Katsuchi knew that Ino was basically saying politely that this seemed fishy, especially if a foreign ninja was planning on doing it. Katsuchi couldn't blame Ino, this was pretty suspicious, she knew. That's why she needed to explain. You heard about Jiraiya, right? Sai nodded. Of course, who wouldn't? Said Ino. Jiraiya's death was a pretty heavy topic around Konoha. As you can imagine, Naruto took it pretty hard, said Katsuchi with a sorrowful look at remembering Naruto's pain. Naruto didn't have anyone growing up, he never knew what a family was, he never even knew them. The old man was like a father to him. Ino and Sai also looked somberly at the table, trying to imagine what Naruto went through. Ino knew that if her dad or even Asuma-sensei had died she would not know what to do with her life. That's why I want him to at least know a little bit about his family, said Katsuchi. I want to help him know who his parents are. A look of realization hit Ino and Sai. So that's what Katsuchi wanted. She just needed to find who Naruto's parents were. It was a noble goal to try and help Naruto know of his lost parentage, and they could relate in wanting to help. A look of realization hit Ino and Sai. So that's what Katsuchi wanted. She just needed to find who Naruto's parents were. It was a noble goal to try and help Naruto know of his lost parentage, and they could relate in wanting to help. Okay, said Ino cheerily, trying to lift the mood. We'll help you help Naruto? Right, Isai-kun? She just couldn't deny a request from the heart. The way Katsuchi talked about this meant that she cared, and Ino wasn't going to let this chance of getting the two lovebirds together pass. The pale boy nodded with determination. I also want to ease Naruto's pain, even if a little bit. Thank you, guys, said Katsuchi with appreciation. With their help she was sure that she had to find something. Hokage Tower. A young brunette sat at the reception as she went through some documents until she was interrupted by a newcomer. Hello there, said Ino as she approached the woman along with Sai. Ino-san, good to see you, greeted the young woman. I haven't seen you around here in a while. Have you been busy? You know how it is. With my training and missions I don't have the time to come here as often anymore, said Ino. That's to be expected, said the woman before she noticed Sai. And who is your friend? Is he your boyfriend maybe? Sai just tilted his head in confusion. Oh, Sai is just a friend, Ino waved it off. For the moment, added the blonde with a wink, to which Sai only stared at her curiously, still just as clueless. I see, said the woman. Anyway, what can I do for you? Shizen-san asked me to retrieve something from the ninja archives, said Ino as before she pointed her thumb at Sai. And Sai offered to help? The ninja archives? Repeated the woman. Ino never went there, but there was a first time for everything, she guessed. Shizen wouldn't have sent her there if it wasn't important. Very well. Please just be careful in there, those are delicate documents, said the woman as she handed Ino a key. We'll be super careful, I promise, said Ino as she grabbed the key, and then she and Sai proceeded into the room behind the woman. Once inside, Ino gave a sigh of relief. They were in the clear for now, but they had to be quick. The longer they stayed there, the bigger the chance of being found out. Sai glanced curiously at his surroundings. The room was fairly big and had shelves filled to the brim with boxes and folders who they themselves were bursting with papers. One could tell that the place wasn't cleaned very often as it reeked of old paper. Okay, so where do we start? Wondered Ino out loud. I don't even know how we are supposed to find anything on Naruto's parents. We should just focus on people with Uzumaki as their surname. That's all we have to go on, said Sai. I know, but digging into all these documents is going to take a while, and who knows how many Uzumaki are in here, said Ino in exasperation. Sai for his part remained silent, but he pulled out a large scroll and set it on the floor. Ino wondered what Sai was doing when she saw the boy write Uzumaki on the blank scroll with letters as big as the scroll could take. Then, Sai made a bunch of hand seals and the letters on the scroll turned into countless small ink spiders. Ino jumped backward at the unexpected jutsu, feeling slight disgust for at the sight of the arachnids even if they were made of ink. What are you doing? What is that jutsu? Asked Ino as the small creatures scattered all throughout the room. It's a special jutsu I have for gathering information when the content or its location is unclear, said Sai. These spiders will get into every single document in this room and will look for any that contains the code words I created them from, in this case Uzumaki, then they will come back and make an exact copy in the scroll I laid out. That's brilliant, praised Ino. That's a very useful jutsu you have there, Saikuin. You are amazing. En route we are trained for these kinds of situations, said Sai. Danzo ensured that they were adept at retrieving information in the most efficient way possible. I see, said Ino. And how long will this take? Not much, said Sai. And so, both teenagers waited patiently for Sai's spiders to do their job, and luckily for Ino they started coming back in just a few minutes. She observed as Sai laid out several scrolls on the floor for the small creatures to crawl over, and when they did they turned into letters, pictures, and all kind of information, effectively making exact copies of whatever document they had found. Surprisingly, it seemed that there weren't or hadn't been any Uzumakis in the village, as Sai's jutsu only produced a couple dozen or so copies. Are they done? Asked Ino. Yes, responded Sai. There really weren't that many, noted Ino. For registries on every single people with the same last name they sure weren't that numerous. Sai nodded, agreeing with her. Whatever the case, we have what we came here for. You are right, said Ino. Let's just pack all our findings and go back to Katsuchi. Sai nodded obediently before he started to do just that. Library. Katsuchi taped her finger impatiently on the table as she glanced around at the numerous books around her. Ino and Sai were taking a long time to gather what she asked of them, but she supposed that it was to be expected. There had to be countless archives stored at the Hokage Tower. Finding every Uzumaki in recent memory was going to be difficult. Then it was at that moment when she noticed her two accomplices arriving at the scene carrying several documents each. "We're back," chirped Ino. "That was faster than I thought," said Kuratsuchi with mild surprise. "Are you sure you got them all?" "As sure as we can be," said Ino. "Saikuin is very efficient at info gathering." "I'm glad," said Kuratsuchi. "Thanks for your efforts, you can go now if you wish." "Don't worry, we are glad to help." "Let's us give you a hand with these two," said Ino. "It'll be faster with 3 people." "It would be the best course of action," said Sai with a nod. Kuratsuchi didn't feel too comfortable asking for more help, but things would really go more smoothly with more friends helping. "Thank you," replied the Iwa Kunoichi with a smirk. "You are welcome," said Ino before turning to Sai. "Let's get to it, Saikuin." And with that, both Ino and Sai put the documents on the table and the 3 teenagers started handing them out between them. Kurachi's apartment. "Hey Kuro-chan, open up," said Naruto as he banged on Kuratsuchi's door. "Are you there?" The blonde gave a few more knocks with no success. It seemed that she wasn't home. He sighed as he resigned himself. He would have to look for her in some other place. He made his way to the stairs of the complex as he thought of all the places where his girlfriend could have gone to. After helping crack the code that the Erosenin left for him, they found out that the message was, "The real one is not among them," which didn't make any sense for him, or anyone for that matter, and if Shikamaru couldn't solve it, he sure as hell didn't have the slightest idea. That made them conclude that if the message wasn't of any immediate help, they would need to make Naruto stronger and fast, as according to that old toad he wouldn't stand a chance against pain as he was now. So, he came to tell Kuratsuchi that he was going to leave for a few days to train with the toads, as he was promised that it would make him leaps and bounds stronger. He wanted to let Kuratsuchi know about all this situation, but more importantly, he didn't want to leave for days without telling his most precious person. And he had to hurry as he hadn't been given all that much time on settling his personal matters. But no matter what happened, he promised he would get stronger. Not only was he going to avenge his late master and all the people that the Akatsuki had wronged, but he wasn't going to die, not when he finally found someone that made him happy. He wanted to spend more time with Kuratsuchi and his friends. He still had to become Hokage and see Kuratsuchi become Tsuchikage too. But first he had to find her. Library. Sai put away yet another document as he started analyzing a new sheet of paper. He worked as diligently as with any other mission he had been assigned to. Kuratsuchi was just as focused and professional as the pale boy, but her face didn't hide her frustration as well as Sai's. If he could even feel frustration, that is. Meanwhile, Ino looked bored as she tossed aside another registry that they deemed too unlikely to be any of Naruto's parents. "Man, did Naruto just puffed into existence on the orphanage or something?" complained Ino. "I can't find someone that even looks like him." Kuratsuchi silently agreed. There weren't many Uzumakis in Konoha, nor now or in the past. Most people they had gone over had been too old to be any of Naruto's parents, had died a long time ago, or they had left Konoha soon after arriving. They even found out that the late wife of the Shodame had been an Uzumaki who had also hosted the Kyuubi in the past. That was the best lead they found, but they highly doubted that it had something to do with Naruto. Maybe there were more archives hid in other places that we missed? Wondered Kuratsuchi as she put aside the document she had been reading. "Oh, look. This one looks promising," said Ino suddenly with a big grin. "Really? Let me see," said Kuratsuchi as Ino handed her the sheet of paper. "Kushina Uzumaki?" muttered Kuratsuchi as she analyzed the picture of the woman. She had long hair, fair skin, and a somewhat round face. Ino was right, there was something about this one. It was hard to describe, but something about her face reminded her of Naruto. It would be easier to tell if the picture had any color, as Sai was only able to copy them in black and white. Luckily for them, the registry had all that data written already in there, like eye and hair color, so it wasn't that much of a problem. "She is pretty," added Ino. "But she reminds me of Naruto, kinda. She does have an air about her," Sai, who had come to look over Ino's shoulder to take a look at the info they found. Kuratsuchi started to read the rest of the document. Kushina Uzumaki. Birthday, July 10th, died on October 10th 16 years ago according to this date. She was sent to Konoha from Uzushiogakure to become the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Kuratsuchi widened her eyes while Ino smiled even more at that. This was a good sign. That was already a good link to Naruto. Still, Kuratsuchi needed to know more. They had to be sure about this, so she kept on reading further along, skipping the minute details. She had extremely large chakra reserves and could make chains made of chakra as befitting of some Uzumaki clan members. "The extreme chakra capacity sounds like Naruto," said Sai. "And the date of her death, Isn't that Naruto's birthday? Added Ino. Kuratsuchi knew that Ino's observation had a lot of merits. The seals of female Jinchuriki weakened considerably during childbirth. It made sense that the Kyuubi attacked in that date now, and it made even more sense that Naruto was chosen immediately to be the next Jinchuriki. If he was a newborn who was the child of the previous one, he would already be qualified. It even matched Naruto's age. What else does it say? Asked Ino eagerly. This had to be Naruto's mom, she had to be. She wanted to know more about her even if out of curiosity. Kuratsuchi agreed with the Yamanaka and resumed reading. There is not much left. She was jounin rank, was known to have a volatile temper, and was married to the yondaime Hoka. Kuratsuchi froze at that part as her brain failed process that bit of information. Her hand started to shake as cold sweat rolled off her forehead. This could be. She was married to the yondaime? Exclaimed Ino in surprise. She had to be an impressive woman to marry the yondaime. Wait, did that also mean that Naruto was? Unlike Ino, Sai noticed the sudden shift in Kuratsuchi's demeanor and he eyed her in wonder. This has to be a mistake, muttered Kuratsuchi as she felt dread build up inside of her. This couldn't be what she thought it meant. She had to be jumping to conclusions. There was no way destiny could be this cruel to her. She crumbled the sheet of paper with her hold, making Ino finally notice that something was wrong with her. Kuratsuchi-san, what's wrong? Asked Ino. Only for the IWA girl to throw the document away and bolted from the table. Wait, what are you doing? Asked Ino as Kuratsuchi went from one shelf of the library to the next, taking a quick look to each book she took and swiftly hauling it to the floor. What's gotten into you? Kuratsuchi ignored Ino as she threw another book behind her. She didn't care if she got in trouble, she didn't care for Sai, or Ino, or anything at the moment. She only cared to get to the bottom of this. She eased her rampage when she found the book she had been looking for, a book detailing the life of Konoha's previous Hokages. She promptly opened it and went to the last pages, silently praying that this was a misunderstanding. However, her hopes were shattered once she got to the last pages and she came face to face with a colored picture of the yondaime, Minato Namikaze. Her blood ran cold as she stared agape at the book in her hands. This didn't feel real, this couldn't be real. But she knew deep down that it was. She didn't even need to read any content of the page, the yondaime's picture alone was proof of her worst fears. She was basically looking at a carbon copy of Naruto. She let the book drop to the floor as her expression shifted from shock, to realization, and to anger. Kuratsuchi-san, what happened? Why are you like this? Asked Ino as she and Sai approached the hysteric girl. What is going on here? Said Yugao as she arrived at the scene. She had been overlooking Kuratsuchi from outside and when she heard the ruckus she came as fast as she could. However, once she saw the picture of the yondaime on the floor and the look on Kuratsuchi's face she realized with unease what was happening. But before Yugao could say anything, Kuratsuchi once again ignored them and ran from the library, pushing aside the ANBU on her way out and ignoring the yells of reprimands from the librarian and Yugao. She ran as tears of sadness and rage rolled down her cheeks. She reminisced all the signs that had been there and that she had been too stupid to notice. It all made sense now. Jinchuriki were always chosen from people close to Akage. Now she knew why her grandpa had risked so much to capture and kill Naruto, why Naruto felt so much admiration for the fourth, and the way that Deidara had acted when she confronted him. You'll find out soon enough. Deidara's mocking words echoed through her mind as she shook her head to get rid of them. She didn't want to hear them, she didn't want to hear him making fun of her in her own mind. She halted only when she ran out of breath, stopping to lean on a lamppost. This had to be a bad dream, a nightmare. She wished this could be a bad joke, but no, the reality was clear. Naruto was the yondaime's son. Finally admitting it to herself made it even worse. She felt a knot form in her stomach. Naruto was the son of the man that had been responsible for the defeat of her village, the same man that was still to this day the most hated shinobi in Iwagakure, and the very same piece of trash who killed her mother. And she had fallen in love with that man's own flesh and blood. She brought a hand to her mouth in disgust as that thought settled in. Naruto was the yondaime's son and she had lived with him, laughed with him, kissed him and cherished him. Now she really felt like she may throw up and she did her best to avoid it while her rage boiled inside of her. Yugao dropped down across the street from where Kuratsuchi was. She finally caught up with the girl. She eyed warily the Iwa Kunoichi. She could guess the turmoil of emotions she had to be feeling right now and that made her unpredictable. But still, the girl was a friend too, sort of. And she wanted to help her calm down, for all their sakes. Kuratsuchi, said Yugao as she slowly approached the girl. Kuratsuchi didn't react to her call, so she tried again. Kuratsuchi, listen to me. You knew, didn't you? Muttered Kuratsuchi, so low that Yugao barely heard her. The ANBU stopped, feeling the tension in the air rise. You knew, didn't you? Repeated Kuratsuchi with more heat as she turned to look at Yugao with eyes full of betrayal. Yugao looked at the girl serenely before responding. I had a suspicion it was true. There were rumors in the ANBU about it, rumors that came from members that were old enough to remember the Yondaime and his wife along with the Kyuubi attack. Asuspicion. Repeated the irate girl. Like I would believe that bullshit? And to think she had trusted Yugao, and Naruto, and all her so-called friends. She should have known better than to trust Konoha Shinobi. You have to calm yourself, said Yugao. You aren't thinking clearly right now. Go home and rest and sort your dash. There you are, Kuratsuchi. Both girls froze at the voice of the newest arrival, but for different reasons. I've been looking all over the place for you, said Naruto with a bright smile as he approached the girls. He was starting to wonder if he was going to have to go on his training trip without telling her personally. Good thing that didn't happen. Naruto, you have the worst timing, thought Yugao in alarm. Naruto? Kuratsuchi's tone of voice stopped Naruto dead in his tracks as his grin vanished. Kuratsuchi, is everything all right? Inquired the blonde before he widened his eyes when a huge wave of oppressive killing intent washed over him. Kuratsuchi turned to look at him with her eyes reflecting deep hurt, betrayal, and even hate. A look that left Naruto in shock. It had been a long time since he had seen Kuratsuchi give him such a harsh look. Naruto? Spat Kuratsuchi with disdain, even now seeing the Yondaime's face in Naruto's own. You piece of shit. Then she rushed at him as she summoned her sword from a scroll, but before she could reach her target she found herself unable to continue as Yugao and her squad of ANBU appeared to rest on her, with their blades at the ready to strike her in several vital organs. I'm going to kill you, yelled Kuratsuchi at the still confused Naruto. Don't make me do this, girl, Yugao warned Kuratsuchi from trying anything more if she didn't want to be put down. Naruto stood motionless as he stared in shock and confusion at the girl he loved, seething with rage as she glared at him from her restrained position. What was happening here? Why are you doing this? Said Naruto finally. Not able to think of anything to say aside from that at the moment. Why am I doing this? Because I should have done this since the day I met you, shouted Kuratsuchi, struggling against the ANBU's restraints. I don't get it. I don't even know what is happening here, responded Naruto in desperation. You really are a moron, said Kuratsuchi, feeling as much of a moron as him for failing to notice until today. You are the Yondaime's son. Naruto couldn't find his breath at the revelation. His dad was the Yondaime, no, that? Muttered Naruto in disbelief. That's right, I did some research into it, responded Kuratsuchi. And turns out your dear daddy is the worst piece of human trash in history. I didn't know that, said Naruto. I don't give a shit, said the girl. Your bastard of a dad killed my mom. I won't say this again, said Yugao as she held her own blade closer to Kuratsuchi's throat. Drop your weapon and stop struggling. Kuratsuchi still shot glares at Naruto for a moment, but in the end she decided that she wasn't going to die a useless death, not for that man's son. So she dropped her sword and relaxed her body, letting her killing intent subside. Yugao sighed, glad that the stupid girl didn't force her to kill her. Escort her to her apartment and make sure she stays there for the day. Tsunade-sama will decide what to do with her later, she ordered her ANBU, who then proceeded to restrain the girl's arms before taking her away, but not before she shot Naruto one last cold glare. With that taken care of, Yugao turned to look at Naruto as her features softened. She felt genuinely sorry for the boy. He knew how much he cared for the girl, and to see her threatening him like that and to drop a bombshell of his heritage on top of it had to be hard. Naruto, for his part, was focused on the blade in his hands as he looked at it in sorrow. He had picked the sword after Kuratsuchi had been taken away, and he stared at it as looking for an answer to this predicament. How could everything turn out this way so quickly? And after how well things were going with Kuratsuchi? He didn't even have much time to ponder on who his dad was. He was much more concerned about the way his most precious person had talked to him, the way she looked at him. It hurt him more than any wound she could have inflicted on him. I'm sorry about what happened, Naruto, said Yugao with pity. Why don't you go to clear your mind? I think you both need it. Naruto just nodded silently before he went away, sword in hand. But unbeknownst to Yugao, he had other ideas in mind. The purple-haired woman stared at the retreating form of Naruto with sadness. She felt bad for the boy, but if she was honest, things were better off this way. At least now they wouldn't continue their taboo relationship, even if it had come with great hurt for both of them. Yes, things were better this way. But she couldn't help but feel as if they weren't. Kuratsuchi's apartment. And stay there, said the ANBU as he pushed Kuratsuchi inside her apartment. Don't make further trouble. We have our eye on you. And with that, the ANBU exited the apartment. As soon as she was left alone, she unleashed her restrained anger and kicked the coffee table, sending it flying. She gave a yell of frustration as she continued to thrash her apartment, or should she say Naruto's apartment. He paid for it, so it was his. She had been a stupid and naive little girl to think of this place as home. This wasn't her home, it was a prison, and everyone here was her enemy. She cursed herself again and again as she took her frustration out on the furniture around her until she tired herself out. Once she was done, she made her way to her bathroom and leaned on the sink, looking at herself in the mirror. She could curse Konoha, the yondaime, and Naruto all she wished, but the one she cursed the most was herself. She had been so stupid, a complete and utter moron for ever feeling comfortable here, for letting herself feel like she had with Naruto. She had fallen in love with the son of her village's worst enemy. What would her father say? Or her grandfather? What if her mother could see her now? She saw her reflection in her mirror and she could only think that she was looking at a traitor. A dirty traitor who had let herself be won over by the yondaime's son. She threw a punch at the mirror, shattering it. She couldn't stand to see her own face right now. She felt dirty. She didn't even care for the pain in her hand or the blood dripping from her wound, as it was nothing compared to the pain inside of her. Katsuchi. She turned to the source of the voice that had come from inside her apartment and she frowned in anger when she recognized it. She exited the bathroom to find Naruto entering through the kitchen window. Naruto seemed to take a moment to see the mess she had made of her apartment, but it didn't take long for him to divert his sad eyes to her. "What are you doing here?" asked the girl with venom dripping from her voice. "I had to talk to you," said Naruto. It had taken him a lot of effort to make a distraction for the ANBU patrolling this side of the building, but it was necessary. He needed to have this conversation. "And I had to return this to you," added the boy as he tossed her mother's sword, which she promptly caught by the handle. Katsuchi examined the blade before returning her attention to him. "The ANBU can't protect you here, you know that," said the girl as she pointed her sword at him. He had to be the biggest fool there was for coming here without anyone looking out for him and returning her weapon on top of it. But again, this was Naruto she was talking about. "I needed to talk to you," said Naruto softly. "I want to clear things out. You have to understand dash." "Shut up," interrupted Katsuchi. "Just shut up. I don't care what you want. In fact, what I want is for you to die in a hole. Nothing that you can say will make me change my mind." Naruto looked hurt at her words, but he steeled himself to face her. "You can't mean that." "I do," insisted the girl with malice. "Nothing would make me happier right now than have you out of my life for good." Naruto stared at the floor in sorrow. It seemed that this was in vain. She didn't really seem to want to forgive him. Katsuchi waited for him to respond, her sword still pointed at him. Then she heard him talk again. "If I died, would that really make you happy?" said Naruto. "Of course it would. Nothing would give me more pleasure than doing it myself," spat the girl. "I see," said Naruto as he started walking towards her. "Don't get close, idiot. I said stop." Katsuchi threatened him, but he continued to approach her. "I'll really kill you." "Then do it," said Naruto as he grabbed her sword by the blade and pointed the tip directly at his heart, much to Katsuchi's surprise. "If that is what you really want?" Katsuchi bared her teeth at his bold action. "Do you really want to die?" "If that's what will make you happy," responded Naruto as he looked at her with resolution. "I can see that I have hurt you deeply and I can think of no other way to make up for it." "Shut up," said Katsuchi. She didn't want to hear him say he wanted her to be happy. He didn't have the right, not after all of this. "All I want is for you to be happy and I'll give my life for that if I have to," said Naruto. "Because I low dash?" "Don't say it. Don't you fucking say it," said Katsuchi as she closed her eyes, tears threatening to fall. Why was this so hard? She just had to give little push to her sword and this was all over. She would get rid of him once and for all. Her hand trembled as Naruto waited patiently for her decision. She tried to force herself to do it. She told herself she wanted to do it, that she had to. But something in her kept her hand from moving, and in the end she pulled her blade away and dropped it on the floor. Naruto looked softly at her, glad to see her calm down. But he was then knocked to the floor by a right hook from her. He brought a hand to his cheek in shock. "I'm not going to get myself killed for just to kill your worthless ass," said Katsuchi with a glare. "You are not worth it. You want to make me happy? Then leave. I don't want to see you ever again." Naruto stood up, still holding his cheek as he stared at her with pained eyes. "I understand," said the blonde before turning around and exiting the room from the same way he had come from. Once outside, Naruto could see the ANBU nearby get visibly shaken once he saw him exit the place, no doubt worrying if he was okay and berating himself for letting him slip by and not realizing he had gone in. However, Naruto didn't care for any of that. His mind was more preoccupied with the loss of his best friend. He dropped down onto the floor and he clenched his fist in impotence. It wasn't fair. Why did he always have to pay for his dad's mistakes? He was stuck with the fox inside of him due to his dad, which ruined his life, and he killed the mother of the girl he loved, costing him his relationship. If only Erosenin was here, he would know what to say to him. This really was the worst possible way to learn that his dad was the yondaime. And to think that he would have been ecstatic to know that just a few months earlier. There you are, Naruto. Naruto turned to see Kakashi approaching him. Kakashi-sensei? Why are you here? Asked Naruto, lacking his usual joyful attitude. Fukasaku-sama sent me to find you, explained Kakashi. And I heard from Yugao what happened with Katsuchi. I see, said Naruto as he glanced at the floor. By Naruto's reaction, Kakashi could tell that things didn't go as planned. But considering that he was still alive, things could have gone worse, which was why he came to find him immediately, as he could guess that Naruto would try to sneak his way in to speak to Katsuchi. I know that things don't look good right now, but give her time, said Kakashi. I'm sure she'll come around eventually. Meanwhile, you have to worry about the present. If you don't get stronger to beat pain, you won't have a future. You understand? Naruto nodded sternly. Kakashi-sensei was right, he had to focus on his training right now, as hard as it was. He would try to talk to Katsuchi again once he came back. Letting her have some time to herself would be good, so she made up her mind on where their relationship stood. Kakashi was glad that Naruto understood. It was a sign that he was maturing, even if a little bit. He guessed that Katsuchi also had a hand in that. Come then. Fukasaku-sama is waiting. Naruto nodded, and with a heavy heart, he followed Kakashi towards the Hokage Tower. Meanwhile, Katsuchi stared in frustration at the place Naruto had been standing moments before. She went over to her tattered sofa and sat down, bringing her palms to her face and bawled her eyes out. She knew she had to hate him, but she just couldn't. Her heart wouldn't let her. She damned Naruto for making her fall for him, and she damned herself for letting herself fall for him. But above all, she hated her circumstances. If only the yellow flash wasn't Naruto's dad, if only she wasn't from IWA. Why did this have to happen to her? She really must have to be the world's shittiest person to deserve this kind of karma. And so she cried herself to sleep that night, on the same sofa that she had been resting so carefree earlier that morning. Chapter 36, Letting Go. Katsuchi held her legs close to herself as she rested her head on her knees. She stared blankly at a crack in the wall. Despite the sadness that welled up inside of her, she couldn't cry anymore. She felt as if her tears had all dried up by now. She felt weak and filthy. She had barely eaten, slept, or showered for 3 days. She didn't care for her pitiful state, she deserved it. She wished she could just disappear. She couldn't do anything right, she had fallen in love with the worst person she could have chosen, disgracing herself, her village, and her family. No, it hadn't been enough that she failed her mission of capturing Naruto, but she just had to end up as Konoha's prisoner and got infatuated with her original target. If only she hadn't failed her mission that time, if only she had been strong enough to get Naruto to IWA and get the Kyuubi extracted, none of this would be happening, she wouldn't be so miserable right now. But he would have died, said a voice in the back of her mind. So what if the moron had died? She wouldn't have cared then, as she wouldn't have known him, she wouldn't have been contaminated by his sweet words, noble behavior, or his bright smile that reflected nothing but selflessness. She buried her face in her legs in frustration. She wished she had never met him. Her life would be so simple right now as she hadn't. She would be going out on the field, basking in glory and taking names, getting ready to become Tsukage and stand proud and tall when the day to inherit the hat came. But then Naruto came into her life and flipped it upside down, and she had let him. She had actually started to feel comfortable here because of him. He made her think that she could have a life in this place, she even made friends and found love, or so she had thought. She had gone soft and all because of him. But what could she do now? She couldn't stay here forever, alternating between moping and throwing temper tantrums like she had done so for the past 3 days. As much as she wanted to just crawl into a ball and pretend she didn't exist, she knew she had to decide her next course of action. She needed some fresh air to clear her head. In times of crisis was when one needed to try and keep a level head and consider their options. She almost laughed at the notion. Like she could keep a level head at the moment. But still, she had to try. And with that, she stood up, her numb legs stumbling for a bit as she did. She didn't even bother to take a shower, she just took her pouch and put on her sandals before exiting her apartment with some trepidation. As soon as she got out, she glanced around warily for the ANBU. She wasn't sure if she was allowed to leave yet, but seeing that the nearby ANBU overseeing her from the treetops didn't seem to make a move to stop her, she guessed she was in the clear. Still, she could tell that they were watching her moves closely, even more so than usual, most likely in case she went berserk again. She didn't care though. She just wanted to take a walk, and if no one bothered her, she wouldn't bother anyone either. Seeing that the ANBU weren't going to stop her, she proceeded to leave her apartment complex, walking down the stairs and going into the village with no particular destination in mind. A couple hours later. Katsuchi had been walking aimlessly for a while now. She had opted in avoiding the busy streets as she wanted to be alone and decided to stick to the outer parts of the village as it was mostly forest. The green scenery and the fresh scent of nature was a bit relaxing thankfully, but it did little to help her turbulent mind. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice someone else until she was too close. She halted immediately as soon as she noticed the other person. She diverted her gaze from to ground to look at Kakashi, who was standing a few feet away with his back turned to her. She felt ashamed of her lack of awareness as she had almost run into the copy ninja. But before she could go away and leave the man be, he turned around to acknowledge her presence. Katsuchi, good to see you up and well, greeted the Sharingan user cordially. Hi, said Katsuchi drily. She wasn't in the mood to be talking to anyone right now, especially the Yandame's prized student. I take that you are not here to pay respects? Asked Kakashi, seeing her state of disarray. Katsuchi wondered what the man meant until she noticed the monument that was in front of Kakashi, a rather big flat dark stone in the shape of a kunai's blade with names carved on the front. She recognized what it was a memorial stone. Those were used to carve the names of shinobi who had been killed on the field. Every village had them. Katsuchi herself had gone plenty of times to the one in her village to pay respect to her mother's memory. That's what you were doing? Asked Katsuchi. She hadn't expected to find the copy ninja brooding in here. He always seemed too easygoing and relaxed. That's right. I come here often, said Kakashi before he returned his focus to the stone. Katsuchi was intrigued, even if a little bit. To find the famous copy ninja grieving over someone, it made her feel compelled to ask him about it. Who are you here for? Kakashi took a deep breath before responding. Lots of people, but mostly my old teammates. They died on the last war. Katsuchi frowned at that. So they died during the Third Great Ninja War? Then that meant that? Kakashi eyed the girl knowingly, already guessing what she was thinking. Don't stress over it. It was a long time ago. Katsuchi tightened her fists at Kakashi's casual response. How could he be so nonchalant about it? Do you hate us? Kakashi looked at her curiously. Do you hate us? Katsuchi repeated a bit more heated. You must hate IWA for taking away your precious teammates, right? Kakashi regarded her for a moment before he turned to the monument again. Not really. Katsuchi gritted her teeth at that. Bullshit. You can't possibly forgive us so easily. If I was in your place I would hate you with a passion. Hell, I already hate all of you tree huggers. And what would hating you do for me exactly? Asked Kakashi serenely, seemingly not bothered at all by her outburst. For one thing, you could try and get revenge. Said Katsuchi. You must want that at the very least. We killed your friends for fuck's sake. Someone killed my friends, corrected Kakashi. Not you or your kin. I won't condemn the entirety of IWA for that. A handful of your shinobi did it. And even if I tracked those men down and killed them I would just be taking away loved ones from someone else senselessly. But they already took someone from you. It would be deserved. Said Katsuchi in anger. War puts people in a difficult position, said Kakashi. You either kill or do nothing and let your friends get killed. We all had to make that choice at the time. I can't blame other ninjas for choosing to fight for their home. Katsuchi gritted her teeth in impotence. She could not relate to Kakashi at all in this and she didn't understand how could he let go of his hatred so easily. But in a way, the way he talked about this matters reminded her a lot of what her dad used to say. In this world of ours nothing is ever so simple, said Kakashi. He could tell that she was troubled. He couldn't blame her. The girl was talented, extremely so even, but she was still young and her emotions were still fragile. She had yet to form a foundation for her character and she seemed to have most trouble than most due to her unique circumstances. If you let hatred dictate your life you will be consumed by it and you will find it impossible to end up happy. I failed to make Sasuke realize this, so I hope that at least you listen. Katsuchi widened her eyes at that. Was she really acting like that asshole? She couldn't accept that she and Sasuke were alike in any way, shape, or form. You and he seem to be battling a lot of the same demons. I can only hope that you do it better than he did, said Kakashi as he put a hand on her shoulder in support. Anyway, I'll be going now. It was good talking to you, finished Kakashi as he started to walk away. Katsuchi trembled in frustration. She hated being compared to the Uchiha bastard. She turned to the retreating form of Kakashi with her anger on full display. I'm not you. I can't simply stop feeling all this hatred just because you say so. You are the one who has to find your own reasons and decide if you can or can't. No one else will be able to do it for you, said Kakashi without turning around as he made his way into the village. I'll be seeing you around. Katsuchi could kind of understand what Kakashi was getting at but she was still enraged. She was not so forgiving. Her mother had died in the war, and a lot of older relatives that she never even had the chance to meet perished too just because Konoha and the Yellow Flash killed them. She could not forget just like that, and even if she did, her village hated Konoha, she would not give her back to IWA. She would be betraying the memory of everyone that died if she let that offense go. Seeing that there was no point in remaining here, she left the area too, giving one last lingering glance at the memorial stone before going away. After that, it had been a few minutes of waking and she still couldn't forget the words of the Sharingan user. What if she really ended up consumed by her hatred? Was she so similar to Sasuke in that way? She didn't want to entertain the thought. She wasn't like him. There was no way she had anything in common with that bastard. She walked down the forest path for a few minutes until she found a river down a small hill. She thought it was a nice spot to rest and sort her thoughts since the copy ninja left her a lot to think about. As she approached the river, the pleasant smell of humid soil eased her mind as she sat down on the small hill, resting her head on one knee as she contemplated the sun rays gently reflecting on the crystalline water. However, while she meditated, she didn't see Sai and Ino watching her from behind one of the nearby trees. Finally, it has been days since she last let herself be seen, muttered Ino as she stared intently at the Iwa Kunoichi. I heard she had been hiding in her apartment, added Sai. And if we let her go back to her place without doing anything, who knows when she'll come back out, said Ino. Ino-san, are you sure about this? Don't you think we could make this situation worse? Said Sai. I don't think we can worsen the situation even if we tried, said Ino with guilt. They had been partly responsible for that mess with Naruto the other day. They had destroyed so much progress in Katsuchi and Naruto's relationship with their carelessness. As soon as she got wind of what had happened, she had Sai go and ask Yugao what the deal with Katsuchi was, and now everything made sense. We at least have to try to fix this. It doesn't matter that she is the next Tsuchikage and Naruto is the son of the Yondaime? Inquired Sai. When they had started playing matchmaker with Naruto and Katsuchi, they hadn't known that he was the son of the Yondaime and that it made it delicate for the Tsuchikage's granddaughter to be with him, but that didn't seem to make Ino back down. That's even more of a reason for us to do something, said Ino, causing Sai to raise an eyebrow in confusion. Think about it, if she really becomes the next Tsuchikage, what's better for us, that she hates Naruto or that she loves him? Sai took a minute to think about it. That actually made sense. He couldn't find a rebuttal for that. Exactly, said Ino when she noticed that Sai understood her point of view. Now let's do something before she goes away. And so, Ino and Sai left the cover of the tree and approached Katsuchi. Said Iwa Kunoichi sensed them coming and just spared them a quick glance before returning her attention to the river. Ino ignored her rude attitude and leaned towards the moody girl. Do you mind if we sit down? Ino asked in a friendly manner. Katsuchi shrugged uncaringly. It's your village, do whatever the hell you want. Even if the reception wasn't the most welcoming, Ino sat down beside Katsuchi along with Sai. Katsuchi glanced at them suspiciously. She knew that they had to be up to something. Goodness, she looks terrible. It's even worse in close proximity, thought Ino silently as she regarded Katsuchi's current appearance. She had dark bags under her reddened eyes, which looked even redder with her natural pink eyes. Her hair was messy with a few wild strands sticking out at random parts of her head, and her clothes were rugged and didn't look fresh. All in all, it looked like she hadn't taken proper care of herself in days. What a beautiful day, isn't it? Said Ino lamely in an effort to break the ice. Katsuchi responded with a disinterested huff. Ino could have face-bombed at her opening. That was the best she could come up with? She was almost as bad as Saikuin. She had to get her act together. She was a Yamanaka, Konoha's best mind specialists. That also made them the best psychologists too, and this was Ino's chance to put it into practice. You left us so suddenly at the library the other day, said Ino. Why was that? Cut the crap, Yamanaka, said Katsuchi in impatience. You already know what happened. You wouldn't be here if you didn't, so stop playing dumb. Ino gave a sigh of exasperation. Fine, I'll just cut to the chase. The way you acted, that wasn't fair to Naruto at all. I don't want to be given a lecture by you, replied Katsuchi. Stop acting like an overgrown kid, then. These temper tantrums are ridiculous, said Ino, earning a glare from the prodigy which caused the mind reader to shudder at the intensity. You have no right to be talking about things you don't understand. Barked Katsuchi, finally her anger getting the best of her and making Ino recoil at her rage. You want to tell me that I'm being unreasonable, that my actions are a tantrum? You who probably never had anyone close to you die and had to face the people responsible? Yelled Katsuchi, making Ino cower and Sai frown in displeasure at the girl's rudeness. Not only that, but you've never had the pressure of behaving properly in the face of an entire village and you never will. How mean? Said Ino offended. Just because I haven't gone through what you have doesn't mean I can't offer some insight. Like hell you can. Katsuchi sneered. You are just a pampered little girl who hasn't had to face a single hardship in her life. Ino-san is just trying to help, said Sai at last, with an angry frown of his own, surprising both girls. He was usually very composed but he couldn't keep listening silently as Katsuchi badmouthed both Ino and Naruto. I didn't ask for your opinion, faggot, snarled Katsuchi as she directed her focus to Sai. I don't care, said Sai defiantly, surprising Katsuchi even further. Ino-san and Naruto are your friends, that is no way of treating them. Especially Naruto who has done nothing but support you and cherish you. Katsuchi was quick to recover her wit, baring her teeth in rage at Sai's insolence. That is none of your concern. How can you expect that guy to be my friend when his shit of a father killed my mother? Naruto is not his dad, Sai shot back. You are not the only one who has suffered because of the fourth. Naruto has had to endure more than you have when his own father made him carry the burden of being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. He is probably the person who can understand your pain the most and you are willing to throw away his friendship for the actions of a dead man. Katsuchi didn't know how to respond to that. She couldn't think of an argument against Sai's logic. I may not know much about being happy, continued Sai. But even I could tell you were happy with him and nothing but yourself is keeping you from that. Katsuchi frowned. It wasn't that easy. You don't get it, do you? I'm not allowed to be happy with him. My village dash. Your village shouldn't dictate those things. You are going to beat Sachikage, right? Said Sai, causing Katsuchi to widen her eyes. If you are going to be a leader, learn to lead, to think for yourself. Instead of letting other people decide what you should do, you have to do what you know is right despite what others think. That's what a proper leader would do. Katsuchi found herself at a lose of words once again. She had never thought of it that way. You are so concerned about upholding your village's hatred for Konoha that you are willing to sacrifice your own happiness, and for nothing. By the time Sai finished he found himself out of breath. He hadn't meant to shout like that, he typically didn't lose his cool, he had been trained better than that. And he knew he had surprised the girls as he could feel the piercing gazes of amazement from both of them which made him feel self-conscious of his tirade. Excuse me, and with that, Sai stood up and retreated into the village. Ino stared agape at the retreating Sai a moment longer before she forcibly shook off her shock. Why yeah, what he said Ino to Katsuchi before giving her an awkward wave of goodbye and followed Sai. Once left alone, Katsuchi pondered on what the root member had just said, surprised not only for his uncharacteristic ramblings but also because of how much of what he had said was true. She didn't just hate Konoha because the yellow flash killed her mother, she also hated it because that's what they were supposed to do. In IWA it was almost an unspoken rule that you had to hate Konoha, that's just how things were supposed to be. It made it feel like you weren't a true IWA citizen unless you despised Konoha with a passion. And she had always strived to be a model citizen, as at Sachikage Prospect she had to be the perfect IWA shinobi. She had never considered that maybe she didn't have to hate Konoha, not without feeling like a traitor to Iwa's cause. If she really was completely honest with herself, Konoha's people weren't so different from her home. They weren't the heartless pricks they had been brought up to believe they were. Was hating them just because really justified? She had met a lot of people in here, people that had tried to be her comrade and be there for her. Had they been from IWA she wouldn't give it a second thought to call them wonderful friends of hers. Could she really choose not to despise Konoha? Could she even reverse years of conditioning to do so? Then there was the issue with Naruto. The pale idiot was right, she had indeed been happy with Naruto, happier than she had ever remembered being. Just having Naruto by her side made everything better. While she had been with him she had forgotten that she was a prisoner, not only that but she hadn't even minded as she barely even felt like one. His bright and good-natured aura that surrounded him even made her forget her hatred for Konoha. She almost wished she had never found out he was the Yandame's son. But that was a fact that she could not change. He was the child, the flesh and blood of her mother's murderer. She could wish all she wanted but that reality was never going to change. However, Naruto himself wasn't like the Yandame. The only way he could be more distant from the man is if he wasn't his child. Naruto never even knew his father, he wasn't raised by him and he more than likely didn't act like him. And it was true that he had been screwed by the Yandame even worse than she had. Due to the Kyuubi he never even had anyone growing up, she at least had had her grandpa, her dad, and even Akatsuchi. Naruto had been all alone and everything because of his own father. When she looked at it like that she felt guilty. Guilt at having taken years of hatred out on Naruto. He was innocent. He had never done anything to her. He was the most selfless and righteous person she knew. But even still, every time she thought of the yellow flash, or her mother, she could feel her unyielding hatred starting to overtake her. She just couldn't forget, not like that. She took out a scroll and in a puff of smoke she summoned her sword. She held the weapon firmly by the scabbard as she examined it with sad eyes. Not only was this her mother's blade, but also the sword that Naruto had fixed for her. It wasn't just a memento of her dead mother anymore but also a token of her friendship with Naruto. Looking at it reminded her of all the good times she had had with the blonde, all the times she laughed at the antics he did to lift her mood, the times he had been there to comfort her through hard times, the times they showed how much they meant to the other and how good she felt with him beside her, and even the times they simply enjoyed each other's presence in comfortable silence. She tightened her grip on the sword as a teardrop hit the weapon. She didn't want to lose all those memories. She was so tired of all of this. She just wanted to feel happy again like she had done so just days before. Kakashi was right, Sai was right, all these negative emotions, they were an anchor that kept her from feeling true joy. It was time to do what her heart told her was right and not what she had been conditioned to think was right. From now on she was the one who was going to decide what it was right or wrong for her to feel. She knew that it wasn't going to happen overnight and that her resentment towards Konoha wasn't going to be easy to forget, but she was going to try and see them for what they truly were and not what the bitter elders from IWA wanted her to believe. And as for Naruto, she would never be able to change who his dad was, but she would treat him as his own person, not the son of the Yellow Flash or anyone else, but the kind young man that she had chosen to give her heart to. She closed her eyes, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She wasn't going to be a slave to hatred. She was better than that, she knew she could be better than that. She wasn't going to let the stupid yondaime ruin her own happiness, she was going to carve her own path and destiny. She just wished that Naruto lent her his support in this ordeal like he had done it countless times in the past, but most importantly she prayed that he could forgive her for all she had done. She stood up, having found her resolve. She didn't feel as if the path before her was shrouded in doubt anymore. Now everything was clear to her. And she wasn't going to back down from this, just like Naruto never gave up, she wasn't going to either. They were both going to become Kage and she needed to be up to par. But now, she had to return to her place and get some proper rest and something to eat. Not to mention a shower. She also had to either buy new furniture or fix the ones she broke. Anyway, she was going to be busy while Naruto came back. She started to make her way into the village again with a much clearer mind, when suddenly she heard a loud booming noise at the distance coupled with the terrified screams from a crowd of people. Katsuchi stared at the village in alarm, where she could see smoke rising from a building far away in the distance. Soon another booming sound was heard and the top of a tall building exploded, accompanied by even more frantic screams. "What the hell is happening?" asked Katsuchi out loud as she stared at a dust of clouds starting to cover a part of Konoha due to the falling debris. She made a run for the village and as she did she could see several of the ANBU usually guarding her going on ahead to check on the issue. That was further proof that what was happening had to be something serious if the ANBU had given priority to it than to her. As she got closer, the screams of the people got louder and she started spotting corpses littered through ruined streets and buildings. Katsuchi had a sinking feeling in her stomach. She had a guess on who could be bold enough to attack Konoha as they had done it before to her own village. Then, as she doubled a corner, her fears were confirmed as she found a Konoha Chunin on his knees while a tall orange-haired man pulled some kind of clear substance from the man's head. The Chunin fell to the ground, dead as Katsuchi stared in anger and shock at the enemy before her. He was wearing a black robe with red clouds, had a slashed Amigakure headband on his forehead, had black piercings in his nose and cheeks, but his most striking feature were his purple eyes with a ripple pattern that stared coldly at her with a stoic face. Katsuchi remembered those eyes, she had seen them once before back in that cave when they faced Deidara. "Akatsuki," sneered Katsuchi as she got into a battle stance. The man seemed to tense himself too for the encounter before he narrowed his purple eyes at her in recognition. "You." Katsuchi didn't give the man the chance to finish before she rushed at him, sword at the ready to slice him in half. "This is payback. For me, for IWA, and for Naruto." Chapter 37, True Pain. Katsuchi rushed at the orange-haired man, who dodged the slash aimed at his chest before he tried to use the opening she left to try and reach her with his hold. However, Katsuchi was faster than he was and she quickly recovered, using her former momentum to throw another swing at the Akatsuki member. The man quickly jumped back to avoid her blade but couldn't stop the sword from slicing his arm. He created some distance between them to hold his blood-soaked limb as he analyzed Katsuchi with a critical eye. Katsuchi also took this chance to survey the damage she had done as she smirked in satisfaction. The fight had just started and she had already inflicted a nasty wound on her opponent. It was too soon to tell, but it seemed as if this guy wasn't that skilled compared to the Akatsuki she had faced in the past. Still, she knew that there had to be other Akatsuki on the loose. The fact that no one else had arrived yet to help her meant that the other ninja had to be busy with greater threats. And right on cue with her guess, Katsuchi heard a loud shriek thundering all around her. Following that, she saw a giant bird starting to circle the sky above her. She managed to see that the animal had the legs and a drill-like beak along with the same purple eyes as the man she was fighting. She guessed that the bird had to be a summon if its bizarre appearance was any indication. She didn't have time to wonder anything more about the strange creature before it dived at her with surprising speed. Katsuchi threw herself to the side, evading the bird as it went past her and returned to the safety of the sky. She cursed under her breath. That had been closer than it should have been. She felt her body to be slower and weaker than usual, no doubt because of her neglect in taking care of herself these past days and missing some proper nourishment and rest. She knew that she had to end this quickly. In her weakened state she wasn't going to win a war of attrition. The bird repeated its previous attack, once again diving rapidly in her direction. Katsuchi made some hand seals before spitting a large stream of ash from her mouth. The bird veered to the side hastily and avoided the attack as the ash-like substance splattered itself all over the place, but the bird kept its course towards the kunoichi. Seeing as her jutsu failed, Katsuchi steeled herself for her next move. And as the giant bird was about to reach her, she jumped in the air at the last second, going over the summon as she made more hand seals. Katan, Gukaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Katsuchi spat the biggest fireball she could muster that it enveloped the animal. The bird gave a cry of agony as the fire collided with its back, taking it off course before it crashed into a building that collapsed on top of it, burying the summon in debris. Katsuchi sighed in relief, glad that the strange creature had been dealt with. You are wide open. Katsuchi couldn't even dodge or turn around before she felt a hand grab her head from behind. She went agape in shock when she felt her body go completely numb before she was brought to her knees. Damn it. I got careless, Katsuchi berated herself. She had been too busy dealing with the summon that she failed to sense the orange-haired guy from before sneaking up on her. She had underestimated how weakened her state was if her senses were failing her like this. Along with that, she could feel her thoughts getting less focused the longer the man had his hand on her. The man for his part, just stood silently as he held her head with an impassive look on his face. So you and the Kyuubi are quite close, muttered the man to himself. Katsuchi widened her eyes at that comment. How had he know about that? Maybe a bit too close, added the Akatsuki member condescendingly. Realization hit Katsuchi as she finally figured that the bastard was somehow reading her mind. She barely had the strength to bare her teeth in fury. She felt violated to know that this guy was going through her most intimate thoughts as he pleased. Maybe if I kill you that will bring him here, commented the man before he started pulling a transparent substance from her. Alarmed, Katsuchi felt as her remaining strength started to leave her body rapidly as if her very life force abandoned her. In her urgency, she barely summoned enough strength to move her fingers, commanding a chunk of the ash she spat before to shoot itself at the orange-haired man. The Akatsuki member dodged the ash aiming for him, but at the cost of him releasing the girl as he stepped back. As soon as Katsuchi was free from his grasp, she slammed her palm on the ground, causing a large spike of rock to erupt behind her and impaling the Akatsuki member. The man coughed up a ridiculous amount of blood as the sharp rock lifted him off the ground and went through his chest. He squirmed for a few seconds in vain before he finally stopped moving. Katsuchi was on all fours as she took quick ragged breaths. Cold sweat rolled down her brow as she saw the drops of liquid hit the ground she was staring at. That had been too close. She had literally felt her life leaving her body back then. If she hadn't been able to pull off that last stunt, she had no doubt in her mind that she would not be alive right now. Finally, she stood up despite her shaky legs before she regarded the impaled man behind her, who even in death still seemed to stare into her soul with those deep purple eyes. She narrowed her eyes as she stared at the now deceased Akatsuki member. That guy had been so weak in direct combat, but that ability of his was something that she had never experienced nor she wished to experience again. And that weird bird hadn't been normal either. Just what sort of freaks were they dealing with? With such bizarre jutsus, she couldn't afford to lower her guard even when they seemed like pushovers. However, she had to continue on her way. These guys had to be looking for Naruto, and she would be damned if she let them find him. She gave one last look at the fallen Akatsuki to confirm his demise before she went further into the village. After a while, she got closer to the center of the village and she now could properly survey the chaos around her. Buildings were being ruined left and right, the sounds of battle were everywhere around her both close and far, while terrified civilians ran past her to seek refuge. Then, she spotted a giant rhino smashing through a building and running off with numerous shinobi following after the beast in an effort to stop it. Katsuchi had the suspicion that there had to be more than a few of those summons rampaging Konoha if all the destruction around her was any indication. She was about to give chase to the berserk animal when she noticed a cloaked figure slipping away through an alleyway. Even though Katsuchi had barely managed to spot it, had been enough to notice the red clouds on the figure's cloak. She quickly realized that the person had used the rhino as a distraction to slip by. Katsuchi didn't waste any time to chase the Akatsuki. After following straight through the direction the mysterious person had run off, she was led to a big building when she heard a pain scream that was shortly cut off coming from inside it. Katsuchi regarded the place and noted that it was some kind of storage building. She didn't want to run head first blindly into a place where an enemy could be waiting to ambush her, so she channeled some chakra to her feet and silently ran up the side of the building to peek through a window and analyze the situation inside. Once she had vision of the inside of the place, she saw dozens of people crammed in the storage building. They didn't look like ninjas, as they didn't have any kind of gear on them and were dressed in everyday clothes. Also, there were elderly and small children among them. Katsuchi knew that they had to be civilians, refugees. She also saw a dead Chunin by the door, while another was being held in the air by his neck by a tall man wearing the Akatsuki uniform. The man was bald but had metal spikes sticking out from the top of his head. He also had the same metal piercings and purple eyes as the rest of the invaders. "Where is the QB?" asked the Akatsuki to the man in his grasp. "I'm not selling out a comrade," said the Chunin with gritted teeth, barely managing to talk. "Admirable, but futile all the same," said the man before he lifted his other arm as several tiny missiles protruded from it as if it were a machine and aimed at the crowd of people in the back of the building, ready to fire. The civilians begged for mercy as others yelled for help, while the small children and some of the adults cried in fear for their lives. "You bastard," said the Chunin with a deadly glare. "If you care about these people's safety, you will tell me where the QB is," threatened the Akatsuki with his weapons at the ready. "I don't know where he is," spat the Chunin. "I wasn't given details, I swear." "I see," said the man before he regarded the crowd of fearful civilians. "I have no use for any of you, then. No. Run," commanded the Chunin to the people, but it was too late. In the next second the missiles from the Akatsuki's arm lit up and they homed towards the defenseless citizens. The civilians' cries for help and mercy were deafening. They quickly curled into a ball and braced themselves for the explosion. But before the missiles arrived, a thick wall of stone arose from the earth, taking the brunt of the subsequent explosions and shielding them from the danger. Realizing that they were still alive and unharmed, the people slowly started to stand up and open her eyes and saw a kunoichi with her palms on the ground that had come between them and the oncoming attack. They quickly concluded that she was responsible for the protective wall that had saved their lives. "Are you guys okay?" asked Katsuchi as she stood up and turned to them. She didn't know what had prompted her to act, but she just couldn't stand by and see innocent people get slaughtered. We are fine," muttered one man, noticing in surprise the IWA headband on the girl's forehead. He recognized her, and he guessed that most people here did too. She was the IWA kunoichi that wandered around the village from time to time. Thank you so much for saving us," said a woman between tears as she held a crying baby in her arms. "Don't thank me, just get out of here," said Katsuchi before she made some hand seals and slammed her palms on the ground, causing a chunk of rock to hurl its left from the floor to a wall, and a section of it crumbled to the ground, creating an opening to the exterior. "Go, now." The civilians were still a bit shaken from all this ordeal, but they complied at once and started escaping through the hole. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki member stared in wonder at the stone wall blocking his view from the people he had been trying to murder. Then, the earth in front of him erupted and Katsuchi came out of a hole in the ground, taking a swing of her sword towards him. The Akatsuki member blocked the blade with the metallic contraption in his arm as Katsuchi pushed her attack. He dropped the Chunin to the ground before a sharp black red emerged from his now free hand and lunged at the tomboy. Katsuchi ducked under the attack and threw a kick at the man's stomach, putting some distance between them. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. She spat a rather big fireball that forced the Akatsuki to retreat back outside to avoid it. "Is he some sort of puppet or what?" wondered the girl. Taking advantage that the enemy was out of the immediate vicinity, Katsuchi turned to the downed Chunin. "You there. Go and look for help, I'll hold this guy here." "Why yes, at once," said the Chunin as he got to his feet and rushed out of the building, knowing that he was no match for the Akatsuki member. The best course of action would be to retreat and get reinforcements. Katsuchi also exited the building with haste to see the robotic man from before standing just outside. The Akatsuki turned to see the Chunin rushing off into the village and he pointed another hand at him to stop him. This time, the fingers receded back into the hand as a cannon formed on the palm. Light started to gather in the cannon, preparing to fire. Then, just before he shot, an ash-like substance was hurled and stuck itself to the cannon, obstructing it and making it explode in self-destruction as the blast was trapped in the chamber. The man turned to look at Katsuchi with a stoic look. The Iwa Kunoichi stared at the missing arm of the Akatsuki with a smirk on her face. The man could have weird abilities, but even he had to be at a disadvantage with only one arm. Then, the Akatsuki grinned mockingly while Katsuchi stared in disgust and horror as two more faces materialized themselves at opposite sides of his head and he grew 4 more arms, 2 at each side. Oh crap, was the only thing Katsuchi had the chance to think before the freaky man extended all 5 of his arms to her and more missiles emerged from them and fired themselves, leaving a smoking trail as the rain of explosives homed on her. She quickly spat yet another fireball that caught a good number of missiles and set them off, making the loud cloud of fire block her view of the man as the rest of the missiles still made their way to her. She made another stone wall immediately in front of her, jumped on it with both feet sticking to it before using it as support to kick herself away, leaving a huge explosion behind as her wall was shattered by the missiles. As soon as she touched ground, she jumped to the side to avoid another missile, and she started doing backflips as she left a trail of smaller explosions that she narrowly avoided with each jump she did. Then, she found herself surrounded by the projectile, so she put her hands on the ground as a dome of earth was erected around her, making the last batch of missiles collide with it, enveloping the area in flames. As soon as it was over, the dome collapsed and Katsuchi came out coughing and waving away the smoke and dust that clouded the entire vicinity. Then, she let out a silent scream as a long metal blade pierced her back. The Akatsuki had used the smoke as cover to sneak behind her and impale her, only for her to disappear in a puff of smoke, and 5 more copies of the girl came out of the surroundings with their blades poised to pierce the man from all sides. The Akatsuki used his machine-like arms to catch each and every blade aimed at him, albeit just barely. He had been lucky that he had just enough arms as the girl had copies. Katsuchi and all her clones gritted their teeth as they continued to push their blades at the man, slowly starting to slice into his limbs. She finally felt like she had him on the ropes. But a long tail-like blade came out the man's back as he swung it in a circular motion around him, dispelling all the clones and throwing Katsuchi away. The girl hit the ground with a pained yell, and as she tried to get on her feet she let out a scream of agony at the pulsating pain in her leg. She brought a hand to her thigh to feel a deep cut along her leg. She saw in alarm the Akatsuki starting to approach her in her vulnerable state, and she used her arms to back away as fast and far as she managed, but it was still painfully slow due to her wound. The man towered over her like a predator, his long blade hanging behind him like a scorpion tail ready to strike. Katsuchi gripped her sword firmly, ready to parry the incoming attack despite her poor position on the ground. The man raised his blade to skewer her when Katsuchi saw the area around the Akatsuki's head start to distort in an inward manner as if being sicked by a small black hole. The machine-like man realized too late what was happening before his head was sucked into the void and he fell onto the ground like a rag doll. Katsuchi sighed in relief. That felt like the 100th close call this day. Katsuchi! At that moment, Yugao landed beside Katsuchi and she kneeled down to check on her with a worried face. Are you alright? You are injured. I'll be fine, said Katsuchi with an uncomfortable grimace as Yugao checked on her wounded leg. Regardless, she was glad to see the ANBU captain. Luckily we arrived just in time, said Kakashi as he approached the 2 girls while covering his Sharingan with a hand in pain at having used the Kamui. We need to treat this wound, said Yugao as she pulled out some bandages from her pouch. I'm not a medic, but I can at least patch you up. Thank you, replied Katsuchi before Yugao went to work on her leg, pouring some alcohol to disinfect the wound before she started wrapping it up. Did a Chunin tell you I was here? Asked Katsuchi, remembering the ninja she helped escape. Kakashi nodded. Yeah. We crossed paths and told us you were fighting Pain. Pain? Asked Katsuchi in surprise. The leader of Akatsuki. The same, said Kakashi. Or at least one of his bodies. What do you mean by that? Asked Katsuchi as she endured the pain of her injury while Yugao took care of it. It seems that Pain can control several bodies at once while the real one hides them from a safe distance, explained Kakashi. That's why every one of them has the same eyes and they share the same field of vision. Katsuchi widened her eyes in realization. So that's why all the guys she fought had the same purple eyes. They were the same man. But she hadn't expected the leader of the Akatsuki to be such a freaking coward to hide while his meat puppets did all the work for him. It's done, declared Yugao as she finished adjusting the bandages. Can you walk? Katsuchi rose up slowly from the ground, wincing painfully and stumbling a bit as she did so, but with some difficulty she found her footing. I'll manage, said the girl. Don't push yourself too hard, said Kakashi. Leave the direct combat to us, you can give us support. In your current condition you are in no shape to be engaging Pain. Katsuchi frowned in displeasure. She hated feeling useless in a fight, but she knew that Kakashi was right. She wasn't going to be able to fight well like this. I understand. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, glad to see that she understood. Anyway, we should hurry. I heard that Tsunade-sama is going to fight Pain herself. We should back her up as soon as we can. Kuratsuchi felt relief at the news. If the Hokage herself was going to take the fight to Pain, this had to be over soon, right? Wait, guys. What is that? Interrupted Yugao as she pointed to something in the sky. Kuratsuchi focused her eyes in an effort to see better. She could indeed see something floating over the village, but whatever it was had to be very far away. I think it's a man, commented Yugao as she analyzed the shape of the floating figure. How is he even flying? Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the figure in the sky. He had a bad feeling about this. That had to be another Pain. Whatever he was doing couldn't be good. They stood still, waiting for the floating man to do something, when they heard a thundering sonic boom as they covered their eyes at the intensity, and a massive shockwave was released from the man, which started expanding with great speed, extending for miles as it touched the ground. The trio looked in shock and disbelief as the shockwave started tearing through the village in its wake, leaving nothing but rubble behind as it continued growing outwards and towards them. Kuratsuchi felt her body being thrown into the air along with her two companions and their surroundings, going limp and losing consciousness before she even hit the ground. Hours later, Kuratsuchi stirred as she opened her eyes with great difficulty. She felt as if she had been tackled by an ox. Her whole body ached and her leg especially was throbbing in pain. Her vision was blurry at first, but slowly she started to make out the figure of Yugao laying several feet away from her with dust and fragments of concrete covering her motionless body. Hey! Kuratsuchi managed to shout, albeit with great difficulty and a raspy voice. Getting no reaction, Kuratsuchi feared the worst and she started crawling towards the older woman. Yugao, can you hear me? Said Kuratsuchi once she was almost on top of the ANBU. Still no response from the older woman. Kuratsuchi put a hand on Yugao's shoulder and shook her gently, being careful to not hurt her in case she broke something. Seeing that nothing was working, Kuratsuchi took off her gloves and put 2 fingers on the older woman's neck. Kuratsuchi let out a sigh of relief when she found a pulse. At least the ANBU wasn't dead. You don't have to concern yourself, I'll take care of her. Kuratsuchi was startled at the unfamiliar voice as she saw a white and blue slug the size of a small dog crawling over the still body of Yugao. What the, muttered Kuratsuchi at the sight of the slug. She hadn't realized the animal was there. She concluded that it had to be a summon. Sorry if I startled you, said the polite animal. I'm Katsuyu. Tsunade-sama called me to tend to the wounded. But how things are, even I can't get to everyone in time. At the summoned sad tone of voice, Kuratsuchi finally thought to take note of her surroundings, and she widened her eyes in astonishment and shock as words died in her mouth. There was nothing but ruins and destruction as far as the eye could see. Every building, every house, every store, gone. From the tallest tower to the benches on the street, everything had disappeared and only rubble and dirt had been left behind. Konoha has been, said the girl, having difficulty processing the situation. Destroyed, finished Katsuyu with melancholy in her voice. Kuratsuchi couldn't think of anything to say as she surveyed the ruins of what once was one of the strongest villages in the elemental nations. There had been a time where she would have jumped in joy at the notion of Konoha's destruction. But even if she were still stuck in her own ways, she was sure that nothing would make this sight pleasant. These buildings had been bursting with life and the streets filled with unaware civilians not hours before, and now everything was gone, and the inhabitants were either laying somewhere barely clinging to life or they had been buried beneath the debris. That thought was only accentuated when she finally noticed the faint screams of agony and despair at the distance all around her. No doubt coming from the survivors. She clenched her fist in rage at the thought of all the friends she had made here being dead. Thinking of all the people here that she had come to care for being buried beneath the remains of their former home just because of the ambition of a madman, it simply made her blood boil. She couldn't stay here. She could still do something. She resolved as she tried to get to her feet, holding back a cry at the pain in her leg. Don't move, you will only make it worse, warned the slug. I'll take care of that injury when I'm done with your friend. Kuratsuchi gritted her teeth, ignoring the concern of the summon. I'm a proud kunoichi, not some prissy princess. If I can still do something I will. She got to her feet, doing her best to withstand the pain and keep herself standing. Once she got up, he spotted Kakashi laying in a pile of rubble several yards away. Kakashi! Yelled Kuratsuchi at the copy ninja in worry, but just like with Yugao she got no response. He is unconscious but he is in stable condition, said Katsuyu, which caused Kuratsuchi to notice another small slug clinging to the limp body of Kakashi. It appeared that the slugs were somehow linked between them for Katsuyu to reassure her with such confidence. Kuratsuchi was glad that her two companions weren't in any life-threatening condition, but that didn't mean that she could stay there doing nothing. Then I'll leave my friends in your care. I'm going to go find Dash. Kuratsuchi was interrupted as the echo of what sounded like an explosion was heard a good distance away. What was that? Wondered Kuratsuchi out loud. Naruto. He is fighting pain right now, said the small animal. Kuratsuchi could have sworn that her heart stopped at that moment. Naruto was back, and he was fighting the monster that single-handedly destroyed Konoha? She couldn't allow him to face pain alone. She wasn't going to let that bastard kill the boy she had come to care so much for. I understand how you feel, said Katsuyu, already guessing what the girl had in mind. Naruto has gotten stronger. Their fight is at another level. In your condition you will only get in his way. No, the slug didn't understand, she couldn't understand. Kuratsuchi had this sinking feeling in her stomach. She couldn't explain it, but she just knew that something was wrong, and she would be damned if she stayed here while Naruto was out there risking his life. Despite the injury in her leg and Katsuyu's attempts to stop her, she started rushing towards the general direction of the explosion she heard. She stumbled but caught herself before hitting the ground, and she continued her sprint, holding back a groan as she held back tears of pain due to the intense soreness in her leg. She passed several mountains of rubble that had previously been buildings, along with corpses of both ninja and civilians alike, but she didn't stop, she couldn't afford to. So she just ran, unconcerned for her own well-being. She didn't care if she hurt her body beyond healing. She wasn't going to let pain get away with this, and she wasn't going to let her last interaction with Naruto be her being a bitch to him. She was going to help him and put things right. He needed her more than ever, and she wasn't going to let him down even if it was the last thing she did. After a while, she finally managed to see an Akatsuki member standing far away in an open field with someone laying at his feet. She felt her blood run cold at the sight of the figure laying down before Pain. She couldn't make out who was it from this distance, but she suspected it had to be Naruto. Fearing for her boyfriend's safety, she quickened her pace even if her own body protested against it. As she closed the distance, her fear turned to anger once she confirmed that the person at Pain's feet was in fact Naruto. He was wearing a red coat over his usual attire, but there was no doubt it was him, but he seemed to be pinned by several metal rods stabbed through all his limbs, bolting him to the ground. Yoton, Sakeijia no Jutsu. Lava release, quicklime congealing technique. Kuratsuchi spat a blob of quicklime at the leader of the Akatsuki, putting more focus on making it as corrosive as she could. Pain felt the attack coming, and he simply turned around serenely as the attack was blown away just before it touched him, all without moving a single muscle. You again, muttered Pain as he narrowed his eyes at the nosy girl. Having recognized the jutsu used, Naruto turned to look in shock and horror as Kuratsuchi arrived at the scene. Kuratsuchi, don't come, get away, pleaded Naruto. Kuratsuchi stopped a few yards away from Naruto and Pain, analyzing the situation, but not before she took a moment to regard her boyfriend. Naruto, hold on. I'm gonna get you free. Naruto shook his head furiously. Listen to me, he is too dangerous. Just run. I'll find a way out of this. He didn't want to see Kuratsuchi die for a conflict she had nothing to do with. I can't do that, said Kuratsuchi, managing to give Naruto a heartfelt smile despite everything that was happening. We said we were going to beat all hardships together, remember? Naruto widened his eyes at her. He could feel the warmth behind her words. He had missed hearing her talk to him like that, especially after last time they saw each other. However, he was quick to return to the situation at hand and was ready to protest before he was interrupted. You are brave for coming here, girl, said Pain. This one had short spiky hair, but he had the same eyes and hair color as the rest of the bodies Kuratsuchi had faced until now. But ultimately you stand no chance against me. Leave now and I'll let you go. I'm after Uzumaki Naruto, I care nothing for what you do. This is the only warning I'll give you. Fuck you, I'm not abandoning Naruto. You know where you can stick your warning, said Kuratsuchi defiantly as she glared at Pain. No. Don't do this, muttered Naruto, fearing for the life of the girl he loved. Why did she have to be so stubborn? Kuratsuchi stared hardly at Pain with determination. Her main objective was to free Naruto as fast as she could. But the wound in her leg reduced her speed drastically and made maneuvering almost impossible. Not to mention that she was very low on chakra. All things considered, she knew that she wasn't going to last long. Her next attacks were going to be her last, as she only had enough energy for a couple more. Have it your way, said Pain with a glare of his own. You have gotten in my way for the last time. Pain swiftly took out another black metal rod while he extended his other hand towards Kuratsuchi. Bansho Tenin. Heavenly attraction of all creation. In horror, Kuratsuchi felt her body rocket towards Pain as if being pulled by an invisible force. She saw Pain ready his weapon, preparing to finish her off. In horror, Katsuchi felt her body rocket towards Pain as if being pulled by an invisible force. She saw Pain ready his weapon, preparing to finish her off. She acted quickly and she spat even more corrosive goo that became affected by the gravitational pull of Pain's jutsu, and it shot itself at him. Pain realized what she tried to do, so he was forced to break the jutsu, causing Katsuchi and her attack to hit the ground harmlessly. "Katsuchi, he can only use his jutsu every 5 seconds," yelled Naruto, doing whatever he could to help. That was good to know. That gave Katsuchi all the knowledge she needed to create an opening. She didn't waste any time and made some hand seals, spitting a fireball at Pain. Pain ran towards her, uncaring for the upcoming attack. Before the fireball struck him, he raised his hand in front of him. Shinra Tensei. Heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, a gravitational push dissolved the fire away, but as soon as it cleared, a kunai that had been hidden by the fireball speeded at Pain. The Akatsuki barely moved his head out of the way as the kunai grazed his cheek as it ebbed itself just beside Naruto, but even that clever trick didn't stop Pain's charge. He was almost upon Katsuchi. He raised his metal rod, knowing that the girl wouldn't be able to evade with that wound. He thrust his weapon forward and he widened his eyes in surprise when Katsuchi disappeared and a kunai took the hit meant for her. Katsuchi appeared beside a shocked Naruto as her substitution had been a success. She grabbed the metal rod, keeping Naruto's hands pinned, and gave a mighty pull, freeing the boy's hands. She went quickly for the one on his leg, knowing that her stunt wasn't going to buy her much time. Then, she realized in horror that her time was up when she felt herself being dragged backward by the same invisible force as before, leaving behind a mortified Naruto as she flew back, only stopping when she felt an overwhelming agony originating from her back and chest. She muffed a cry of pain as she stared down and saw a metal rod sticking through her torso. No! Naruto stared in despair as he saw Pain stab Katsuchi. Then, Pain put his hand forward and Naruto watched in silent horror as Katsuchi was sent flying violently through the air and crashed a good distance away in a cloud of dust. Naruto felt the Kyuubi's chakra enter his system as his rage overtook him. In a momentary release of power, he was able to expel the remaining metal blades, and with his movement range recovered, he rushed at Pain so fast that the man never saw the punch aimed at his face, sending him flying into a nearby rock. Instead of pushing his advantage against Pain, Naruto rushed to where Katsuchi had landed. He couldn't scream, he couldn't call out to her, he couldn't even think right now. He just had to know that she was okay. He prayed to any deity that cared to hear him that she was okay. Once he spotted the still body of his girlfriend, he knelt down and took her in his arms as delicately as he could. "Katsuchi," muttered Naruto, tears threatening to fall as he saw the condition she was in. She had deep nasty scratches all over her body, her arm had been twisted at an unnatural angle, but worst of all was the huge amount of blood that was gushing from the metal rod going through her ribcage. Naruto's mind was going into overdrive. What could he do? "Help! I need a medic!" yelled Naruto. Sakura, Shizune, Ino, he didn't care who came, he just needed a medic here and he needed it now. "Please, someone. Naruto." He directed his attention to Katsuchi to see her opening her eyes slowly. She directed her unfocused gaze at him, taking her a moment to recognize the blonde. "You are free, I'm glad," she said, managing to smile weakly at him. "What were you thinking?" "I told you to run," said Naruto, his voice cracking as he tried in vain to hold back his tears. "I couldn't just leave. Not after those horrible things I said to you, I didn't mean." She barely managed to speak, she struggled to even keep her eyes open. It's all right. I know you didn't mean it. Please save your strength. I promise that you'll be fine," reassured Naruto as tears rolled down his cheeks. He coated his hand in chakra and brought it to Katsuchi's chest, doing his best to imitate Sakura's healing jutsu in desperation, but to no avail. He cursed himself at seeing no effect. Why did he have to be so useless? "Stop that, it's no use," said Katsuchi before coughing a small amount of blood. She couldn't even feel the pain anymore. That was a bad sign. "I'm not going to let you die. Not you too," Naruto cried. "Just hear me out." "It's important," muttered the girl. Naruto focused on her silently, waiting for her to continue, shaking as he repressed his sobs. "You'll get through this, I know you will, you are strong," said Katsuchi as she did her best effort to keep herself focused on his bright blue eyes. "I can't." "Not without you," insisted Naruto, the desperation was clear in his voice. "Of course you can," said Katsuchi, giving him a small grin. "And after that, become the best ninja you can be. Become Hokage, for both of us." "Don't say that," pleaded the boy as he held her close to him. He didn't want to hear her talk like this was farewell. This couldn't be goodbye. "Find a girl. Get married, have children, live a happy life," said Katsuchi before coughing blood again. You are the only one I want, declared the blonde between sobs. You are the one who makes me happy. Me too, replied Katsuchi as tears escaped her eyes. With great difficulty she lifted her hand and stroked Naruto's cheek tenderly as the blonde held her palm, trying to enjoy the last of her warmth. You make me happy too. Naruto closed his eyes in sorrow as he held her hand firmly, refusing to accept that this was happening. Please, Kuro-chan. Please don't die. This had to be a nightmare. He couldn't accept that the girl he loved was dying in his arms. You are such a crybaby, said Katsuchi as she smiled warmly at him with what little strength she had left. But I love you just the way you are. Naruto could feel as if his heart was being squeezed in his chest. Those were the words he yearned to hear the most, but not like this, not like this. She gave him one last tender look. Promise me, never change, and with that, her hand fell from Naruto's face as a trail of red tainted the boy's cheek as Katsuchi's pink eyes slowly closed shut, the light in them vanishing. Her body went limp in Naruto's arms while he tried to shake her awake. Katsuchi! Yelled Naruto, doing his best to get a reaction out of her, but she never did. He widened his teary eyes as reality hit him. Katsuchi was gone. He cried with all his might, letting out an ear-piercing scream of agony as he cradled the body of the girl in his arms. How did she expect him to go on like this? He had lost so much, he wasn't strong enough. He would have traded his life for hers any day. Why did she have to die on him? This was his fault. If he had been strong enough to beat pain, none of this would be happening. This was on him. You finally know true pain. Naruto's face shifted from agony to ire in an instant at the familiar voice. He turned to look at the leader of Akatsuki with a look that promised the worst hell imaginable. Engrave that feeling in your memory, said Pain. That feeling is the only dash. Shut up! Yelled Naruto as he put Katsuchi down. Shut the fuck up! Pain narrowed his eyes at Naruto as the boy started walking towards him with killing intent almost rivaling his own. I don't give a damn about what you have to say. Or about your ideals, or your reasons for doing this, snarled Naruto as rage consumed his very being. You took my teacher, my home, my love, you took them all. I swear I'm going to make you pay 1,000 times over. Then, Naruto let out a battle cry that soon turned into a ferocious roar as a huge wave of malevolent chakra enveloped him. Pain covered his face at the intensity of the evil energy that Naruto gave off. Is this the Kyuubi's power? It's magnificent. Once the chakra receded, Pain saw that Naruto had transformed into a miniature-tailed beast as the red chakra took the shape of the Kyuubi around him. However, an external skeleton formed around his form while 7 tails waved wildly behind him. You hate me? Asked Pain solemnly as he stared into the bright feral eyes of the Jinchuriki. Come then. Let us see whose pain is greater. At that, Naruto let out a powerful roar that created a small crater around him, getting ready to tear the Akatsuki member to shreds.